Author's note. It took 7 years of interviews before Julio Santana authorized me to put his real name in this book. The first time we spoke, in March 1999, he agreed to tell me a story, but did not want to reveal his identity or to allow me or anyone else to photograph him. That's easily understood. The man I started to interview from that day on, at an average of once a month, is a professional killer who in 35 years of work has shot almost 500 people. More precisely, 492 deaths, of which 487 were duly recorded in a notebook with the date and place of the crime, how much he received for the job, and most important of all, the names of those who contracted him, as well as those of the victims. My first contact with this intriguing Brazilian citizen came about while I was working on a report about slave labor. At that time, in March 1999, I was Veja magazine's correspondent in Amazonia, a post I held for a little more than 2 years. For the report, the photographer Janduari Simões and I traveled to various towns in Pará State, looking for people who had been enslaved and for ranchers who kept slaves on their properties. During an operation by the federal police and the Ministry of Justice in the town of Tomeaçu, one of the policemen said it was common in the region for the ranchers to hire gunmen to kill relatives, usually the children or brothers of slave workers who had fled their states, as a way of forcing the slaves to return to work. Seeing my interest in talking to one of these killers, a policeman taking part in the operation told me he knew a gunman and would speak to him to see if he can give me his phone number. To anyone who knows how the Brazilian police operate, unfortunately, this friendly relationship between criminals and the police is nothing new. But I only really believed this federal policeman was going to put me in touch with the killer 2 days later, when he contacted me to say he had already talked to the gunman and that I could phone him the next day at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The number he gave me was a public phone opposite a bakery in the town of Porto Franco in Maranhão State. On that Thursday, March 18, 1999, in a conversation that lasted almost half an hour, I learned that the name of the man whose story I wanted to tell was Julio Santana, and that he had committed his first murder at the age of 17 in 1971. From our conversation and his tone of voice, Julio did not seem to me either violent or aggressive. He spoke in a calm, unhurried way, with a strong northeastern Brazilian accent. What was clear from our first contact was that he was keen to tell a story. "If you like, I'll tell you everything," he said. "I've never told anyone these things." Before our conversation ended, we agreed to talk again 5 days later at the same time. As soon as I hung up, I called the then executive editor of Veja in São Paulo, Laurentino Gomes, who had to approve my story ideas. He was enthusiastic about us doing the profile of a contract killer. But he said we could not publish such an outlandish, shocking story without at least giving the real name of the person involved. And if the killer agreed to pose for a photo, better still. Each time I talked to Julio, I became increasingly fascinated by his story. But at the same time, my hopes of him agreeing to us publishing his name and photo grew fainter and fainter, in the short term at least. For the next 7 years, I continued my conversations with the man who killed close to 500 people and never had any other profession. With every phone call, our relationship became increasingly close. I felt as if he grew to trust me more and to tell his stories more sincerely and with greater emotion. Occasionally, I would remind him of my wish to publish the story of his life, by now with the idea of making it into a book, but repeated that, to do so, it was absolutely necessary for him to authorize me to give his real name and a photograph. Julio remained adamant. I was sure, though, that one day he would change his mind. This happened in January 2006. During one of our conversations, Julio told me he had decided to abandon his life as a killer in order to live with his wife and 2 children in another state far away from Maranhão. On hearing this, I managed to convince him that his greatest fear, that of being arrested if his name appeared in a book, no longer made any sense. Given that he was living in another state and leading a completely different life from the one he had led until now, the police would never find him. "But if you put my photo in the book, they'll get me," Julio said. I explained that the photo was indispensable, but that we could doctor it so that his face would be unrecognizable. And as a proof of the extreme trust he had in me, he finally agreed to let me put his name and photograph in the book. This book. Yet something important was still missing: to meet the killer in person. Up until then, all my conversations with Julio Santana had been by telephone. I had no idea what he looked like, how he walked, how he sat, how he smiled. I did not know the house he lived in or his wife and children. In order to get to know him and his universe, in April 2006, I traveled to Porto Franco, where Julio and his family lived. I spent 3 days there with a calm, good-humored, home-loving man who was affectionate toward his wife and children and very religious. A man apparently nothing out of the ordinary. A very different profile from that of the killers that abound in literature and the cinema. With 3 notebooks stuffed with notes exclusively from my conversations with Julio, I turned to another aspect of my work: to find other sources, both documents and people, who would confirm or not the stories told by the protagonist of this book. To do this, I interviewed almost 40 people. From policemen to gold prospectors who worked at Serra Pelada, and including relatives of people killed by Julio. I also had access to police investigations and judicial files. It was a relief to discover that these sources, both people and documents, convincingly confirmed everything Julio had told me, as well as providing me with detailed information about the cases referred to in this book. One of the most surprising testimonies was that of the former parliamentarian and president of the Workers' Party, José Gionino Neto. In his conversations with me, Julio Santana had claimed that he had taken part in the capture of José Gionino during the guerrilla of Araguaia in April 1972. To test the truth of this story, I went to interview Gionino at his house in São Paulo. During our conversation, I told Gionino that one of my sources, I did not reveal who it was, had claimed he had helped capture him in Araguaia. I recounted the story exactly as Julio had told it to me, down to the smallest details, such as the color of the dog that was in the hut where they captured the erstwhile guerrillero. When I finished, José Gionino confirmed everything. "There's no doubt that person was there," he told me. "You've just told me details I've never revealed to anyone." Gionino even remembered that in the group that caught him there was a boy who was much younger than the others. That boy was Julio Santana, who at the time was only 17. The story you are about to listen to describes the life of a man born in a village in the midst of the Amazon jungle, who seemed destined to become a peaceable fisherman lost in the depths of the rainforest, like so many others in Amazonia. People abandoned by the authorities and government, in whose settlements, even today, there is no electricity, running water, sewers, schools, or health clinics, where security is non-existent, and where the police never set foot. A universe where nature is incredibly beautiful, filled with fascinating animals, centuries-old trees, and seemingly endless rivers. Out of this fabulous, inhospitable universe came Julio Santana, a Brazilian who spent his life killing Brazilians. And anyone who thinks that these crimes were committed only in the depths of Amazonia is mistaken. In his 35 years as a contract killer, Julio shot and killed people in many states, including Sao Paulo, Paraná, Bahia, and Goiás. But he was always proud to declare that he never killed anyone out of hatred or for personal reasons. "I only kill when I'm paid to do so," he told me time and again. And despite having almost 500 deaths to his name, Julio Santana was only arrested once, in May 1987. He hopes never to go through that again. The first contract. For more than 3 hours, Julio Santana had been spying on the fisherman Antonio Martins in the middle of the Amazon jungle, on the border between Maranhão and the north of Goiás, in what today is the state of Tocantins, created in October 1988. Despite the intense heat, Julio felt strangely cold. His stomach was churning. Hidden among the age-old trees, some of them more than 130 feet tall, he kept the fishermen in the sights of his rifle. From the undergrowth, Julio could see Antonio, seated in his canoe, floating on a branch of the river Tocantins. He knew exactly what to do. A single shot to his heart, end of story, he told himself. But for a boy just turned 17 who had never before fired at a human being, it did not seem such a simple task. At 5'9" and weighing 143 pounds, Julio was skinny, his cheeks still smooth, with a long nose, thin lips, and black, thick, curly hair. His dark skin contrasted with his light brown eyes. That afternoon of August 7th, 1971, he was trying to follow the instructions his uncle, the military policeman Cicero Santana, had given him the previous night. Aim for his heart and imagine that you're shooting an animal, like when you're hunting. But shooting at a man made the boy feel strangely uneasy. It was not the same as killing pacas, peccaries, monkeys, or deer, as Julio was accustomed to do in order to put food on the table at home. Disturbed by this unnerving situation, he sat on the ground, still damp from the night's rain. Placing the rifle between his knees, he leaned back against a Brazil nut tree and reflected on how he had got here. It had all begun 2 days earlier. Around 5 in the afternoon, Julio was returning from the jungle. After almost 4 hours hunting, he was coming home with a young deer slung across his shoulders. Its flesh would feed the family for at least a week. The boy felt proud of himself. He had killed the deer with one well-aimed shot to the forehead. Julio lived with his parents and 2 younger brothers, Jorge, aged 43, and his wife Marina, 38 years old, Pedro, who was 14, and Paulo, aged 11. The family lived in a wooden house in a riverbank community on the river Tocantins, in the municipality of Porto Franco, in the southwest of Maranhão state. In the early 1970s, the region was completely isolated and covered in virgin forest. Porto Franco had roughly 1,500 inhabitants. Since then, the number has risen to 18,000. The family house had no internal partitions. The wood fire was on the left of the entrance. A raised plank on the floor separated the fire and the kitchen utensils. 3 pots, some cutlery, 2 large knives, and 5 glass cups, from a piece of furniture made by Seu Jorge, which was sometimes used as a closet. No table or chairs. Electricity had not yet reached this far. Even today, many communities in the region still have no access to it. There were 5 hammocks that were always slung where the members of the family slept. Julio also had an older brother, Joaquim, aged 21, who had left his parents' home at 18 and traveled to São Luís, the capital of Maranhão, where he thought he could find a better life. The family never had any further news of their firstborn. Before he reached home after hunting, Julio saw, tied to a tree trunk, the voadeira, or aluminum motorized canoe belonging to his uncle Cicero. Aged 31 at that time, Cicero Santana had grown up in the same region. At 15, he had gone to Imperatriz, another town in Maranhão state, to try his luck. Then one day he turned up in Porto Franco, in a uniform, and told them he had joined the military police. The family was very proud of him. Cicero loved to hunt and fish, to explore the jungle. He was the one who taught Julio to shoot. By the age of 11, the boy could hit an animal on the far side of the river at a distance of 100 yards. The many hours he and his uncle spent together, roaming the forest, practicing shooting, hunting, fishing, and swimming in the muddy waters of the river Tocantins, led to a close friendship everyone praised. When he saw his uncle's canoe, Julio shifted the deer on his shoulders and quickened his pace. Cicero had not been to visit the family for 2 weeks. He usually spent a few days resting up at Julio's house at least once a month. Before entering the house, Julio dropped the deer carcass by the door, then ran proudly toward his uncle. "Uncle, come and see the animal I shot. It's a young deer. I killed it with a bullet to the head, just like you taught me. Its meat must be delicious," said Julio. "Well done, kid," Cicero replied, smiling at his brother Georgie. "Let's see it," he said, putting his arm round his nephew. That night a full moon lit up the forest, reflecting on the waters of the river and making it seem like dawn. During their supper, fried fish with rice and manioc meal, Cicero commented on the presence of soldiers from São Paulo, Brasilia, and Pará in the region between Porto Franco and Marabá in the southeast of Pará state. The small towns in the area were teeming with army personnel. "They say they're searching for the communists hidden in the jungle round the river Araguaia, and near here as well," said Cicero. "There's no talk of anything else around these parts," said Julio's father. But the boy didn't seem to be paying much attention to what they were discussing. "The army says the communists want to destroy Brazil, and that we can't let that happen. The army is calling on the people of the region to help them in this war." "And how are the people supposed to help, Cicero?" "I have a friend who is the police chief in Xambioá, a town in the north of Tocantins state on the banks of the river Araguaia. He says the army needs people who know the forest in that region really well and can serve as guides in their operations in the jungle. They also need people who can shoot to help them in their hunt for communists," Cicero replied. When he heard this, Julio, who until then had shown no interest in their conversation, spoke up. "I can shoot, and I know the jungle like the back of my hand." "Will you take me with you to do that, Uncle?" asked the boy. "Don't be silly, son. Do you think it's a joke?" snapped Donna Marina, scolding him. After supper, seeking refuge from the intense heat, Cicero and Julio went out for a ride in the canoe. It was just after 7 in the evening. They went down a branch of the river Tocantins for 20 minutes, then landed the canoe on a beach some 100 yards long in the heart of the forest. Taking off their clothes, they entered the warm water. They could hear the din made by the creatures of the jungle. The cries of the toucans and macaws never stopped. They could even hear the growl of a puma. Accustomed to living in the Amazon, they knew they had no reason to worry about this wild beast. A puma would never enter the water to attack a person. Still less in the Amazon rainforest, where a predator of that size would have no difficulty finding food. Cicero picked up the bottle of cachaça he'd brought and offered it to Julio. "Don't have too much, or you'll get drunk. I don't want your mother giving me a lesson again," said Cicero, who had already been told off several times by Donna Marina for giving his nephew alcohol. But Julio really liked cachaça. He had learned to appreciate drink with his uncle from an early age. He had never liked the taste of beer, but could not do without cachaça. The two of them stood in the water chatting for more than an hour, mostly about soccer, drink, and women. Cicero was the only member of the family whom Julio had told that he was in love with Ricina, a 14-year-old girl with dark hair, big eyes, and a plump mouth. She lived in a village an hour's canoe ride from his house. Their adolescent romance had begun 2 months earlier. "She's beautiful, uncle," said the boy. "And does she have a beautiful body as well?" "And how? Ricina has got legs and an ass that drive me crazy." "Have you done it already?" "Done what, uncle?" "You know what, Julio," said Cicero, using the nickname Big Julio he'd given him because he was almost 6 feet tall. No one else called Julio that. "No, uncle. We haven't done that yet," the boy replied with a wry smile. "But only because she wouldn't let me. I've already tried twice. She lets me touch her little breasts and her ass. But when I try to move my hand there, she pulls it away and says it's too soon." "Great. Keep trying, and one of these days, she'll open her legs." Even today, Julio remembers he did not like the way his uncle referred to the girl. Despite this, he thought it was funny and felt more confident that sooner or later he would lose his virginity with Ricina. They were still in the water when his uncle suddenly said he felt cold. "Are you sick, uncle? It's hot as hell and you say you're cold," said the boy. "I think we've been in the water too long, Julio. Let's get out onto the sand." So they climbed out of the water and returned to the beach. Even after drying himself on his shirt, Cicero kept complaining about the cold. He also said he had a headache. "I think bathing like that wasn't good for me. Let's go back to the house." When they got there, Cicero headed straight for his hammock. So Giorgi and the other 2 boys, Pedro and Paulo, were already asleep. Donna Marina got up from the hammock where she was lying down beside her husband. The first thing she did was sniff her son's breath. She could not smell the cachaça, but knew Julio and Cicero had been drinking. Both of them had been chewing ginger to disguise the smell of rum. And Donna Marina was well aware that there was only one reason for chewing ginger at night after a trip in a boat. "You've disguised the stink of cachaça with ginger, haven't you?" "Do you think you can fool me?" she said. "At least you don't look drunk like the last time," she said, addressing her son. "I only had 2 swigs, Mom," said Julio, who was always very respectful toward his parents. "Okay. But it looks as if your uncle drank the rest of the bottle. He can't even stay on his feet." "No, it's not that, Mom. He doesn't feel well. He says his head aches and he's cold." Donna Marina went over to her brother-in-law, who was groaning and complaining of pains all over the body. She placed the palm of her right hand on his forehead, then ran it down his face and chest. He had a high fever. "Where does it hurt, Cicero?" she asked. "My whole body, Marina. My whole body," he replied. Donna Marina covered her brother-in-law with her sheet and Julio's. She put a piece of cloth soaked in cachaça on his forehead and declared, "It's malaria." What she said worried Cicero, but he didn't have the strength to get a word out. Donna Marina went back to her hammock and gave Julio the responsibility of keeping an eye on his uncle. "If he gets worse, call me," she told him. The boy spent the rest of the night at Cicero's side. His uncle couldn't stop moaning. In the early hours, Julio fell asleep seated on the wooden floor, leaning against his uncle's hammock. By 7 in the morning, the whole family was awake. Cicero was still in his hammock, complaining of a fever and an aching body. He said he felt nauseous. The family ate breakfast, bread, manioc, and fried fish with coffee. So Giorgi took a piece of bread and a cup of coffee to Cicero. He did not want to eat, but his brother forced him to. Cicero thought he must have caught malaria on one of his work trips into the depths of the rainforest. Now there was nothing to be done except wait for the symptoms to subside. Even today, there is no cure for malaria. Donna Marina was dealing with the deer Julio had hunted the day before. So Giorgi had left to catch some fish for lunch. And Pedro and Paulo had paddled their canoe to the community school, a wooden hut built in a village 30 minutes by boat from their house. The school taught up to 4th year, which Julio had finished at 14. But with Cicero ill, he felt bound to stay at his side. The two of them were alone in the house. It was then that Cicero began a conversation that was to torment Julio ever afterward. Lying in a hammock next to his uncle, the boy was complaining about the intense morning heat when Cicero suddenly said, "Julio, I need you to do something very serious and important for me. And you mustn't tell anyone. Not your parents, nor your brothers. Not even Ricinha. No one. You can tell me, uncle. This is very serious, Julio." "Okay, uncle, I heard you. You can tell me. You can trust me." "I know I can. That's why you're the only person I can ask to do this." "Why all this talk? Just tell me what it is, uncle." It was then that Cicero revealed something that surprised and frightened Julio. In order to increase his earnings, his uncle combined his work as a military policeman with a very unusual activity. He was a hired killer. He had become part of the world of gunmen almost 2 years earlier. Julio could hardly believe his ears. The uncle he loved so much was an assassin. Someone who killed others for money. He listened to Cicero's story with eyes wide open and his heart racing. He even thought his uncle must be joking or was delirious from his fever. But Cicero was talking so calmly and collectedly, there was no room for doubt. It was all true. Even stranger was the way in which he had first got involved in this world. He told Julio that once in October 1969, after he had been with the military police for 2 years, the battalion he belonged to caught 3 men suspected of executing 4 rural workers near the town of São Francisco do Brejão, in the west of Maranhão state. To Cicero's horror, one of the suspects was someone he knew, by the name of Arnaldo da Silva, a fruit seller in Imperatriz. When he asked Arnaldo why he had got mixed up in the business of murder, he told Cicero something that piqued his interest. The people who had hired them paid almost 1,000 cruzeiros, more than 4 times the minimum salary at the time, which was 225 cruzeiros, and more than twice what Cicero earned each month as a military policeman. "You became a bandit for money, uncle?" asked Julio, dumbfounded. "I'm not a bandit, my boy. If I didn't do it, others would take my place. In other words, the poor guy would die anyway. And this way at least I earn a bit more money." "But you're a policeman. How can you be a policeman and a bandit at the same time?" "I already told you, Julio, I'm not a bandit. And it's thanks to those jobs I do as extra that I can get cash to buy certain things. What money did you think I used to buy my motorized canoe?" Cicero struggled to say all this. His breathing was labored and slow. He went on to tell his nephew he had traveled from Imperatriz to Porto Franco, a distance of 60 miles, not just to see his brother and nephew again. He had been hired to kill a local fisherman. The victim was 38-year-old Antonio Martins, born in São Geraldo do Araguaia, in the southeast of Pará state. With ancestors from the south of Brazil, the fisherman was known as Amarelo, or Yellow, because of his fair hair and light-colored skin. Antonio used to boast that he'd left São Geraldo do Araguaia after he stabbed to death the man his girlfriend was seeing. Everyone in the region knew the story about him, even Julio. This left him even more terrified. "You're going to kill Amarelo, Uncle?" the boy gasped. He got up from his hammock. "Sit down, Julio. Why are you so upset?" "Why am I so upset? Are you mad? You must be. You're going to kill Amarelo and you expect me to stay calm?" said Julio, pacing up and down the room that was little more than 65 square feet. "Keep your voice down, my boy. Do you want your mother to hear what we're saying?" "Mama's outside on the riverbank cleaning the deer. She can't hear us." "If you carry on shouting like that, she's bound to hear. Sit down in the hammock and stay calm. I'm not going to kill Amarelo. I don't have the strength to get out of this hammock, still less to kill that bastard." "That's good," said Julio, sitting down once more. He was still settling into the moving hammock when Cicero said something that seemed to explode inside his head. "You're the one who's going to kill Amarelo." Julio was left speechless. He remembers that his uncle went on talking, but he could not take in the words. He looked away toward the door at the rear of the house. The forest was glinting in the relentless sunshine. Accustomed to lengthy hunting trips in the jungle, his sharp eyes spotted a sloth clinging to a tree in the distance. The animal's gray fur stood out from all the surrounding greenery. Julio suddenly felt envious of the peaceful life the sloth seemed to lead. He lifted his left leg out of the hammock, pushed against the wooden planks of the floor, and began to swing. The creaking of the hammock sounded almost musical to him as he continued to stare at the sloth. He was trying to imagine how good it would be to live as a wild forest creature when Cicero suddenly grasped him with his right hand and stopped the hammock from swinging. "Do you hear what I'm saying, Julio?" "I don't want to hear," the boy replied, threatening to get out of the hammock. Cicero held on to his arm. He said he understood his reaction. A good boy like him could not accept the idea of killing someone. Cicero said he was proud of the fact that his nephew rejected this proposal so vehemently. But the situation was much more complex than he could imagine. Cicero had been hired to kill Amarelo, and he'd already been paid 700 cruzeiros in advance. As well as the cash, he was to receive 30 kilos of rice, 20 of beans, 10 kilos of coffee, 10 of sugar, 5 of cheese, 10 cans of oil, and 12 bottles of cachaça. The payment in food and cachaça was part of an agreement between Cicero and the man who had hired him to kill Amarelo, Marcus Lima, whom Julio also knew. Aged 36, Lima had a profession that is still very common and important in the riverbank communities of the Amazon region. He was a trader who used his boat to travel and sell mass-produced goods to the inhabitants of the most isolated areas. As he did not have the 1,000 cruzeiros Cicero was demanding to kill Amarelo, Lima had suggested he be paid part of it in the foodstuffs he sold in the region. "And all that food is going to stay here, in your house," Cicero told Julio. "I'll take only the cachaça and the cheese." "Uncle, I don't want to hear this. I'm not going to kill anyone. I can't even believe you're asking me to do something like that. You want me to become a killer like you? God forbid." "You're not going to become a killer, Julio," said Cicero affectionately, taking him by the arm. "You're simply going to do this job, and then you'll never have to get mixed up in anything like this ever again." "I don't want to do it, Uncle. I don't want to." "I know, and I think that's good." But if you don't fulfill the contract, I'll be the one who dies." "Why's that?" "Because Lima has already paid me, Julio. That's how things are in this business. After you've been paid, you have to carry out the contract. Otherwise, the person who gets killed is the gunman himself. Do you want me to die?" "Of course not, Uncle." "Then do as I ask." Time went by, but their conversation got no further. Cícero went on trying to convince his nephew that he had to kill Amarelo, while Julio angrily refused to accept the idea. But Cícero insisted so much that eventually the boy began to consider the possibility of doing as his uncle was asking. "If it was a stranger I had to kill, I might even think of doing it, but Amarelo lives as a fisherman near here. I know he's annoying and gets into lots of trouble, but just because someone is annoying is no reason to kill them. What did he do for Lima to hire you to kill him?" "Julio, Amarelo did something very serious. Much more serious than you can imagine." "What was it?" Cícero explained that 2 weeks earlier, Amarelo had raped Lima's daughter Lucia, who was only 13. One cloudy afternoon, Amarelo passed by the trader's house in his canoe. The girl was bathing in the river in a pair of shorts and a top, together with her brother José, aged 7. The motorboat Lima used was not tied up outside the store, indicating that the girl's father was away selling his merchandise. Paddling closer to Lucia, Amarelo invited her to go with him to a nearby lake, where he said there was a family of pink river dolphins. Like nearly all the children in the region, Lucia adored those animals. She had already seen several families, but it was always such fun to see these beautiful animals swimming in the river. As he told his parents later on, José was also thrilled by the idea, but Amarelo said he was too young to go to the lake. Against her parents' instructions never to go near Amarelo, Lucia got into the fisherman's canoe. When she returned and saw her son alone on the riverbank, the 32-year-old Dona Livia asked where Lucia was. "She went to see the dolphins, Mom," the boy replied. "Who with?" "With Amarelo." Dona Livia was worried when she heard this. She told her son to get out of the water and go inside the house. Everyone in the village knew that the fisherman was interested in Lucia. Amarelo had praised the young girl's lithe, shapely body so much that he and Lima had argued several times. Dona Livia's first thought was to take the family canoe and go in search of her daughter. But she didn't want to leave José and her youngest child Moisés, aged 2, all on their own. And so she sat in the doorway to the house, praying, without taking her eyes off the river with the baby in her arms. She did not have long to wait. About 15 minutes later, Lucia appeared, walking slowly, head down. Amarelo had drawn up his canoe a short distance before the village where the girl lived, and ordered her to get out and walk home. When she met her mother, who, seeing her daughter approach, put the baby back in the hammock, Lucia clung to her. Dona Livia asked what had happened, but the girl could not speak. Her frightened, lost look led her mother to imagine the calamity that had occurred. She led the girl down to the river where they both waded in up to their waists. Dona Livia carefully pulled down her daughter's shorts. Lucia was still quiet, her eyes fixed on the water. Her mother examined her daughter's clothing and saw blood stains on the inside of her shorts. She touched her daughter's vagina as gently as possible. Her daughter said in a strangled voice, "It hurts a lot, Mommy." Amarelo had raped the girl in his canoe. "He told me if I didn't let him or if I cried out, he would leave me tied up in the middle of the forest for the animals to eat," said the girl. Dona Olivia hugged her daughter with a strength she did not know she possessed. And she scarcely recognized herself in the overwhelming desire she felt to see someone dead. She was the one who convinced her husband to hire a gunman to kill Amarelu. That's what Lima told me when he said he wanted me to kill Amarelu, Cicero told his nephew. My God. How could Amarelu do anything so terrible, Uncle? Lucia is such a good girl, said Julio, who knew her from school. You see, that bastard deserves to die. And I'm in no state to do the job, Julio. It has to be you. If you don't, I'll be the one who dies. Even today, Julio Santana cannot forget how he felt that morning of August 6, 1971, as he was about to tell his uncle he would kill Amarelu. He remembers he thought over what words he would use. He didn't want to say the word death, or any other term related to the Grim Reaper. Finally, Julio thought he had hit on the right expression. All right, Uncle. I'll do it for you. But you mustn't ask me anything like this ever again, Julio said sadly, avoiding his uncle's eyes. Making a great effort, Cicero got up from his hammock. The muscles in his legs and arms were aching terribly, but he managed to walk 2 steps and then knelt at his nephew's feet. He took the boy's head in his big hands and kissed him on the forehead. I'm truly grateful, Julio. And forgive me for getting you into this. But you're the only person who can help me now. All right, Uncle, the boy replied. He looked away again at the sloth still clinging tranquilly and safely to its tree in the forest. It must be great to be born an animal, he thought. The day passed slowly by. Donna Marina and Sel Giorgi were puzzled at how quiet Julio was. Pedro and Paulo came back from class and went to play in the river. Normally, Julio would go with his younger brothers, but that day he only left his hammock at around 4 in the afternoon to go for a walk in the jungle. Pedro, his 13-year-old brother, wanted to go with him, but Julio said he preferred to be on his own. Because he was so close to his uncle Cicero, the whole family thought he must be sad and preoccupied because of his illness. On the night before committing the crime, Julio only tasted a small piece of the tender meat from the deer he had hunted the previous day, and then only at his mother's insistence. Shortly after supper, they were all asleep. Julio found it impossible to relax. He could not stop thinking what it would be like to kill a person. However nasty and violent Amarelu was, and however much he deserved to pay for having raped such an innocent girl as Lucia, the only one who could punish the fisherman was God. That was what Julio had learned from his parents, who were both followers of São Jorge and went to Mass every Sunday in the village's wooden church. Whoever disobeys God is punished and goes to hell. And Julio did not want either of those things. The idea was so disturbing that he decided to talk to Cicero about it. Climbing out of his hammock, he walked over to his uncle, treading carefully on the boards to avoid making any noise. Are you awake, Uncle? I am. How can anyone sleep when their body aches so much? Uncle, I said I'll do this job for you, but there's something that really worries me. What's that, Julio? If I do that... Julio still refused to use the word death or anything similar. God will punish me, and I could go to hell. I don't want to be punished or go to hell, Uncle. Cicero could understand his nephew's fears and used the same argument, faith, to convince him to kill Amarelu. Julio, I know that killing someone is a sin. In the same way that it's a sin to lie or to disobey your parents, as you do when you drink cachaça with me, for example. At church, they also teach you it's a sin to do the things you do with Ricina before you are married, said Cicero. Julio lowered his eyes to the ground. His uncle went on. What do you do after you've disobeyed your parents, after drinking cachaça or doing naughty things with Ricina? When I get home, I ask God for forgiveness, the boy replied. Exactly. And what do we learn in church? That you only have to ask God for forgiveness for Him to grant it. Isn't that so? Yes, it is. Well then, Julio, after you've killed Amarelu, you only have to ask God for forgiveness and He will forgive you. Are you sure? The boy asked, raising his eyebrows in a frown. Of course. God forgives everything, Julio. Everything. That's right. That's what the priest said at Mass. Tomorrow, after killing Amarelu, you go home and pray 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers. That way, I guarantee you will be forgiven. How do you know? Because that's what I do. And it always works. The person who taught me that was a priest in Emperatriz. By saying 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers, you are forgiven all your sins. So now stay calm and go to sleep. Julio fell asleep to the sound of rain on the hut straw roof, silently repeating the 2 prayers over and over again. He wanted to be sure that on the next day, after he'd carried out his uncle's instructions, he would not get a word wrong. Unlike what happened every day without exception, Julio awoke of his own accord, without feeling Seu Jorge push his hammock or hearing his mother calling out to him. The sun had not yet risen above the dense forest when Julio picked up his rifle from a corner of the room, stuffed a handful of bullets into his cotton trouser pocket, and quickly put on his shirt. He stuck a knife in his leather belt and looked across at Cicero. He did not know if his uncle was really asleep or was only pretending so as not to have to face his nephew at such a difficult moment. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" asked Donna Marina. "I'm going hunting, Mom," Julio replied nervously. But Donna Marina was so busy preparing the family's breakfast, at that moment she was cooking manioc, she did not notice how agitated her son was. Julio rushed out of the house. In the forest he heard the frightening cries of the howler monkeys. Although they are small, an adult grows no taller than 3 feet, these animals produce a terrifying screech. As a young boy, their cry had always delighted him, but that morning the sound only made him all the more nervous. After walking for 40 minutes through the heart of the Amazon rainforest, Julio reached the spot where he had to wait for his victim. There was a branch on the river Toncanchins that was Amarelu's favorite place to fish surubis and catfish. The fact that the fishermen had not yet arrived gave the boy a timid hope. If Amarelu doesn't appear soon, I can go home and tell my uncle I'm not going through with it, he thought. With every passing minute, Julio felt more relieved. Amarelu had not appeared. God would make sure he did not become a murderer. Julio remembers he even felt a glimmer of happiness, as if a burden had been lifted. Propping his rifle against a tree, he lay down on the ground. He linked his hands and extended his arms as far as he could above his head. His muscles could finally relax. Looking up at the tops of the trees, he saw a spider monkey hanging from a branch. He felt as carefree as that animal. At that moment, he felt sure that God would not allow Amarelo to appear. He closed his eyes and breathed in the smell of earth still damp from the previous night's rain. He was so tired from his sleepless night that he dozed off. He woke up some time later. He had already forgotten why he was there. When he stood up, he felt his shirt stuck to his sides because it was damp from the ground. Annoyed, he gave one last glance toward the river to see whether Amarelo was there. Before that, he prayed to God, "Lord, let no one be there." His eyes pierced the forest slowly and anxiously until they settled on the yellow sand of the riverside. He was afraid to look up. But he did. No one. Nobody was fishing there. Neither Amarelo nor anyone else. Julio felt a joy he had never before experienced. He was so excited, he took off his shorts and shirt and ran toward the river. He dodged between the trees and jumped over all the roots in his way. The hot sand scorched the soles of his feet until he plunged headlong into the river, splashing water all around him. He swam for a few minutes, then decided to return home. It was going to be difficult to confront his uncle and admit he had not completed the task. But it was not his fault. Amarelo did not appear, he would tell Cicero. He got out of the water and was walking back to the edge of the forest when he heard a gruff voice. "What are you doing here, youngster?" It was Amarelo who was approaching in his canoe. Julio felt as if he had been struck by a bullet to the chest. He was left speechless. He waved to the fishermen as though he were leaving and ran into the forest. His body was still wet, and he found it hard to get his shorts back on. Holding his shirt in his left hand, he slung the rifle over his right shoulder. He began to run off back home. The rifle butt banged rhythmically on his back as he ran. He recalled what his uncle had said. "If you don't kill Amarelo, I'll be the one who dies." Besides, God had given him the opportunity to return home in peace. If he had left earlier, he would not have seen Amarelo. But he had decided to wait, and now he had to keep his promise. Julio went back determinedly toward the river. It would soon be over. All he had to do was arrive, fire a bullet into the fisherman's heart, and get rid of the body. His uncle had also given him instructions not to leave any evidence of the crime. After he killed Amarelo, he had to slit open his stomach and throw the body into the river for the piranhas to devour it. It would soon be over. And yet by now he had been standing there in the thick forest for 3 hours, unable to muster the courage to shoot the fisherman. He could not take his eyes off Amarelo. With every movement made by the man he was there to kill, Julio thought, "Do it now." But nothing happened. On several occasions, he even rested the rifle butt on his right shoulder and looked at the fisherman's left breast. He knew he only had to pull the trigger and the job would be done. Seated in the undergrowth with the rifle across his knees, he watched the shadow of the trees sweep over the muddy waters of the river, Tocantins, until the shadows were swallowed beneath the trees themselves. It was noon. Amarelo was sure not to stay there much longer. It's now, Julio decided. Crouching down and hiding behind the huge trees, he took 6 steps toward the riverbank. Just as he did when he was hunting pacas or deer, he put his left knee on the ground and propped his right elbow on his other hip. Closing his left eye, he stared at the chest of the fisherman sitting in his canoe facing him. As he pulled the trigger, he asked God for forgiveness. At that distance, no more than 40 yards, he knew he would not miss. He was so concentrated and nervous he did not even hear the gunshot. He barely saw his victim raise his hands to his chest and fall slowly, a fearful expression on his face, into the bottom of his wooden canoe. Julio felt something he would never forget. A strange sensation of power. He had succeeded in overcoming his fear and doing what he was meant to do. Taking a man's life demanded much more courage and coolness than killing an animal. But his work was not yet finished. He had to get rid of the body. Julio wrapped his shirt round the barrel of the gun and left it propped against the same Brazil nut tree he'd been leaning against. Taking off his shorts, he waded into the river, knife between his teeth. An excellent swimmer, he had no problem reaching Amarelo's canoe. Clutching the side, he peered in and saw the fisherman's dead body. His eyes were still open. His chest was drenched with blood. Julio yanked the side of the canoe once, twice, 3 times, until he could propel himself into it. A shudder ran down his spine when his stomach brushed the dead man's face. Spitting out the knife, he ran his hand repeatedly over his stomach in a desperate attempt to rid himself of the sensation. To no avail. But he had to finish the job. Knitting his brow, he clenched his teeth and took hold of the knife in his right hand. He closed his eyes and stabbed again and again at his victim's stomach. He was not aware of the damage he was doing to Amarelo's corpse until he felt his hand enter the fisherman's guts. It was like sliding into muddy earth filled with worms and other disgusting creatures. He pulled his hand back out of Amarelo's abdomen and opened his eyes. Viscera and pieces of flesh were stuck to his fingers. He shook his hands desperately. He could not bear it any longer. He knelt down beside the fisherman, knees level with his waist. Shoving his hands under the body, he heaved until he saw it topple into the river. In less than a minute, a shoal of piranhas was already devouring the man he had just killed. The more his blood spread over the river Tocantins, the more piranhas came to join the first predators. Julio used the paddle to push the body away from the canoe, then paddled to the riverbank where he had left his clothes and rifle. Before leaving, he washed out the canoe with river water to get rid of all traces of the crime, viscera, bits of flesh, and lots of blood. He hid the canoe in the forest, put on his clothes, slung his rifle over his right shoulder again, and started out toward home. As he ran through the forest, Julio was crying in distress. A stabbing pain pierced his heart. His soul was heavy. He'd done as his uncle had asked, and yet he knew he should not have killed Amarelo. He could not stop thinking of the look of terror he had seen on the dying man's face. It was as if he was staring at me, he told his uncle later. He had to calm down before he reached home. If his parents saw him in this state, they would be bound to suspect something. Some 500 yards from his house, he sat down in the shade of the tall trees. Gradually, his breathing returned to normal, and it was only then that he grasped the reason he was so troubled. It was the weight of the sin. He had still not said the 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers in that order that would cleanse his soul. He threw his rifle to the ground and crept away from it. Kneeling down in the middle of the forest, He said the prayers, paying great attention not to make any mistake. When he finished the 20th Our Father, he opened his eyes in the hope he would feel lighter. But his soul was still tormented. It must be because I've just finished praying. It'll be better in a while, he told himself, and headed for his house. By now it was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Donna Marina was on the riverbank washing clothes. So Georgi had gone out to look for timber in the jungle. His little brothers, Pedro and Paulo, were splashing about in the river. No one saw Julio arrive. Cícero Santana, the one who had induced his nephew to kill Amarelu, was fast asleep in his hammock. The fact that he was so relaxed upset Julio. While he had been through the worst experience of his life, Cícero appeared to be completely unconcerned. Julio hung the rifle behind the door and pushed his uncle's hammock with his right foot. Cícero opened his eyes. "Well then," he asked, "did you shoot Amarelu?" "I shot him, Uncle." "It's done," replied Julio. "Did you do everything I said?" "Yes, everything. I even threw the body into the river for the piranhas to eat." "Well done. What about his canoe?" "I washed it and hid it in the forest." "That's good, Julio. Now we can rest in peace." "It looks as if you've been resting a good while." "Julio, I'm sick. Have you forgotten? I'm still burning with fever and all my body is aching. I only brought you into this because there was no other way. All I want to do is forget this dreadful event. And don't ever come to me again to talk about killing people to make money. I don't even want to hear about that kind of thing," said the boy firmly, wagging his finger at his uncle. "Don't worry, it won't happen again." The hours went by, and Julio still felt the weight of his guilt. His stomach was churning. He had no appetite. That evening, Donna Marina prepared rice and roast meat from the deer he had killed. It was Julio's favorite dish, but he ate only 2 spoonfuls and went straight to his hammock. Worried, Donna Marina came over to talk to her son. He said he felt nauseous, his body was limp, and his head ached. When she laid her hand on his forehead, Donna Marina quickly realized he had a high fever. "My poor boy, he's got malaria as well," she said for all the family to hear. But Julio did not have malaria. The fever, nausea, and pains were the signs of a nervous crisis. Soon afterward, everyone else in the house was asleep, and yet Julio, stretched out in the hammock covered by 2 sheets, could not stop thinking about Amarelu. Whenever he closed his eyes and tried to sleep, he saw the fisherman's mutilated body in front of him. For the next 2 weeks, he could not sleep soundly. On the day of the crime, he could only manage to sleep after endlessly repeating the 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers. He insisted on emphasizing one particular line from the Our Father. "Forgive us our trespasses," he begged the heavens, fists clenched. Curled up in the hammock, he made God a promise. "Never again in my life will I kill anyone, Lord. Never again." On the way to the Araguaia guerrilla, torrential rain was pouring down on the forest. It was so heavy no one dared leave the house. The straw and wood roof could not withstand the downpour that had begun the night before. Several leaks had already soaked the planks of the floor. Julio's younger brothers, Pedro and Paulo, were playing a game to see which of them could catch more drops before they hit the ground. Seu Jorge and Dona Marina were stretched out in each other's arms in the same hammock. Julio was standing in the doorway, staring out at the jungle. He had never seen so much water. The sheets of rain merged with the waters of the river Tocantins to create a thick curtain. The deluge had to stop soon. This was the morning of March 21st, 1972. Julio and his sweetheart, the 14-year-old Ricinha, had agreed to spend the afternoon together, all alone on a secluded channel in the midst of the forest. From their conversation 2 days earlier, the 17-year-old boy was certain that this Tuesday would be the day he had his first sexual experience. But if the rain did not stop, the romantic trip in the canoe would not take place. Time was passing and there was no sign of the storm easing. It was time for their midday meal. Because of the rain, neither Seu Jorge nor Julio had gone out fishing. As there was no fish, the family ate rice with egg, listening to the rain beating on the roof. Julio wasn't hungry. Whenever he felt anxious, nervous, or sad, he lost his appetite. "What's wrong, son? Don't you like the food?" asked Dona Marina. "It's not that, Mom. It's just that I'm not hungry," he replied, handing her his plate. "But you love rice with egg. Eat a little bit more. You've left almost all of it." "I don't want it, Mom. I'll eat later." While Dona Marina was sharing the food Julio had left on his plate between her other two sons, he went back to the doorway. He gazed up at the sky to see if there was any trace of blue, but there was none. All he could see were dark, heavy clouds. He felt completely disheartened. How would Ricinha be feeling? Would she be as disappointed as he was? Might she also at that moment be looking up at the sky in the hope that the weather improved? Could she be as anxious as him to have sex for the first time? He sat on the ground, propped his elbows on his knees, and held his chin in his hands. Closing his eyes, he listened to the music of the rain falling on the river and the trees. It was a constant, unchanging drumming sound. An irritating sound. Nice, but deeply irritating. Julio had always liked the rain, but this was too much. At that moment, according to what he had agreed with Ricinha, he should already be in the canoe paddling toward the community where she lived. The journey would take about an hour. He became more hopeful when the storm started to ease off almost an hour after their meal. Soon afterward, patches of blue sky began to appear among the clouds. But it was still raining. Much less heavily, but it had not stopped. Julio was so anxious he told his parents he was going out in his canoe and left the house. "You're going to paddle in this rain, son?" Seu Jorge inquired in that strange, deep, hoarse voice of his. "It's easing off, Dad. I can't stand being inside any longer. I'll be back soon." "Bless you," Julio responded. "God bless you." The journey from Julio's house to the settlement where Ricinha lived was along the river Tocantins. On any normal day, the waters would be calm, but the heavy rain had made them rough and increased the current. This was good news for Julio, who had paddled downstream on his way out. As he went along, he wondered what it would be like to have sex. What would he feel? Would he do everything right? His uncle Cicero Santana had told him endless stories about women, most of them prostitutes. He had even suggested taking his nephew to a brothel in Imperatriz. "Some of the girls there are beautiful. They'll drive you crazy, Julio," his uncle guaranteed him. But Julio only wanted to do it with Ricinha. As he paddled, thoughts of her lovely body came into his mind. Solid, shapely legs. Her small, hard breasts fitted perfectly in his hands. He loved her big, fleshy mouth. He could spend hours kissing her. He also loved her smooth black hair that hung down as far as her waist and her dark round eyes. But what drove him crazy was another part of the girl's body. "Her ass is so wonderful, Uncle," Julio always told Cicero, the only member of the family who knew he had a sweetheart. "It's firm, smooth, and round as can be." His anxiety increased with every stroke of his paddle. He was wondering if Regina would be waiting for him on the riverbank as they had agreed when he realized he had forgotten to bring the hammock to spread in the undergrowth to use as a bed. "We're going to have to do it in the canoe," he thought. The sky was still cloudy, but the rain had ceased. In the distance, he could see the first wooden houses of the riverbank village where his sweetheart lived. He took a deep breath, then exhaled until his lungs were empty. Smiling proudly, he paddled even faster. Now it was simply a matter of time. He would soon have Regina in his arms. Just for him. Some 50 yards before he reached her house, Julio lifted the paddle from the water and rested it between his feet. The canoe glided on, carried by the current. He looked to the left bank where the houses stood, but could not see his sweetheart. His sharp eyes focused on Regina's hut, which, like all the others, had been built almost 100 yards from the river, to avoid flooding during periods of high tide, when the level of rivers in Amazonia can rise up to 80 feet. Still no sign of Regina. Can she have changed her mind, he wondered? He scrutinized the whole village, until he spotted someone stretched out on the grass several feet from the river. He could not make out who it was, so he used the paddle as a rudder to bring the canoe to shore. It was Regina. She was lying on her back, staring up at the sky. There could be no other girl with a perfect body and firm breasts like her. It had to be Regina. He thought of calling her name, but did not want to attract attention. They had agreed she would tell her parents she was going to collect Brazil nuts in the forest. If they saw Julio and her leaving together in the canoe, their plan could be ruined. So to attract Regina's attention, Julio beat on the side of the canoe with the paddle. She only heard him at the fourth or fifth blow. Julio was crouched in the bottom of the canoe with only his head visible. Regina leapt to her feet with the most enchanting smile Julio had ever seen. She was beautiful, with her loose, shiny black hair and bangs. She was wearing a green sleeveless blouse that revealed her strong arms and a pair of white cotton shorts. Her lovely thighs were completely exposed. Her smooth skin, as dark as acai berries, excited Julio even more than he already was. He wanted to be making love to Regina there and then. He wanted to hold her in his arms as quickly as possible. She started to run along the river bank parallel to his drifting canoe. Julio could not take his eyes off her. His heart was pounding, his breath came in excited gasps. When Regina was 100 yards from her village, he steered the canoe toward the bank. He was only 5 yards away from her when he threw the paddle into the bottom of the canoe and leapt overboard. As the water lapped around his knees, he splashed toward his sweetheart. Regina greeted him with open arms and a smile that was even more beautiful than the one he had seen a few minutes earlier. They exchanged a long, moist, nervous kiss. "Let's get away from here quickly," said Regina, who was worried about being seen by someone from her village. "I forgot to bring the hammock. We're going to have to stay in the canoe," Julio told her. "That's fine by me. If I'm with you, I don't care where I am." They kissed passionately again and made for the canoe. Julio got wet to above his knees, but Regina's entire legs were covered. When he saw his sweetheart's thighs streaming with water, he could not contain himself and hugged her tight. Regina gave him a look that Julio loved to see in her face. "It's a mixture of happiness and slyness, Uncle," he told Cicero when he described what he saw in his sweetheart's eyes. It was only now he realized that Ricina was not wearing a bra. Her nipples were clearly visible beneath her thin blouse. She sat in the bottom of the canoe facing him as he began to paddle for all he was worth. 10 minutes later, Julio steered the canoe down a narrow channel on the left-hand side of the river. The couple did not exchange a single word and barely looked at each other. They simply smiled. Julio could not understand why it seemed to him that Ricina was less nervous than he was. In the channel, the rays of the sun scarcely penetrated the tops of the trees, veiling the calm waters. Julio steered the canoe close to the bank until he felt the hull grate on the sandy bottom. He dropped the paddle into the boat and wet his hair with river water. He also washed his face, chest, and abdomen to get rid of the sweat produced by the effort of paddling so far. All Julio was wearing was a pair of shorts. He stretched out his arms until he touched Ricina's knees and took hold of her hands. He wanted to fling himself on her and devour her, just as he'd seen alligators do with their prey half a dozen times. He was breathing so excitedly it could be heard among the cries of the toucans and macaws in the forest. Without realizing it, he pulled Ricina toward him, teeth bared and a ravenous look in his eyes. "Come down, Julio," she said. "There's no one here but us two. No one is going to appear and catch us. Stay calm." "I can't bear it any longer, Ricina. I'm going to burst," he said, slipping his hands beneath her blouse. "Calm down," she said again, smiling as she prevented his hands from reaching her breasts. "What's wrong, Ricina? That's what we came here for, isn't it? Are you going to change your mind now?" he said in a voice that betrayed both annoyance and disappointment. "No, Julio, I'm not going to change my mind. I want this as much as you do. But I don't want it like this with you so anxious. You haven't even kissed me since we got here." Julio thought perhaps there was something to his sweetheart's complaint. He was so excited he had forgotten to show the affection he himself usually saw as one of the most sublime aspects of their relationship. He pulled his hands from Ricina's smooth stomach and lowered his eyes. He sensed Ricina embracing him and kissing his face. He was still gazing at the bottom of the canoe when he realized Ricina was taking off her blouse. He felt too ashamed to raise his head, but she took his hands and placed them on her breasts. "I am yours," she whispered in his ear. It was the longest kiss Julio ever remembered having. Their mouths caressed each other. Their tongues seemed to be dancing for joy. He would never forget the feeling of mad pleasure he felt when he first brushed Ricina's nipples with the palm of his hands and then squeezed them hard. He still clearly remembers how surprised he was when he felt her right hand touching him under his shorts. He wasn't expecting this kind of attitude in such a sweet girl. He was even more astonished when she gripped him firmly. His bewilderment aroused him still more. As she squeezed him with her right hand, with her left, Ricina drew his head toward her breasts. Confused, Julio kissed and licked Ricina's breasts. He was certain from her moans and panting breaths that she was enjoying all this as much as he was. He began to stroke her thighs. The moment had arrived to try to touch her where she had never allowed him to before. He hastily pushed his hand between her legs. She gave a groan of pleasure that stayed in his mind for weeks. He slid his hand inside Ricina's shorts. For the first time ever, she allowed Julio to touch her most intimate parts. They were wet. He had never touched a woman before and thought she must be sweating. It was not until 3 days later, when he talked to his Uncle Cicero, that he learned her wetness was a sign of how excited she was. His fingers caressed her. In his excitement, he pressed too hard. "Slowly, Julio. Slowly, or it might hurt." He said nothing but began to pull her shorts down. She lay back in the canoe. He pulled off his own shorts and knelt down between her legs. Her head resting on the side of the canoe, she gave him a look he could not decipher, a mixture of joy, anxiety, affection, and desire. It must be love, he thought. He stretched out on her body and tried to penetrate her. "Take it gently," she said as she guided him. "Go in slowly, okay? Remember, I'm a virgin." "Me too," he added. "Really?" "Of course, Regina." "How lovely. It'll be the first time for both of us." The further Julio pushed inside her, the more Regina cried in pain. He even asked if she wanted to stop, but her reply was to grip him tight round the waist with her legs. Despite her apparent pain, she was really enjoying it. Even so, she seemed uncomfortable in a way he could not understand. Even today, Julio has no idea how, pushing and pulling, she changed positions with him. He only recalls that all of a sudden he was lying there with his shoulders against the cold bottom of the canoe, with Regina upright on his pelvis. He felt himself penetrate her fully. It was a delicious sensation, as if she were sucking him into her. Her hands pressing against his chest, she seemed to be dancing on his lap. Overwhelmed by a pleasure he'd never thought existed, Julio closed his eyes and felt a gentle breeze from the forest. The movements of their two bodies made the canoe sway rhythmically. Regina's hands covered his face. "Open your eyes, Julio. Look at me," she said. He obeyed. The image he saw was marvelous. Regina's skin was bathed in perspiration, her skin gleaming in the timid rays of the sun that broke through the foliage. Her panting breaths and hungry look excited him even further. He felt an intense shudder run down his spine. His whole body quivered. "I'm going to come," he thought. Clutching his sweetheart's hands, he gave a strange groan. This was the first time he had had an orgasm in a sexual encounter. But Regina was still aroused, moving her haunches in circular up and down movements. She dug her nails into his chest, drew herself up, and then, with a long groan that was almost a sigh, collapsed on top of him. Clinging to each other, they barely heard the breeze in the trees or felt the swaying of the canoe. They stayed like that for 10 or 15 minutes. Regina plunged into the stream, and Julio did the same. They splashed about in the warm water, smiling, and then made love again. This time Julio was standing up, with his sweetheart's legs wrapped around his waist and arms around his chest. It was even more pleasurable than the first time. Julio felt more at ease, more sure of himself. Regina appeared to feel the same. After their bath, they climbed back into the canoe and lay there for several minutes, intertwined, still naked, resting. Then they got dressed and returned home. Julio left the girl where he'd picked her up, saying goodbye with a lengthy kiss and a tight embrace. This feeling must be love. That's all it can be, he thought. He wanted to tell Regina he loved her, but did not have the courage. He gazed after her until she reached the doorway to her hut. As he set off back upstream, Julio saw her standing there, giving him a discreet wave with her right hand close to her shoulder. He was so happy that he did not grow tired paddling more than an hour against the current to reach his own village. He wanted to marry Regina, to be with her forever. He couldn't wait to tell all that had happened that afternoon to his Uncle Cicero, who was the only one Julio felt he could talk to about it. The conversation took place 3 days later. It was toward dusk on March 24th, 1972. A stifling hot Friday, when Julio, stretched out in his hammock thinking of Ricina, whom he had not met since the day he lost his virginity, heard the sound of Cicero's motorboat. "Uncle's here!" the boy shouted, jumping out of the hammock. He went out to join Cicero as he was tying his boat to a tree on the riverbank. He slapped his uncle on the shoulder. "Ricina and I did it," he said enthusiastically. "Hang on, my boy. I haven't properly arrived yet." "What's happened?" Cicero asked, embracing his nephew. "Ricina and I did it, Uncle. Get it? We did that thing. In the channel in the forest near here." "What's that?" "You've had her. At last." "About time, too," said Cicero, smiling broadly. Again, Julio was annoyed at the way his uncle spoke about his sweetheart. "Don't talk like that, Uncle. I love her, and I'm going to marry her." "I'd like to hear you tell me that in 2 years' time." "What do you mean?" "Julio, you're like this because it was the first time you've been with a woman. Before long, you'll have others, and Ricina will be nothing more than a memory." "You're completely wrong. I love Ricina. I'm going to marry her as soon as I can. I'm already plucking up my courage to talk to her father." "And does your father know about it?" "No," said the boy, lowering his eyes. "I want to talk to her father first. If he accepts, I'll talk to my father afterward. But now, I want to tell you everything that happened." "Between you and Ricina?" "Yes." "All right, wait here. I'll say hello to your father, mother, and brothers and be right back. I've also got something I want to talk to you about." The conversation Cicero had that evening with Julio was to place the boy in the epicenter of the greatest armed conflict in Brazil's recent history, the guerrilla of Araguaia. Cicero entered his brother's house and greeted everyone with hugs and kisses. Picking up 2 bananas, he returned to his boat where Julio was waiting anxiously for him. He told his uncles all the details he could recall, including the clothes the girl was wearing that afternoon, a green blouse and a pair of white cotton shorts. "Really short shorts," he stressed. Proudly, he showed him the marks Ricina's nails had made on his chest. "That girl is hot stuff, isn't she?" said Cicero. "She must be delicious." "Don't say that, Uncle. You know I don't like it when you talk that way." After almost an hour, Julio had still not finished describing his first sexual experience. Finally, after 3 days, he could share that unforgettable event with someone. He could have gone on all night talking about how he felt when he had Ricina completely naked just for him. Her skin the color of acai berries, soft and smooth, her shiny black hair, her sturdy, shapely thighs, her plump mouth. "She's so beautiful, Uncle. She's absolutely perfect," he said. Before their conversation was interrupted by Donna Marina calling out to them. Night had fallen without Julio and Cicero realizing it. "Come and eat, you two! Supper is ready!" she shouted from the doorway. "We're coming, Mom," replied Julio. "You said you also wanted to talk to me, Uncle. What about?" "Let's eat, Julio. We can talk afterward." As soon as they had finished eating the grilled monkey meat with rice that Donna Marina had prepared, Julio and Cicero went back to where the boat was moored. They sat down on the sand by the river and resumed their conversation. "Julio, do you remember something I mentioned when I was here about 6 months ago?" said Cicero, referring to August 1971. "What do you mean, Uncle? You're always coming here." "The time when I was very ill with malaria." Julio immediately recalled how he had killed the fisherman Amarelo. He said nothing but got up and went to the river's edge to get his feet wet. "What's wrong, Julio?" Staring up at the sky dotted with stars, the boy took several seconds to respond. "Uncle, I'm not going to kill anyone, do you hear me? If you're thinking, no, it's nothing like that, Julio. I'm not going to ask you to kill anyone." "What is it then?" "That time when I had malaria while you were eating, I mentioned the work the army was carrying out in the River Araguaia region. I told you about a friend of mine who is the police chief in Chambioa and was taking on people to help the military fight the communists hidden in the jungle. Do you remember that?" "No, I don't," the boy replied. "Of course you do. When I said that my friend, the police chief, needed men who knew their way around the jungle and were good shots, you even asked me to take you along to do that work. Do you remember now?" "No." Julio was still gazing up at the sky as he said this. He did not know why, but he sensed that this conversation would get him into trouble. Merely thinking about that dreadful day he killed Amarelu was enough for him to want not to be there. He had managed to free himself from the continual nightmares in which he saw the bloody corpse and the guts of the fishermen stuck to his hands. He did not want to go through that again. "Julio, did you hear what I said?" "What was that?" "It's as if I were talking to myself." "I've already asked twice. Do you want me to take you to Chambioa?" "To Chambioa?" the boy asked nervously. "What would I do in Chambioa?" "Are you deaf? I've just explained everything. It's as if you're on the moon." "I'm sorry, Uncle. I was thinking about something else. What do you want to take me to Chambioa for?" Cicero explained once again that the police chief in Chambioa was recruiting men to help the Brazilian army capture the communists hidden in the jungles of the River Araguaia region. Julio wanted to know why the military wanted to catch these communists and what a communist was. His uncle explained as best he could. "Communists are people who don't accept the government's laws and want to make trouble in Brazil. That's why the army has to catch them to avoid the country becoming a real mess. Do you follow?" "More or less," Julio replied. "The important thing is that we have to help the army. And I think it could be very good for you to join them, Julio." "Why?" "Because it's easy work and you'll earn very good money. Didn't you say you wanted to marry Richinha? What you earn from this job will be enough to start building a little house for you two." Julio liked the idea. He was willing to do anything to be able to get married and live with Richinha. Almost anything. "Will I have to kill anyone, Uncle?" he wanted to know. "No, Julio, forget that stuff about killing. My friend the police chief says the army's orders are very clear. They don't want to kill anybody. They simply want to capture the communists to interrogate them and uncover their plans." "And how would I help?" "The army people have no idea how to find their way around in the jungle. They need someone who knows the forest well and is a good shot. So I'll have to shoot." "Possibly, if necessary. But if you have to shoot, it will only be the wound. You can trust me, Julio. That's all it will be. So, we'll leave for Chambioa tomorrow, shall we?" "I'm not sure, Uncle. I'm scared." "Trust me, my boy. Everything will be fine. You stay with the soldiers a few days and then come home with loads of money in your pocket. They'll pay you 20 cruzeiros a day, If you stay 2 months with them, you'll earn 1,200 cruzeiros, equivalent to almost 6 times the minimum wage of the time, which was 225 cruzeiros. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Said the boy, enthusiastic at the idea of earning a wage that no one else in his community had. Yes, it is. Didn't I tell you it was a good idea? But 2 months is a long time, Uncle. Not really, Julio. It passes by quickly. You'll even enjoy yourself, I'm sure of it. You like going around in the forest? Just imagine you'll be guiding loads of troops. It'll be good for you. Will it? Of course. I'll talk to your parents right now. At first, Seu Jorge and Dona Marina did not like the idea of not seeing their son for such a long time. But Cicero succeeded in convincing them to authorize their son's trip with the argument that the experience could help Julio enter the military police. For the family, that was the best profession a boy born in the jungle could possibly have in life. 2 days later, on a Sunday, Julio and Cicero took his boat to Imperatriz, from where they could travel overland to Xambioá, on the border of Tocantins and Pará state on the river Araguaia. The boy even asked his uncle to take him to say goodbye to Ricinha. But Cicero said they would not be able to do as he wished. We can't waste time, Julio. This was the first time Julio was leaving the region where he lived. In a little over 2 hours' journey around the bends of the river Tocantins, they reached Imperatriz, where they were to spend the night at Cicero's house. Julio was fascinated at seeing a real motor car. Until then, he had only seen automobiles in the magazines his uncle lent him. But he did not like the noise the cars made or the crowds in the town. At that time, Imperatriz had close to 15,000 inhabitants. Julio never imagined there could be so many people in one spot. His uncle's house looked like a palace to him. It was made of wood like the one he lived in with his parents and brothers, but it had interior walls that separated the living space from the kitchen and 2 bedrooms. In each of them was a bed and a hammock. In the living room, there was a 3-seater sofa covered in black and red checked upholstery in honor of Flamengo, the soccer team Cicero supported. There was an enormous calendar with an image of Our Lady of Aparecida on the wall, a wooden table with 4 aluminum chairs. To the left of the sofa, on a bench, stood a transistor radio. In the kitchen were a wood stove and a big red box that was almost as tall as Julio. That's our refrigerator, Julio, Cicero explained to his fascinated nephew. Mom would love something like that, the boy thought. He found it delicious to drink chilled water. It's as if your tongue goes to sleep, he said. He could not understand what the glass ball, slightly smaller than an apple, that hung from the ceiling was for. He would only find out when darkness fell. So it lights up all on its own? It doesn't need any kerosene? Asked the boy, whose own home was lit by 2 lamps. Julio, laughed Cicero. It's electric energy that makes it light up. Here in the town they have an electricity generator powered by diesel. That's what makes things like the fridge and the lights work. Do you understand? No, not a thing. Don't worry. With time you'll learn about all that. That night Julio tried to sleep in the bed, something he had never before done in his life. It was impossible. He found it strange to lie to one side or the other, and above all, not to be able to swing to and fro. He got up out of the bed and went to sleep in one of the hammocks. The next morning he and his uncle hitched a ride in the truck of a local timber merchant who was going to Xambioá. Julio was tense and silent. Cicero tried in vain to cheer him up, fooling around and telling jokes. They reached Xambioá around 4 in the afternoon. It was stiflingly hot. The thick red dust that the army jeeps and trucks threw up as they drove up and down irritated Julio's eyes. These military vehicles were part of the government's battle against the movement organized by militants in the Brazilian Communist Party against the military government. At the police station, Cicero presented his nephew to the chief, Carlos Macha. He was 6 feet tall, dark-skinned, with muscular arms and short black hair shaved at the sides and a round face. He also had a curious little mustache that was little more than a line above his top lip. And he had a generous belly that was always visible between the waistband of his shorts and his shirt. "He's really paunchy," the boy said to his uncle later on. Cicero and Maha greeted each other with laughter, hugs, and slaps on the chest. The police chief admired the boy's athletic build. "Yes, Cicero, you said the boy was big and strong," said Maha, in a voice that was strangely quiet for someone that big. "That's right. He also knows how to get around the jungle better than anyone, and he's a fantastic shot. Julio can kill a deer at 100 yards, said Cicero, putting his arm around his nephew who was standing there awkwardly, not saying a word, his eyes fixed on the ground. "Great. I'm sure the kid will be very useful to us." Carlos Maha was so impressed with Julio that he wanted to send him to the region where the guerrilleros were that very day. He changed his mind only when Cicero asked him to. "Maha, I'd like Julio only to go to the jungle with you. I'll be much happier if I know he's always close by you." "What's the problem, Cicero?" the police chief asked. "The boy is only 17, and he's my nephew, Maha. Have you forgotten that? If anything happened to him, my brother and sister-in-law would die of heartbreak. They've had enough with their eldest son, who left home and never came back." "Fine. Well then, we'll leave early tomorrow morning, Julio," said the police chief, slapping the still silent Julio on the shoulder. "Say something, my lad," Cicero told him. "For me, whatever you and the chief here decide is good, uncle." Maja, Cicero, and Julio had lunch at a local bar. They ate tambaqui fish with rice and mashed manioc, and drank beer. Despite not liking its taste, Julio drank 2 glassfuls because of the heat. While they were eating, he heard the police chief say that defeating the communists had turned out to be a far more complicated mission than the army had imagined. The military didn't even know where the guerrilleros' camps were. Beyond that, the rebels had won the sympathy and friendship of many of the region's inhabitants, who helped them by buying supplies and ammunition in towns and even hid many of them in their houses during army searches. Julio was surprised by the fact that these communists, who according to his uncle were violent troublemakers, had nevertheless won over the local inhabitants. "Why do people become friends with the communists when the army wants to catch them?" he asked. "Because the communists are deceiving them, Julio," explained the police chief. "They say they're good people, but in reality, they want to bring chaos to Brazil. Do you understand?" "I understand. And our job here is precisely to avoid that happening." "That's right, Julio," Cicero interrupted him. "Always stay close to Maja, and do everything he tells you. He's my friend, and he'll take care of you." The boy said nothing, merely moving his head up and down. That night, Cicero left his nephew on his own in a boarding house and went out telling him he was going to drink with Carlos Macha. Julio fell asleep thinking of Ricinha and imagining what might happen to him in this hunt for communists. "Just as long as I don't have to kill anyone," he said to himself in a silent prayer. The capture of José Genuíno. The beaten-earth streets of Chambioa were deserted and silent when Julio and Cicero left the boarding house at 5 in the morning on Tuesday, March 28th. An army jeep was waiting outside. A youngster in an olive-green uniform was at the wheel. The police chief, Carlos Maja, was seated next to him. They drove down to the river Araguaia, where a motorboat big enough for a dozen men was waiting for them. As well as the boatman, a local man who owned the boat, Julio, Maja, and 3 other men went on board. Julio reckoned that 2 of them were as young as him or only a few years older. None of them was wearing a military uniform, which he thought was a shame, because he would love to have the elegant green clothing with a long-sleeved shirt and slouch hat. On the way to the riverside, he couldn't take his eyes off the driver's black boots. He would love to have a pair like that. The only shoes he had, a pair of navy blue conga tennis shoes he got for his 16th birthday, were still almost new. He only wore them to go to Mass on Sunday. He was sure Ricina and Donna Marina would be proud to see him in boots like those. When the motorboat set off, the first streaks of dawn were lighting the muddy waters of the river Araguaia. They were headed for somewhere near the river Gameleira. The forest there was very similar to that covering the interior of Maranhão state, where Julio grew up, with trees that grew more than 160 feet high, and many branches of the main river penetrating into the jungle. His trained eyes could see that the fauna was the same as well. He managed to spot sloths, monkeys, herons, storks, and a great number of crocodiles resting on the riverbanks. But he wasn't there to see creatures of the forest. His mission was to help the police chief Carlos Maja capture the communists. According to the testimonies of local residents collected by the army, there were several guerrilleros hidden in the jungles of the region. Maja's plan was for the group to spend a week hunting down communists in the rainforest. During that time, they would sleep in army tents and wash in rivers and streams. For the first days of the operation, they took with them 5 kilos of jerked meat, 2 tins of sausages, a 1-kilo block of sugar cane, another kilo of manioc flour, and 1 of coarse salt. When these supplies ran out, they would eat whatever they managed to hunt and fish. From what Cicero had said about Julio, Maja thought that his excellent aim and ability to move around in the forest would be fundamental for them to find food. They were all armed. The police chief and the other 3 men each had a .20 rifle and a .38 revolver. Julio only had his .20 rifle slung as usual over his right shoulder. On the journey to the point where they were to disembark, Maja gave them what he saw as necessary instructions. You have to be friendly toward the local population. They will only tell us where the communists are if they trust us. When we arrive at a village or a house, you are not to say anything. I'll do the talking. And if we find any guerrilleros, we capture them alive. We're not here to kill anyone. I want the person alive so that he can tell us where the others are hiding. When Maja said this, Julio felt a huge sense of relief. The week went by more rapidly than he had been expecting, and also much more quietly. In this excursion into the forest under Maja's command, Julio felt important for the first time in his life. His mission was to find the trails people had left in the forest, and in this way, they tracked down 7 men who said they were farm workers. After the 4th day, when the supplies they had taken ran out, Julio was also responsible for obtaining food for the group. He killed a monkey, a heron, and on the last day a jaguar. No one liked the muscular, nerve-filled meat, but it was all there was to eat. In the 7 days they spent scouring the jungle, they came across about 10 huts. In all of them, the inhabitants, natives of the region, confirmed that they had seen communists in the area, but had no idea where they were hiding. Carlos Maja's speech to them was always the same. He said that to help the communists was a very serious crime. and that anyone who collaborated with the army would be very well rewarded with money, weapons, tools, and medicines. Even so, they had no success. Lacking any physical evidence of the presence of the guerrilleros in the area, the group returned to Chambioa on Wednesday, April 5, 1972. By the time they arrived, it was dark. Julio was even more impressed by the constant movement of military vehicles and personnel. There were people everywhere. An incredible hubbub. In the bar, music blared out of big, illuminated boxes. Chambioa was completely different from the morning he left for his first operation in the Araguaia jungle. Carlos Maha took Julio back to the boarding house and told him, in that calm voice of his, "My boy, you helped a lot, didn't you? If you need anything, you only have to call me." It was only later that Julio realized he had no idea exactly how he could call the police chief if he needed to. At the boarding house, he was received by the landlady, a skinny woman about 5'3" with a long, sharp nose and curly hair, whose name he never managed to find out. "You're the nephew of the soldier from Imperatriz, aren't you?" she said, referring to his uncle Cicero, the military policeman. "Yes, I am, Signora. Why do you ask?" "Your uncle asked me to tell you he's gone back to Imperatriz, but he'll be here on Saturday." "And where am I going to stay?" asked the boy, looking scared and lost. "Right here. Your uncle paid for 5 nights for you." "And after that?" "He says you are working for the army and will have the money to pay out of your own pocket." The 17-year-old was disoriented. He had never needed to pay for anything from his own pocket. In fact, he had never had any money. He was frightened at being left alone in the midst of the noise and bustle of the big city. Taking the key to his room, he walked to the back of the property, where a cubicle smaller than 50 square feet with a beaten earth floor was to be his bedroom for the next few days. Worst of all was having to sleep in a bed. He thought several times of asking the landlady for a hammock, but her stony look intimidated him, and in the end he said nothing. He was so scared of having to spend the night in Chambioa without his uncle that he did not leave the boarding house even to eat. He cried himself to sleep, curled up in the bed with his stomach rumbling with hunger. The next day he woke up around 7. He was very hungry, but still did not dare leave his room. He did not know anyone in the town and wished his Uncle Cicero was there. At one point, he opened the door a crack and looked out. He saw a man walking toward the entrance to the boarding house and thought of doing the same, to speak to the landlady, but he didn't have the courage. He lay down on the bed again and cried a second time. He would have given anything to be back in his own house, in the peace and quiet of the Amazon rainforest on the banks of the river Tocantins. That was where he belonged. He was still in tears when he heard 3 or 4 knocks on the wooden door. A loud voice sounded outside. "Wake up, my boy, wake up!" It was the landlady. "I'm already awake," Julio replied after a few moments of not knowing what to say. "It's almost noon. You haven't been out since yesterday. The chief left you some money." Julio brightened. With money, he could go out to eat and overcome his dreadful hunger. When he opened the door, the landlady handed him 140 cruzeiros in notes tied with a red nylon band. It was payment for his 7 days' work in the Araguaia jungle. Julio had never seen so much money in his life. He had no idea what he could do and buy with all that. He thanked the landlady, who seemed to him far more pleasant than on the previous day. "How much do you think I need to take to eat?" he asked. "Do you mean money? How much money will you spend on eating?" "Yes, Signora, how much?" "My boy, with 10 cruzeiros, you'll be able to eat until you burst," she replied. Julio took 10 cruzeiros from the bundle of notes and put it in his shorts pocket. He rolled the rest of the money in a piece of paper he found on the floor of the room, wrapped it up, and slipped it inside his underpants. Nothing would make him let go of that packet. He put on his shorts and left the boarding house. As he walked down the street, he saw something he would never forget. It looked like an enormous iron monster shaped like a dragonfly. The most incredible thing about it was that it had no wings. How can that contraption fly, he wondered. He had already seen planes scouring the skies above the forest, and this was definitely not an airplane. He gazed after the monster until it disappeared over the horizon. In a bar about 200 yards from the boarding house, he ate sticky rice with beans and roast chicken. Dona Marina's rice was infinitely tastier. With the meal, he drank 2 cans of Coca-Cola. As he ate, he could not help thinking of the strange object he had just seen flying above Xambioá. He was paying for the lunch at 4 cruzeiros. He even thought it was cheap, when a youngster in an army uniform came up to him. "Are you the nephew of Cicero, the military policeman?" "Yes," said Julio, pleased to be speaking to someone who knew who he was. "The chief is waiting for you at headquarters. Let's go." Julio spent the rest of the afternoon going around the town with Maja. He learned that the military personnel overrunning Xambioá belonged to the 3 branches of the armed forces: Army, Navy, and Air Force. They were all there to fight the communists. He saw the makeshift military bases they had made. The soccer field had been transformed into a landing strip with a big tent that could fit up to 30 men and which functioned as a field station and a barracks for recruits. It was there that he learned that the flying monster was called by the complicated name of helicopter. "One day, you'll fly in one of those things as well," the police chief told him. Although he was intrigued by the idea, Julio did not know if he would have the courage to get into that extraordinary machine. Over the following 5 days, Julio's routine was almost always the same. He spent most of his time walking round the town, usually on his own. He had still not got used to the intense traffic of military jeeps and trucks. Every day he paid a 10 or 15-minute visit to Maja at the police headquarters to find out if the date for their next incursion into the jungles of Araguaia had been fixed. At dusk one day, he was near the landing strip watching a helicopter land. He could not understand how it could hover so elegantly without wings. He approached to see it come down at close hand for the first time. The helicopter was about 30 feet above the ground when its rotors threw up a cloud of thick red dust. Julio closed his eyes in pain and tried to keep off the dust by waving his hands. He was coughing nervously. The taste of earth in his mouth was new to him. He carried on salivating and spitting painfully, almost until he reached the boarding house almost 20 minutes later. On the journey from the military base to his lodgings, he stopped at a bakery and bought 4 French loaves, a half-pound of cheese, and 2 cans of Coca-Cola. This was his supper every night. To drink 2 Coca-Colas was a luxury he had never enjoyed back in Porto Franco. His parents always told him there were more important things to buy, such as beans, salt, sugar, and oil. "Coca-Cola is for the rich," Seu Jorge would repeat. Now, thanks to the work he was doing for the army, Julio could drink as many cans as he liked. He felt rich, and yet he was still sad. Not a night went by when he did not think of Ritinha. He would give anything to see his sweetheart, or at least talk to her. He could not get her plump mouth, firm breasts, smooth hair, and shapely ass out of his mind. He was convinced that Ritinha missed him as well. But there was a point to all his suffering. After he had finished his work in Araguaia, he would go back to his native region with enough money to marry Ritinha. The next morning, he was woken up by loud knocks that seemed to want to break down the wooden door. He recognized Carlos Maja's voice. "Come on, Julio! Get up, boy! It's 6 o'clock already!" shouted the police chief. "Coming," replied Julio, jumping out of bed bewildered as to what Maha was doing there so early in the morning. It was April 11th, 1972, a Tuesday. Exactly 1 week later, Julio Santana was to take part in an episode that would go down in the history of Brazil. The capture of the guerrilleiro, José Genuíno Neto, who a decade later would be elected to the federal parliament representing the Workers' Party for São Paulo, and would become one of the most influential and respected politicians in the country. Wakened by the chief's shouts, Julio picked up a plastic bag with a change of clothes, a pair of shorts and a shirt, and left the room eating half of a loaf left over from the previous evening. Out in the street, a jeep was waiting with the engine running. Julio did not like the expression on Maha's face. He was still settling on the back seat when Maha said, "Julio, if you really want to do this work with us, you have to be more responsible." "I don't understand, sir," he replied, wiping the sleep from his eyes as the jeep set off. "I said you had to be ready at 5:30. We reached your lodgings at 6, and you were still asleep. That won't do." "But you didn't tell me anything, sir." "I sent Private Santos to tell you." "Then go and complain to him." "Because no one gave me any message. No, sir. I don't even know who Private Santos is." When he heard this, Maha ordered the driver to go back to headquarters. When they arrived, he jumped out of the jeep and told Julio to do the same. They went inside. Sure that the chief had already left for the jungle, the soldier was sitting with his feet up on the wooden desk. When he saw Maha enter, Santos leapt up and gave a military salute. "Where do you think you are, soldier? Do you think you're at home?" Maha reproached him. The soldier did not reply but lowered his head. The chief went on. "What did I ask you to do last night?" "To go to the boarding house and leave a message for Cicero's nephew," said the soldier, still staring at the ground. "That's right. I've just left the lodgings and no, you didn't even turn up there. The kid didn't even know he was supposed to be ready at 5:30. Now tell me, what am I supposed to do with you?" Even though he was obviously angry, Maha still spoke in that calm voice of his. "I don't know, sir." "Well, I do. You're under arrest until I return from the jungle. Then you vanish from here. I don't want to see your face in Xambioá ever again." "But, Chief, I don't want to hear you, asshole. And if you talk any more nonsense, it'll be the worse for you." Even though Carlos Maha was always stern, Julio had not imagined he could be so harsh, cruel even. To put Private Santos in jail and then make him leave Xambioá simply because he had forgotten to pass on a message seemed to him too heavy a punishment. But he was not there to question Maha's decisions. There was something else that intrigued him. "Chief, why did Private Santos give you a military salute? Isn't that only for the army?" he asked. "That's right, Julio," replied Maha with a smile. "The thing is, I'm also part of the military. I'm a sergeant in the army." "Is that so? So why don't you wear a uniform?" "Because I don't like to, and it's not necessary for the work I do here in Xambioá. In our operations in the jungle, wearing a uniform could scare the people living there. That's why I prefer to dress as a civilian." "That's interesting. I'd give anything to be able to wear one of those uniforms." "Is that so? When you leave Xambioá, I'll give you one." "Are you serious?" asked the boy, leaning forward from the back seat of the jeep and bringing his face close to Maha's left shoulder. "Of course. You can count on me." When they reached the banks of the river Araguaia, the same boatman was waiting for them as a week earlier, sitting in the same motorboat. With him were 4 men, the 3 who had taken part in the first mission: Ricardo, Emmanuel, and Forel. and another one who, from his graying hair and the wrinkles around his eyes, Julio took to be between 30 and 40 years old. "Julão, this is Tonho," said Ricardo. They greeted each other with a nod of the head. In the journey to the region of the river Gameleira, the group talked about women, soccer, and communists. Tonho did not speak. He laughed a great deal and showed interest in what the others were discussing, but never gave his opinion. He was an almost bald, muscular black man with bulging eyes, a long nose, and arms that caught Julio's attention. "That guy's arm is about twice as thick as mine," he commented to the chief. Tonho's silence intrigued him so much that he asked Ricardo if the new member of the group was mute. "No, he can talk. You'll find out why he's so quiet before long," said Ricardo, chuckling loudly. There was a big sack in the boat containing their supplies: 5 kilos of dried meat, 2 tins of sausages, a kilo block of sugar cane, a kilo of manioc flour, 2 of rice, and 1 of coarse salt. According to Maha's plans, their mission would end on April 17th. They would be searching for communists for 6 days. In addition to the supplies and weapons, they also took several different kinds of medicines and half a dozen army shirts, all of them long-sleeved. The medicines and clothing were to be used to convince the people living in the region to pass on information about the whereabouts of the guerrilleros. On the first night of their operation, Julio discovered the reason for Tonho's silence. After they had put up the tent they were to sleep in, they all went to bathe in the river, except for Tonho, who was preparing their dinner, rice with dried meat. Ashamed of being seen with no clothes on, Julio was always the first into the water and the last to leave. As the group began to eat, Tonho went to bathe in the river. Julio was just clambering out of the warm water. Tonho was a few yards from him when the chief shouted from 30 yards away in the jungle. "Tonho, bring me my watch. I forgot it down there," said Maha.
"Where is it, chief?"
said Tonho in a squeaky, high-pitched voice. "Close to a big rock on the left of the track."
"Okay. I'll bring it after I've bathed."
In addition to his squeaky voice, Tonho had another problem. He had a bad lisp. It made Julio want to laugh, but he didn't want to upset his colleague. He had never heard any man with such a strange, funny voice, let alone someone as big and strong as Tonho. When he pronounced the letter B, it sounded very like an M.
"He quacks like a duck,"
Julio commented to Ricardo later on. Biting his lip to disguise how much he wanted to laugh, Julio got out of the water, hastily put on his shorts, and ran toward the camp, not even daring to look at Tonho. In the tent, he took the shirt he had just washed and stuffed it into his mouth. That way he could laugh as much as he wanted without attracting the group's attention. He laughed so much that tears rolled down his cheeks. Forel, who was eating outside with the others, heard a strange sound coming from the tent and came to look. He thought the boy was crying.
"What's wrong, kid? Why are you crying?"
he asked. That was too much for Julio to bear. He pulled the shirt out of his mouth and laughed as he had rarely laughed in all his life. He curled up on the ground in a fetal position, clasping his stomach. "Oh, my God! My God!" he gasped between one burst of laughter and the next. "What's going on in there, Forel?" asked Maha. "Nothing, sir."
"Apparently the boy heard the way Tonho speaks. The poor kid can't stop laughing," said Forel.
He tapped Julio on the head and before rejoining the others, eating close to the fire, warned him.
"Make sure you do all your laughing now. If you laugh in front of Tonho, he'll tear you apart."
Not even this warning could make Julio contain himself. He went on laughing until he was too weak to carry on. From that night on, he made sure not to come face to face with Tonho. He never said a word to him and moved away whenever he threatened to speak. Over the next 5 days, the group's routine did not change. Whole days walking through the dense jungles of the river Araguaia in unbearable heat and constantly attacked by swarms of insects. They talked to different inhabitants in the region, most of them peasant farmers, and even bribed some of them with medicines and clothes. A lot of them promised to keep an eye out for the communists and to help in future operations, but for the present, they said they knew nothing. On Sunday, April 16th, the squad's supplies had run out. The men were exhausted and disheartened that their work had produced no results. They had not seen a single guerrillero. Julio, who was guiding the team through the forest, was beginning to think the story about communists was nothing more than idle gossip. As night fell that day, on orders from Chief Maha, Julio led the group to the house of Pedro Mineiro, a peasant farmer who owned land in the region. They had already been there 2 days earlier and were going to eat and spend the night at his house. He was one of those who had agreed to collaborate with the army in their search for communists. On the way there, Maha caught his left foot in a tree root and afterward found it hard to walk. Pedro Mineiro was born in Minas Gerais state, but had lived in the River Gameleira region for almost 10 years. Aged 42, well over 6 foot, he had fine fair hair swept back and a skinny build. His long pointed chin made his face look triangular. On his farm, he kept 6 cows and a few pigs and chickens. "Hi there, Mineiro," said Maha as he approached the wooden house where the farmer lived with his wife and 2 small children.
"Hello, Chief. Are you looking for shelter?"
asked Mineiro, guessing what Maha wanted.
"That's right. It'll soon be nightfall and we're dead tired and hungry. Are you able to help?" "Of course. You know you can always count on me."
"Thank you, Mineiro."
"It's nothing. Would you give me another of those army shirts of yours? They're wonderful for getting through the jungle."
"Of course. The next time I'm here, I'll bring 2 pairs of shorts and 2 shirts for you." That night they ate chicken stew with potatoes and rice. Julio ate 3 platefuls. During the meal, Carlos Maha commented that he and his men would be returning to Xambioá next morning. But Pedro Mineiro said something that made him change his mind.
"I think you ought to stay a few more days,"
said Mineiro.
"Why's that?"
asked Maha.
"A friend of mine told me he saw guerrilleros over by Bandas dos Caianos,"
said the farmer, referring to a small village in the area.
"When was that, Mineiro?" "Only yesterday, Chief. That's what I'm saying. If you and your men searched in the jungle right away, you could catch those bastards. If I decide to stay a few more days, will you house and feed us? I'll pay for everything later." "Of course, Chief. And there's no need to pay anything. You know I'm here to help get rid of those communists."
Maha and his group slung their hammocks on the terrace of Mineiro's house. Shortly before they went to sleep, Maha reminded them that if they came across any guerrillero in the jungle, they should not, whatever happened, shoot to kill. The objective was to capture the communists in order to interrogate them. That was the only way they could find out where the movement's support bases were, so that the army could then completely wipe out the guerrilleros. "So you are to fire only if you are completely sure you're not going to kill anyone," he told his men. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Carlos Maha decided to test their marksmanship. He wanted to know which of them was the best shot. They placed a kitchen oil can at 20 yards distance and fired at it one by one. Whoever missed was eliminated. In the first round, they all hit the target. When the distance was increased to 27 yards, Forel and Ricardo missed. The contest continued between Julio, Emmanuel, and Tonio. At 32 yards distance, Emmanuel, who was the first to fire, missed. Julio had drawn the second turn. After telling them so many stories about his hunting trips in the forest when he killed animals that were more than 50 yards from him, he did not want to miss now. Besides that, he felt obliged to prove to the police chief that he had not made a mistake in recommending him for this job. He pressed the wooden rifle butt against his right shoulder. He inhaled deeply, then held his breath. He squeezed the trigger and saw the can go flying from the branch it had been on. He inhaled, then breathed out, relieved and proud. Tonio also hit the target. The can was placed at 38 yards from the remaining 2 shooters. Julio was to go first. Until now, he had fired the rifle standing up. Now he asked Carlos Maja if he could kneel down as he did when he was hunting. "My boy, if you hit the target, you can shoot standing on your head," the chief replied, and everyone laughed. Julio placed his left knee on the ground and propped his right elbow on his right hip. Closing his left eye, he stared at the center of the can. Without knowing why, he remembered the day he had killed Amarelu 8 months before. When he peered at the can, he saw the fisherman's bloody body in front of his eyes. The dense jungle that was like a green wall behind the can reminded him of the spot where he had killed Amarelu. He had to calm down. He knew that if he fired in that state, he was bound to miss. The more he tried to be calm, the more nervous he became. He had already been kneeling down, staring at the can for 2 or 3 minutes when he heard,
"Holy Mother of God! The boy's become paralyzed,"
said Tonio in that shrill, lisping voice of his. Try as hard as Julio could, he could not contain himself. He threw the rifle to the ground and burst out laughing. Standing 6 feet behind him, Tonio was hopping mad.
"Are you laughing at me? Are you laughing at me?"
he said. Julio could not stop laughing. He lay on the ground, clutching his belly and writhing around as he laughed and laughed. Tonio was even more annoyed when he realized that the rest of the group was smiling as well.
"Leave that idiot laughing. I'll shoot first,"
said Tonio, bending down to pick up the rifle Julio had left on the ground.
"No, I'm going first,"
said the boy, stretching out his arm to grasp the rifle butt, still laughing. He found Tonio's way of speaking so strange and funny that he no longer thought about the day he had committed the first murder in his life. Controlling his laughter, he settled back into his previous position. He stared at the can and fired. His aim was good. He heard Maja comment some feet behind his back. "This kid is really good," just as Cicero said. Julio was pleased to hear this praise. Irritated at the way his companions had laughed, Tonio quickly took the weapon, aimed and fired. The can did not move.
"I only missed because of that jerk who was getting on my nerves,"
he complained. He saw, but before Tonio could curse the boy, the police chief interrupted him. "Men, come over here," he said. "I want you to pay attention to what I'm going to say. Since we proved that Julio is the best shot in the group, if we find any communists and have to shoot, the one who fires first will be the boy."
"But, Chief,"
complained Tonio. "No ifs or buts, Tonio. That's how it is. End of story. And heaven help anyone who disobeys. Julio shoots first. If he misses, you'll all get your chance. I don't want to see anyone complaining or making a face. We have to work together and help each other." Julio listened to all this proudly, his eyes fixed on the ground. After the target practice, Maja and his group had breakfast and left Pedro Mineiro's house. As they were leaving, the police chief gave the farmer an order. "Tell the army I need a helicopter tomorrow, first thing in the afternoon. If I'm not here at your house, they should search for me and my men in the forest." Mineiro did not ask any questions, but simply said he would do as Maja asked. Julio listened to their conversation in silence, but was curious to know why Maha wanted the helicopter.
My foot is killing me, Julio. I don't want to spend another 2 days walking through the forest to reach Chambiois. In a helicopter, we can get back quickly and without any effort,
Maha told him.
If I want to, will you let me go back the same way we came, walking and then by boat?
The boy asked. This brought a smile to the police chief's face.
Of course, kid, you can do as you wish, but I promise that there's no danger in traveling by helicopter. Trust me.
Of course, Chief, of course.
And besides, I don't even know if the helicopter will turn up. It could be that Mineiro isn't able to pass on the message to the army, or they might not have a helicopter available.
God willing.
In case they had to sleep in the rainforest, something none of them wanted to do, they took their hammocks in a big iron cooking pot full of rice, manioc meal with egg, and pieces of cooked jerky. In his knapsack, Tonio also brought a little coffee, a handful of coarse salt, half a dozen limes, and 3 tins of sardines that Pedro Mineiro had given the squad. Maha was riding a horse the farmer had lent them. Julio knew that with his great belly, Carlos Maha wouldn't be able to spend the whole day in the dense forest as they had agreed. At around 2 in the afternoon, they found fresh footprints close to the river Gameleira. From the size of the prints and the distance between them, Julio deduced they were made by a man almost 6 feet tall. The fact that this person was wearing shoes attracted Maha's attention.
People here in the region usually go through the jungle barefoot, he said.
They followed the tracks, which were heading away from the river Gameleira. Every so often, the dense forest and dried leaves strewn on the ground made Julio's task very difficult. When that occurred, he used other signs, such as snapped off or twisted branches, as proof that someone had been through here. Farther on, he again came across the footprints of the man they were pursuing. Around 4 in the afternoon, a light rain began to fall, creating yet another problem. The rainwater would soon erase the tracks. In order not to lose the trail, or at least to get as close as possible to the suspect, Julio sped up. Less than half an hour later, Maha complained he was exhausted.
No one can keep up with you, Julio, he said.
I can,
protested Tonio. Julio was so focused on the trail that he didn't even find his colleague's fluty voice funny.
Chief, can I make a suggestion?
Asked Julio.
Of course, Julio.
You stay here with the others, and I'll follow the tracks to see if I can find this person. Then I'll come back and tell you what I found.
I'm not sure, kid. What if you catch up with him and he turns out to be the communist?
That's no problem. I'll tell him I live in the region. I'll say I'm a nephew of Mineiro's. Then I'll come back and we can all follow him,
said Julio with calm assurance.
Good, Julio. I like it. You keep on his trail. While you're doing that, we'll set up our hammocks and make a fire to cook the food. Don't be too long. If you think the guy is a long way off, come straight back.
That's fine, Chief, said Julio, and started to run off into the forest. He had time to hear Ricardo comment,
"That boy is like a dog chasing a bone."
Julio ran as he had learned to do ever since he was a small boy in the jungles of Porto Franco. First he looked ahead and studied the position of the trees for the next 10 yards. Then he looked down at the ground, searching for footprints and big roots that could trip him up. He was absolutely certain that the man he was following could not move as quickly as he did. He was determined only to return to the place where Maha and the other men had made camp with the news that he had found the suspect. The rain was still falling softly and insistently. The damper the ground became, the more difficulty he had in identifying the trail left by the person he was pursuing. Night was falling when he spotted a clearing about 200 square feet in the midst of the jungle, with a hut made of wood and palm leaves in its center. When he saw there was no one inside, apart from a dog lying under a wooden bench, Julio kept on going. Less than a mile farther on, he came to a village with half a dozen houses. In the first, a man with graying hair was leaning out of a window lighting a corn cigarette. The feeble light from the lamp hanging from the ceiling was not strong enough for Julio to clearly make out the man's face. Before he could speak to him, the old man said in a gruff voice, "Come in out of the rain, boy. You'll catch a cold."
"I can't. I'm looking for a friend of mine," replied Julio, flicking the rainwater from his eyes and running his fingers through his wet hair.
"You have a friend here?"
"He's not from here. We were hunting and I got separated from him."
"Hunting? How come you were hunting without a weapon, boy?" It was only then that Julio realized that in his hurry, he had left his rifle where the police chief and his men had made camp. He did not know what to say. He stared at the man, not knowing what to say. Ashamed, he looked down at the ground.
"Young man, you don't have to lie to me," said the old man, making Julio look up sharply.
"What do you mean?" he said.
"I know what you want. You want to know about your friend the communist, don't you?"
Julio found it impossible to react. It was as if his mind was blocked.
"One of those communist lads passed through here about 20 or 30 minutes ago. He was asking if anyone knew where the people from Sao Paulo who were at Dos Callanos were."
Julio knew that people from Sao Paulo was how the locals in Araguaia referred to the guerrilleros, because that was the city many of them came from. But he had no idea what Dos Callanos meant, and he couldn't ask because that would show the old man he was not part of the movement against the military dictatorship.
"Yes, you're right. That's the one. I'm sorry I lied. Do you know which direction my friend went in?" said Julio.
"No, my boy, since no one could tell your friend where the people from Sao Paulo were, he went back into the jungle and vanished."
"Which direction did he take? Did you see him?"
"He went in the direction you came from. If the forest wasn't so big, I reckon you two would have run into each other," said the old man.
"Thank you. You've helped a lot. Just one more thing."
"Tell me."
"Can you give me a glass of water?"
After slaking his thirst, Julio headed back, running even more quickly than he had on the way there. He was worried that the communist would reach the spot where his friends were and catch them by surprise, or that the group might capture the guerrillero without him. Despite the almost complete darkness, he ran through the forest without difficulty, recognizing every inch of the way. Although his body was calling out desperately for him to stop and urinate, he kept going until he reached the spot where Maha and his men were camped. Contrary to what he had imagined, and strangely even hoped for, he did not meet the communist on the way. But he felt satisfied and proud of himself. He was bringing information he thought would be very useful for the chief. He told his story to the group enthusiastically. He spoke standing up, waving his hands and arms in the air. He stressed how good he was in the forest, running through the jungle like a jaguar. And he said something that left them even more excited than they already were.
"I think that guy is going back to where he came from. I think he's going to pass close to here."
"What if he's already done so? What if he ran the whole way like you?" asked Emmanuel.
"I doubt it," Julio said. "He doesn't know he's being followed, and even if he did, I doubt he can run as fast as me."
"I'm not sure," said Emmanuel.
"Men are like animals, Emmanuel. They only run if they feel they're being followed or are in danger. And since that communist doesn't know we're on his trail, he must be very relaxed. He's probably stopped to sleep and he'll set off again tomorrow,"
said the boy, with a firmness that surprised even him. "I think the boy is right," said Maha. "Let's eat and try to sleep. We'll wake up really early tomorrow morning." Carlos Maha and his group were already on their feet shortly before 5 a.m. on the morning of April 18th, 1972, a Tuesday. Tonio made a fire to heat the coffee. They ate rice with manioc meal and jerky, took the hammocks down, and threw everything into a big sack. Then they set off again in pursuit of the guerrillero. Maha accepted a suggestion by Emmanuel and ordered his men to spread out in a line, leaving about 16 feet between them. That way, they could cover a much wider area than if they advanced single file. Ricardo was on the far left, leading the horse by a rope. As Maha thought Julio knew the jungle best, he put him in the center and took up his own position on his right. The ground was still damp from the previous night's rain. Julio loved the smell of wet forest. He felt at home there. His eyes scanned every inch of the jungle. He heard something in front of him to the left. He raised his left arm. This was the agreed signal from the men to come to a halt. He pointed in the direction from which the sound only he had heard had come. Turning the palms of his hands downward, he signaled to the others to crouch down. He squatted and went forward with slow, silent steps. Looking back, he signaled with his right hand for Maha to come up to him. When he was close by, the boy pointed to behind a 100-foot-tall mahogany tree. The chief said he couldn't see anything. Julio pointed again. It was a big tapir.
"Why would I want to know about a tapir?"
complained Maha.
"I just wanted to show you, so that you know I can see everything. If it had been that communist, I would have seen him," the boy explained.
"All right, but forget about the animals. I want you to find that son of a bitch."
It was not long before the chief's wish was granted. Less than 30 minutes later, around 6 in the morning, Julio raised his left arm again. They all halted. He glanced at Maha and whispered,
"I can see someone up in front of us."
Maha limped over to him. The man was walking along the track about 100 yards ahead of them. He was wearing a pair of dark shorts and a light blue long-sleeved shirt rolled up above his elbows. He was skinny, about 6 feet tall. He had short, unkempt hair and a scrawny beard and a thin, square face. He was carrying a plastic bag in his right hand. He was walking along slowly, which Maha took to mean he was not anxious.
"Just as you said, Julio. He hasn't the slightest idea he's being followed."
They followed him until they reached a spot where there was less vegetation. This was the moment to confront him. Maha, Julio, and Emmanuel were in front. As they came up to the man, Maha said to Julio,
"I know that face."
The boy was confused. How could the chief know a communist who was in the middle of the jungle? But there was no time to ask him. "Good morning, Geraldo," said Maha in his usual calm tone. The man turned in surprise. "Good morning, Chief. What are you doing in these parts?" Maha and Geraldo knew each other from Rochambeau. Every so often, Geraldo, a 25-year-old youngster, would appear in town to buy supplies and ammunition for his rifle and revolver. He told everyone he was a farmer. He had been living in a straw-roofed wooden hut on the banks of the river Gameleira for 2 years. Born in Quixeramobim, in the interior of Ceará state, Geraldo was in fact José Gionino Neto, a student of philosophy and law at the Ceará Federal University, a member of the Communist Party of Brazil who gave up his life in Fortaleza to join the armed movement fighting the military dictatorship. He was one of the around 70 guerrilleros who were operating in the jungles of Araguaia. His false identity was essential for him to be able to circulate among the inhabitants of the region without being identified as a communist or arrested by the army. His northeastern accent was a great help in this. "We're looking for a communist who's in these parts," said Maha. "You know I have nothing to do with things like that. I'm only a farmer," said Genuino. "I think you're mixed up with those communists. Come with us. We're going back to Chambioa, and I want you to come too." "Why are you doing this to me?" "If you've done nothing wrong, you've no need to worry. Ricardo, tie him up," ordered Maha. Ricardo tied Genuino's hands with one end of the rope. He gave the other end to Maha, who mounted his horse and pulled the guerrillero behind him along a track through the jungle. Julio, Ricardo, Emmanuel, Tonio, and Forel were walking in front of the horse. They were pleased to be going back to Chambioa. They were tired of spending day after day in the rainforest, attacked by swarms of insects, sleeping in the forest with poor food. But 5 minutes after he had been tied up, Genuino managed to yank the rope out of Carlos Maha's hands. His hands still tied, he ran toward the dense jungle. The chief called on him to stop once, twice, 3 times, without success. "I'll tell them to shoot Geraldo," he shouted. "Go ahead," replied Genuino, not looking back. Maha gave Julio a sharp tap on the shoulder. "Julio, bring that bandit down." "What do you mean?" asked the boy. "Shoot him now before he escapes, but remember, I want him alive." Julio quickly reached for the rifle slung across his shoulder and knelt down. He put his left knee on the damp ground and steadied his right elbow on his other leg. He had the man on his sights, but Genuino was zigzagging as he ran, and Julio did not want to miss, or worse still, kill the communist. The fugitive carried on running. Maha asked Julio nervously if he was going to fire or let him get away. The boy said nothing. He stared at Genuino's back just below his chest on the right-hand side and waited for what he considered to be the perfect moment to shoot. He had to wait for the precise instant when the guerrillero was not shielded by any tree. Closing his left eye, Julio inhaled until he felt his lungs were full, then held his breath. As he pulled the trigger, he saw his target move to the left. The bullet grazed his right shoulder. Genuino felt as if his arm had been sliced by a knife. He was so stunned, he was not sure what had happened. Dropping the plastic bag, he raised his left hand to the wound. The shirt sleeve was already wet with blood. Panting, he ran on 20 yards, then fell into a thicket, hoping to hide from his pursuers. With his eyes closed and teeth clenched from the pain, he pulled some bushes and leaves over his body. Even after he had fired, Julio did not move, his eyes fixed on the fugitive. "Did you hit the son of a bitch, Julio?" asked Carlos Maha. "Yes, I did, sir," the boy replied. "He fell in the middle of the jungle." "Let's go get the bastard." They found the young guerrillero cowering in the undergrowth, pressing his wound with his left hand, writhing in pain. Maha told Tonio to go and pick up the bag Genuino had been carrying and approached the communist. "A farmer wouldn't run away, Geraldo. Does that mean you're a communist?" "I'm a farm worker, chief," said Genuino. "We'll see about that. I want to see how long you're going to lie." Tonio interrupted them, bringing the guerrillero's plastic bag. Inside were a shirt, snakebite antidote, a little flour and salt, plus a .38 revolver. For Carlos Maha, the weapon was a strong indication that Genuino was involved with the rebel movement. "Shall I tie him up again, chief?" asked Ricardo. "You tie him, but with his hands behind his back." They continued along the track. Carlos Maha on horseback, and the 5 men were surrounding José Genuino. Since Julio had told them about the hut he'd seen the previous night, Maha ordered the boy to guide them there. It took them almost half an hour. Inside the hut they found an iron cooking pot, 2 hoes, a wooden bench, some leftovers, and traces of gunpowder. Maha was sure the hut was one of the support bases used by the communists.
"Do you know this place, Geraldo?"
he asked.
"No, sir, I've never been here."
Genuino lied.
"This is the communist lair, isn't it?" "I don't know, sir, I told you, I don't know."
Carlos Maha did not believe the prisoner, and he became certain he was lying when the dog that was in the hut came over to the young guerrillero, wagging its tail and starting to lick his feet. The mongrel, with straggly reddish fur and droopy ears, had given José Genuino away. Everything was clear now to the police chief. The farmer he knew by the name of Geraldo was in fact a communist. End of story. Now he would use all the means at his disposal to drag the information he wanted out of him. This was the start of what José Genuino today considers the worst moments of his life, moments that remained forever marked in his memory and on his body. Certain he was part of the guerrilla, Maha asked him about the whereabouts of the armed movement's other bases, essential information if they were to defeat the rebel group. He also wanted to know how many guerrilleros were active in the River Araguaia region, what weaponry they had, how they communicated with one another. Genuino's answer to all these questions was the same: "I don't know." Maha decided the best way to get him to talk was by torturing him. They began to beat him up, kicking and punching him all over the body. Genuino felt a dreadful pain in his stomach and the bitter taste of blood in his mouth. His hands were still tied behind his back. He hunched up, trying to protect himself, and covered his chest with his elbows. Maha himself did not touch the communist. He stood there giving orders. Julio also stayed out of the beating. He told the chief he did not want to take part and spent the whole time sitting on the ground clutching his rifle. At every blow Genuino suffered, the boy grimaced in pain. He could not understand how Ricardo, Emanuel, Tonio, and Forel, whom he had lived with for the past 7 days, appeared to be finding pleasure doing this. It was after midday by the time the men stopped beating their prisoner. Genuino lay unconscious on the leaves strewn on the ground, his body smeared with mud. Maha ordered Tonio to cook the men something. Their lunch consisted of the leftover rice and manioc meal with 3 tins of sardines. They all ate sitting on the ground, scooping the food from the iron pot. José Genuino was still lying there. He seemed to have passed out, but was only resting after the thrashing that left him with bruises on his sides, legs, and stomach. 2 things were worrying Carlos Maha. What had happened to the helicopter he had requested to take them back to Chambioa, and how could he get the information he wanted out of the guerrillero? In answer to the first problem, there was nothing he could do but wait. As for the second, the best thing to do seemed to him to be to renew the torture. The sun was already going down over the jungle and the sky was turning red when he ordered his men to start beating the prisoner once more. Genuino could not believe everything was going to start all over again. Julio turned his back so as not to see the beating, but he could hear the guerrillero's groans. It was not long before Maha had an idea that Julio found even crueler than anything he had seen before. Following his orders, Ricardo took 2 empty sardine tins and put them on the ground with the opened tops pointing upward. Tonio, Emanuel, and Forel made the young communist stand on them. Genuino could feel the sharp edges of the tins cutting into the soles of his feet. He clenched his teeth and his eyes opened wide in pain. Forel grabbed him by the hair.
"Well, Geraldo, are you going to talk?"
asked Carlos Maha.
"I told you, Chief, I don't know anything," came the reply.
"Yes, you do. I'm happy to stay here until you die from your suffering, If I were in your place, I'd have talked by now.
But I've got nothing to say,
said Genuino between groans. Time was going by and the prisoner wasn't giving them any information. Before it grew completely dark, Maha ordered Julio to find something for the group to eat. Julio was hungry and thought it would be good to leave them and go hunting, but he suspected that when he got back he would find the young communist dead. His presence was unlikely to prevent such a tragedy, but he did not like the idea that he would not know what was going on in the hut. He thought the guerrillero was telling the truth when he said he knew nothing. It made no sense to kill him, but Julio was not there to have an opinion. He had to follow Carlos Maha's orders. He picked up his rifle and went off to hunt for supper. The last rays of sunshine were struggling to pierce the canopy of trees. Despite all his experience hunting in the forest, Julio imagined it would be difficult to find any target. By this time, many animals were already in their dens or sleeping in the treetops. He saw a sloth clinging to a branch and thought of shooting it. He did not like its meat, but given the circumstances, he could not afford the luxury of choice. But he thought better of it when he approached and saw the animal had a baby clinging to it. He went on scanning the jungle until he spotted a spider monkey about 2 feet long lying on a bough 50 feet up. His bullet hit the animal straight in the head. The shot broke the silence of the forest and led to loud screeching from the macaws in the trees all around. Julio picked the dead animal up from the ground and went back to the squad. During the almost 30 minutes he spent hunting, he couldn't stop thinking about what was happening in the hut. What kind of torture was the communist being subjected to now? Night had fallen by the time he reached the hut. Genuino was on the ground, hands still tied behind his back, and apparently unconscious. Carlos Maha and the others were resting, seated around a fire that Emmanuel had just lit. Julio approached them and threw the monkey on the ground near the fire. "There's our supper," he said. All of them had already eaten monkey, but none of them wanted to prepare the animal before roasting it. "After the fur and the skin are stripped off, it looks just like a baby. It's really horrible," said the chief. So Julio had to perform that task as well. He walked down to a branch of the river about 500 yards away and began the work. Plunging the monkey into the water, he used his knife to skin it, starting with the belly and ending with the head. It was only then that he realized Carlos Maha was right. Without skin or fur, the animal looked just like a newborn baby, mostly due to its pinkish skin and tiny arms and legs. He chopped its head and legs off, pulled out its innards, and then washed it with great care, scraping the carcass with his nails. He took advantage of being by the river to bathe and rest a while. When he returned to the hut, he gave the monkey to Tonio, the group's cook. Cutting it into pieces, Tonio sprinkled them with salt and lime juice before throwing the pieces onto the fire to roast. The meat was tender, but they all complained Tonio had used too much salt. The dog smelled the food and came over. Maha threw him a big piece of flesh. "Shall we give the communists some meat, Chief?" asked Ricardo, when they had all eaten their fill. His concern for the prisoner took Julio by surprise. "No way. Let that bastard go hungry." "Who told him to become a bandit?" Carlos Maha responded. "Can I have the rest then?" asked Ricardo, revealing his true intentions. "No, Ricardo. We're going to leave it for tomorrow. We're staying here until the army helicopter arrives, and I don't know when that will be. It could be tomorrow, but it could also take 2 or 3 days. My foot is really hurting. I'm in no mood to start walking through the jungle again." Julio listened carefully to all this and could only think that he would prefer to spend a week walking through the jungle than 5 minutes in a helicopter or anything else that left the ground. After they had eaten, the men stayed around the fire talking about the usual topics: the guerrilla, women, and soccer. Carlos Maha, Forel, Tonio, Ricardo, and Emmanuel recounted their adventures in Vietnam, the name of the dirt street in Chambioa where the brothels were housed. It was called that because fights were always breaking out there. Invariably, the arguments centered around sex, alcohol, or money. In the worst cases, when people were killed, it was due to a combination of all three. As Julio listened to the others boasting of their sexual adventures with the whores on Vietnam Street, he could not help but remember Hichinya. He was even tempted to tell them how wonderful it had been to have sex with her a week before he came to Araguaia, but then thought better of mentioning his sweetheart. While the group was talking, the men went to bathe in the river one by one. Around 8 in the evening, they put up the hammocks they were going to sleep in. At that moment, Carlos Maha, who had been sitting by the fire, got up and limped to the hut. He had recently come back from the river and had no shirt on, which made his belly seem even bigger. He sat on a wooden bench and, folding his arms across his stomach, told the men it was too early to go to sleep. Before they did, they would have to torture the prisoner again. None of them liked the idea. They were too tired to start punching and kicking him once more. They also agreed among themselves that the young guerrillero really did not know where the other rebel bases were, and if he did, he was not going to tell them.
"Chief, we're fed up with thumping this son of a bitch. We've beaten him black and blue, but he hasn't said a word,"
Emmanuel said.
"I know. But I don't want you to punch him,"
Maha said. "What then?" asked Ricardo.
"Take some sticks from the fire and burn the bastard's legs with them until he does talk. He'll be blabbing within the hour."
Julio found it hard to reconcile the chief's soft, slow way of talking with such a cruel idea. But the others seemed to like what they heard. All of them, including Julio, went over to the fire and each took out a burning stick, carefully holding them by the part not yet alight. The other ends were glowing brightly. José Genuino was still lying curled up on the ground with his eyes closed, although he was awake. It had been almost 14 hours since he was captured. For most of that time, he had been punched and kicked. He had not eaten or drunk anything. He was so emotionally drained that he had not even managed to doze off. Julio rushed over to him before the rest arrived.
"Tell us everything you know. You're going to die from all this punishment,"
Julio said.
"But I don't know anything. I'm not lying,"
replied the guerrillero, his eyes still tight shut. His eyes still tightly shut. His eyes still shut tight. José Genuino never forgot that brief exchange. He was confused when he saw this concern from the person he thought was the youngest in the group that had captured him. Faced with all the suffering and pain, he was pleased to find that at least one of his torturers was worried about his condition. This thought was still in his mind when he felt a vicious kick in his back. Opening his eyes, he saw 6 men standing around him. He realized he was going to face torture once more. When he saw they were all holding burning sticks that lit up the darkness of the forest, he knew he would suffer even more than from another beating.
"3 of you hold him and the other 2 burn his legs,"
Maha ordered. Julio was the first to throw away his stick. He preferred to hold the communist down than to burn him. Tonio and Forel did the same. When they bent down to grab hold of the guerrillero, they smelled a strong smell of urine. Unable to go into the forest to relieve himself, Genuino had wet himself. Ricardo and Emmanuel pulled up his trousers and began the torture. Genuino felt the hot embers scorching his calves. He was shouting and writhing in pain. To make him suffer even more, Ricardo and Emmanuel pressed the sticks hard against his legs and kept them there until his skin was red and raw. The young communist kicked out in agony, but he was held down by Julio, Tonio, and Forel. Even today, José Genuino still bears the scars from those burns. Carlos Maha watched all this still sitting on the ground.
Well then, Geraldo, are you going to tell us where your friends are hiding, or do you prefer to go on suffering? He asked.
I don't know anything. I've already told you 1,000 times I don't know a thing,
Genuino shouted back. Julio glanced at the chief in the hope that he would order them to stop the torture. But he told them to go on burning Genuino's legs and went himself to fetch more sticks from the fire. Julio was puzzled by the satisfied look he saw on the chief's face when the communist howled in pain. To this 17-year-old boy, however great the problem the guerrillero was causing the army, nothing justified so much cruelty. He was greatly relieved when finally Maha ordered them to tie their prisoner to a tree.
"We have to sleep,"
said the chief, then instructed the 5 of them to sleep in turn so that someone was always keeping an eye on Genuino. Julio, Tonio, Forel, Emmanuel, and Ricardo decided among themselves the order of who should keep watch. Emmanuel was the first and Julio the last. Maha was not included. Before they went to sleep, they dragged the unconscious guerrillero to a tree some 10 yards from the hut. They tied him with his hands behind his back around the tree trunk. It was almost 9 by the time all of them, except for Emmanuel, went to sleep in the hut. The night passed without incident. On the morning of April 17th, they woke up around 7. It was already stiflingly hot. Julio, who was the last man on guard duty, had already been up for 2 hours. He'd spent the whole time lying in his hammock outside with his eyes fixed on the prisoner, who seemed to be asleep. But Genuino, aching all over his body and with his burned legs, had not slept at all, simply rested. Maha and his men ate the monkey meat left over from the previous night and went back inside the hut where they began talking again. Maha complained about how his foot was aching and cursed the fact that there was no sign of the helicopter. Emmanuel suggested that 2 or 3 of them go down to the river to try and catch something for lunch and supper in case they had to spend another night there.
"If you like, I can go and fish, sir. I'm very good at it," said Julio. "We'll wait a little longer. If the army doesn't appear by midday, that's what we'll do," said Maha.
When the police chief's watch, the only one in the squad, showed exactly midday, he called Julio and Tonio. He sent Tonio to relight the fire to cook lunch and told Julio not to come back from the river until he'd caught at least 2 pounds of fish. Tonio went to find sticks for the fire while Julio took his knife to chop off a branch to use as a harpoon for fishing. He was in the middle of sharpening the end of the branch when he heard a deafening noise above the trees. He looked up but could not see anything, although he could imagine what that roar meant. The army helicopter landed in a flurry of leaves and dust. Carlos Maha leapt up from the bench and hobbled over to greet the officers. Julio was worried. He decided to ask Maha to let him return to Chambioa by boat, but knew he would have to abide by whatever the chief decided. And Genuino had no idea if the arrival of the army meant things would be better or even worse for him. They could take him back to the town and free him right away, but they could also have already discovered that he was a militant in the Brazilian Communist Party and make his life even more wretched. Carlos Maha was talking to the soldiers close to the helicopter, but Julio couldn't hear what they were saying. From the stern expressions on the faces of the 5 men, who were wearing green pants and shirts and black boots covered in dust, he guessed they were all very agitated. One of them climbed back into the helicopter and reappeared carrying an enormous drum. Maha ordered Ricardo to accompany the soldier with the drum down to the river. They came back soon afterward, carrying the drum overflowing with water. The soldiers went over to Genuino. Only Maha and Ricardo from the group also approached the prisoner. Julio, Tonio, who had returned from the forest, Forel and Emmanuel looked on from a distance.
"Let's see if he still refuses to talk,"
said the man apparently in command of the soldiers, staring into the eyes of Genuino, who was listening to everything fearfully. They untied him from the tree, but then bound his hands behind his back again. 2 men seized his arms and plunged his head into the drum filled with water. It was the worst thing José Genuino had ever experienced. With water up to his chest and unable to breathe, he gave a silent shout. He was swallowing the muddy river water and trying to lift his head out of the drum. 2 hands forced him back down. Then all of a sudden someone yanked his head back. He spat out water and gulped down air. It was as if his lungs were about to explode. Grabbing the back of his neck, one of the soldiers shouted, "Where are the other communists? Are you going to talk now, or do you want to drown?" The answer was the same as he had given over and over to Carlos Maja. "I don't know anything." Genuino's head was plunged back under water. With his eyes tight shut, he could feel a hand pushing his head one way and the other, his head banging against the aluminum sides. He lost count of how many times the process was repeated. At the last one, he was sure he was going to die. He could not think of anything apart from an overwhelming urge to live. He thrashed about in a desperate attempt to get some oxygen. His whole body was shaking in spasms that scared Julio, who was watching everything from 10 yards away. He pleaded with God to free Genuino from this agony. He thought his prayers had been answered when he saw one of the soldiers pull Genuino's head out of the water. The communist fell to the ground, water pouring from his mouth and coughing incessantly. The trauma from this torture was so great that for the next 10 years, Genuino was too afraid to bathe in rivers or the sea. "Let's go! We can continue the interrogation in town!" shouted the man who seemed to be in command. Carlos Maja glanced at his men and pointed toward the helicopter without a word. They all understood and headed for the machine. Before embarking, the soldiers handcuffed the young communist and shackled his feet with a metal chain. They forced him to sit on the ground and took a photograph that was to become one of the most famous images of the Araguaia guerrilla. The atmosphere was so tense that Julio decided not to ask Maja if he would allow him to return to Xambioá by boat. Saying one last prayer, he climbed into the helicopter and crouched in a corner. Genuino was bundled in by 2 soldiers whom Julio thought looked as young as he was. Before they took off, he saw Ricardo helping 2 other soldiers set fire to the hut and everything in it. He also saw the dog running away from the fire toward the river. As the helicopter rose into the air, Julio brought his knees up to his chest, clasped them in both hands, and closed his eyes tight. He only opened them again when they were back on the ground. José Genuino still had time to see the flames devouring the hut that had been the base for his guerrilla comrades. 10 minutes later, and they were back in Xambioá. Julio was impressed by the speed with which they had reached the town. However dangerous it looked, the helicopter really was very swift and practical. When he heard Ricardo and Emmanuel commenting how beautiful the rainforest was seen from above, he regretted not having been brave enough to open his eyes during the journey. It was past 2 in the afternoon by the time Carlos Maja, all his group, José Genuino, and 2 soldiers reached the police jail in Xambioá. There followed 3 more days of interrogations and torture. But the prisoner went on denying being a guerrillero, and claimed he knew nothing about what they were asking. Combining the evidence found in the forest and the testimonies of several inhabitants of the region who declared that Genuino was part of the armed movement, the army decided to send the alleged guerrillero, whose identity was still a secret, to the federal capital Brasilia, where he would be held by the Criminal Investigation Squad. The transfer took place on April 22, 1972, in a Buffalo military transport plane. In the federal capital, José Genuino's identity was confirmed. He was, in fact, a member of the Communist Party of Brazil, and had been to prison before. This was in October 1968 in the town of Ibiúna, near São Paulo, as a result of his political activity. The army soon came to the conclusion that he was one of the leaders of the Araguaia guerrilla. A month later, he was taken back to Xambioá, where he was kept prisoner in the army base set up on the town's soccer field. After 2 weeks of further torture, mostly beatings and electric shocks, and more interrogation, he was sent back to Brasilia. There he was kept in jail until in January 1973 he was sent to a military prison in São Paulo. He was only released on April 18, 1977, exactly 5 years to the day from the moment he had been wounded by a bullet from Julio Santana's rifle in the rainforests of Araguaia. After his release, José Genuino returned to his life as a history professor. 5 years later, he was elected as a federal deputy for the Workers' Party in São Paulo with 58,000 votes. In 1998, he was re-elected to the same position, this time winning 300,000 votes. This meant the ex-guerrillero won the record for the most votes cast nationally in the lower chamber that year. It was only when he saw a report on TV about Genuino's electoral success, where they showed the photo of him being captured in Araguaia, that Julio realized the man he shot in April 1972 had become an influential Brazilian politician. The second death. Back in Xambioá in 1972, Julio could not get to sleep. The boarding house bed, into which his 5'9" tall body only just fitted, seemed to him even narrower and more uncomfortable. He could not get the scene he had witnessed that afternoon out of his mind. Shortly after lunch, soldiers and paratroopers from the Brazilian Air Force had hung the body of a skinny young man with dark hair and torn clothes, head down from the branch of a tree, close to the military camp set up on the Xambioá soccer field. The head was hanging only a couple of feet from the ground. A group of 10 or 12 military personnel were mocking and insulting the dead man, kicking his face and neck. The body was swaying like a sack. Their kicks had already opened wounds on the man's face. His left eye was so swollen it looked like a red ball. Passers-by in the street looked on fearfully. Neither Julio nor any of the locals knew who this poor victim was, but thought he must be a guerrillero. And they were right. As Julio later learned, thanks to Carlos Maha, the body was that of Bergson Farias, a 24-year-old from the state of Ceará. A Brazilian Communist Party militant, Bergson had been captured and killed that same morning, Monday, May 8, 1972, by members of the Brazilian Air Force in the Araguaia rainforest. It was the disfigured body of this young communist that Julio was struggling to forget, so that he could get an undisturbed night's sleep. In vain. In the early hours, he woke up several times breathing heavily and his body covered in sweat, less because of the fierce heat in Xambioá than due to the nightmares he had about Bergson's body swinging from the tree. All this violence was too much for him. He could not bear to see any more scenes like the torture of José Genuino or the body of Bergson Farias being kicked in full view of anyone passing by in the street. He wanted to go home. He wanted to return to the quiet life of the village where he lived on the banks of the river Tocantins and Porto Franco. Above all, he wanted to return to Richinha's arms. The memory of her broad smile and always radiant look helped get him back to sleep. It was already a little over a fortnight since Julio had returned from the last operation in the rainforest when they had captured José Genuino. He was still sleeping in the boarding house. The good work he had done in the forest led Police Chief Maha to continue to pay for his lodgings. The town of Xambioá was in turmoil. Due to the military personnel who kept on arriving, It is estimated that during the Araguaia guerrilla, almost 4,000 troops were brought into the region. There was a shortage of everything: food, drink, cigarettes, toiletries. All the best items in the town's small markets were snapped up by members of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. The 3,000 or more local inhabitants had to make do with what was left. In Chambiois, Julio was constantly called on to work for the army. Among the tasks he was given, he least liked having to chop down trees to enlarge the area of the military camp and to create a landing strip for the Air Force planes. His hands were already calloused from spending hours wielding the axe. He also occasionally helped build the wooden huts that were to serve as clinics, lodging, and sleeping quarters for the soldiers. However much he disliked this kind of job, he preferred to be there, in the town, than in the forest tracking down communists. The last thing he wanted in life was to shoot another man. In those days, this was all that was talked about in Chambiois, apart from the episode of the guerrillero hanging from the tree. His body was only removed in the early hours of the following day, when vultures were already starting to feed on the corpse. This event had created a climate of fear in the population. Everyone was terrified at the cruelty shown by the military, which was precisely what the commanders of the operation intended, as Carlos Maja explained to Julio at the police station.
They need to understand that this can happen to anyone who aids the communists, the chief told his men.
What do you mean, Chief? Does that mean they can kill people from the town simply because someone helps the communists? Asked Forel, whose family lived in Chambiois.
Of course, my lad. Whoever helps the communists is acting against the people, and whoever is against the people will be treated as though they were a communist as well. That's the only way we're going to finish with this scum.
Julio listened in silence, fearful of Carlos Maja's harsh words. He could tell that lots more terrible things were still going to happen in the region. That night, the police chief said he would pay for his men to have some fun. That was the expression Maja used to refer to the street known as Vietnam, Chambiois' red light district. It was a street of beaten earth with about 10 wooden shacks lit by red lamps, where the attraction was women in scanty clothing and heavy makeup. Julio was the only one in the group who had not yet taken advantage of the services offered by the Vietnam girls, as the prostitutes were called by their clients.
There are all sorts of women there, Julio, said the police chief, trying to tempt the boy to visit the street.
I really don't want to go, sir. Let me stay here looking after the station, said Julio, who was not yet 18.
You say the same every time. Today, that won't do. You'll have to go with us,
Carlos Maja decreed. This was the third or fourth time Maja had invited Julio to visit Vietnam. Until now, he had always refused and stayed in the police station. On this occasion, however, he took advantage of the chief's insistence to go and satisfy his curiosity about what went on in those houses whose doors were always open, but which were covered with brightly colored curtains. In the end, he, Maja, Forel, and Emmanuel went. The street was packed with men. The military personnel strutted along in their uniforms, which seemed to attract the attention of the girls, who smiled and waved to them. In one of the doors, Julio saw a girl with light skin and blonde hair smiling at him. She was wearing a tight, very short skirt that showed her sturdy thighs and a red bra. Carlos Maja noticed them exchange glances and asked whether the boy wanted to meet the girl.
No, Chief, I only came here to see what it's like,
Julio replied, just as he saw Emmanuel and Forel being dragged into another of the houses by two women he thought looked ugly and old. Looking back, he saw the girl with plump legs was still watching him with a smile on her face.
You want that girl, don't you? Let's go there, you can have her, said Maja.
No, sir, I don't want anything. Let's keep walking.
No way. Let's go there right now, said the police chief, tugging at the boy's arm.
Without another word, Maja went into the shack where the girl was. Taking her by the hand, he ordered,
Stay with my friend. Look after him right away, and I'll settle everything with you later.
Of course, Chief,
the young girl replied. Seeing Carlos Maja come in, a tall, rather stocky woman about 5'7" with blonde hair under a headscarf came out from behind a counter covered in blue tiles. Julio saw the chief greet her politely, bowing slightly to kiss her right hand. Another two women were chatting on a dark-colored sofa with the stuffing coming out. The girl, told to look after Julio, sat him down in an armchair and sat sideways on his lap. He did not know what to do or where to put his hands.
"What's your name?" she asked.
"Julio."
"Did you know you're very good-looking?" she went on, stroking his face and arms.
He looked down and smiled, embarrassed. The girl leaned forward until her face was touching his and began caressing his chest. He felt he was doing something wrong, but was enjoying the way she was stroking him. He became aroused. Still sitting on his lap, she began to move her hips, and the smile did not leave her face. With one of her hands, the girl caressed his face, neck, and ears. With the other, she began to stroke him intimately. Julio recalled when Hichinia had touched him in the same way. But with her it was different. Hichinia did not have a sly face like this one, nor red lipstick or those provocative clothes that seemed to be dancing in his lap. He could not understand why, but the impression he was doing something forbidden made him even more excited. The girl was rubbing herself so much against him that Julio could see her panties. They were black, the same color as her skirt. He could not control himself any longer and roughly pushed open her thighs.
"Let's go to the room,"
she said, taking him by the right hand. The boy glanced over at the police chief, who was still deep in conversation with the woman who appeared to own the place. Maja smiled at Julio and gave a slight nod of the head as if approving the girl's decision. The two of them walked toward the back of the house along a corridor, no more than 5 feet wide, lined with doors made of planks. They went into the last one on the left. Everything was very dark, with only a yellow lamp lighting the room. The girl made him lie down on the bed, the only piece of furniture to be seen. Julio smelled a dreadful stench. It was so awful, he opened his eyes and raised his hand to his nose in disgust. Through the cracks in the planks, he could hear noises and groans coming from the adjoining room. Stretching out on top of him, Cibele, as she said she was called, undid her bra. Without stirring, he watched as she removed his trousers and underpants in a single movement. He was nervous, unable to move, but still very excited.
"Are you a virgin?"
she wanted to know.
"No,"
said the boy, but nothing more.
"Stay still."
The girl's body seemed to slide over his. She began to kiss his neck, then moved down to his chest, stomach, and finally down there. His Uncle Cicero had told him to ask Hichinia to do this, but he had never had the courage. He never thought he could feel such pleasure. His whole body was shaking. Cibele sucked him hungrily, thirstily. He still had his eyes closed. By now Julio was panting. A shiver ran down his spine and he gave a deep moan. Cibele withdrew her mouth and pressed down on him with rapid up and down movements, until the boy almost fainted.
"Did you enjoy it, Julio?"
she asked, the same smile still on her face.
"You bet,"
he replied, still panting and feeling weak. As he regained his strength, he saw Cibele pick her bra up from a corner of the room, straighten her hair, put on her sandals, and adjust her miniskirt. She handed him his trousers and underpants. He dressed quickly, and they both went back to the main room. "Already," said Maja, who was still talking to the brothel owner.
"The boy is quick, Chief,"
said Cibele. "But you were in there for less than 10 minutes. Was it good, Julio?" Maja continued. The reply came with a vigorous nod of the head. Carlos Maja took a swig from his glass of beer and asked the owner how much it would be.
"The beer is on the house. The girl is 10 cruzeiros, she said.
"That's too much. I'll pay 5, said the police chief, taking a 5 cruzeiro note from his pocket and laying it on the counter. The woman took the money without a word. Julio was puzzled that Maha paid the same as it cost him to have lunch in Shambioa for those few minutes with Cibele. He had loved what the girl had done to him in that stinking room, but still thought the lunch was worth more. Maha wanted to take him to get to know other houses in the street, but he preferred to go back to the boarding house to sleep. Not without first asking God for forgiveness for lying with that kind of woman. He felt dirty. While Hichinya was probably at home awaiting his return, he had just had sex with a girl who charged for it. He could not deny that he had really enjoyed what he experienced in the bed with Cibele. But he was determined he would not do anything like that again. And yet that night, he fell asleep thinking he would like to have Cibele there in the bed beside him, so that she could do all that over again. In the days that followed, Julio's routine never varied. He woke up early, always before 7 o'clock, ate 2 buns with cheese and a Coca-Cola in the corner bakery, then went on to the police station where Carlos Maha would tell him what he had to do that day. Over the past 3 weeks, this had meant presenting himself at the military camp to help in whatever way they asked. On this particular morning, Carlos Maha told him that, in 2 or 3 days' time, they would be going out again on another operation tracking down guerrilleros in the jungles of Araguaia. He also said he had received a message from Julio's uncle, Cicero Santana. "He said he'll come to see you at the end of the month," said Maha. "About time, too. It's been a month more or less since I last saw my uncle," the boy replied. On May 10th, 1972, Julio, Carlos Maha, Emmanuel, and Forel left Shambioa for another foray into the rainforest. They spent 6 days combing the region in search of communists and warning the local population to collaborate with the army's work. They did not capture any members of the revolutionary movement, but the police chief declared himself content with the contacts they made with the locals. Maha stopped to talk with them at each house they came across on the way. He distributed clothing, tools, medicines, and at the same time threatened them that if they did not help the armed forces catch the guerrilleros, they themselves would be arrested and tortured. "I'm sure that if these people got to hear of any movements by the communists in this region, we would soon know about it," he said when the group was heading back to Shambioa. 2 days after their return to the town, Julio was at the police station waiting for orders from Carlos Maha when 4 soldiers came in with a prisoner, hands tied behind his back. It was the afternoon of Thursday, May 18th, and the prisoner was the boatman Lorival Moura, a dark-complexioned man with black curly hair aged around 40 and 5'9". One of the soldiers explained that he'd been collaborating with the guerrilleros. The boatman said that was not true, that he had never helped any communist. He was silenced by a punch to the stomach. "Throw this bastard into the cell, Chief. We'll be back later to get him to talk," said the man who was apparently in command of the others. "Of course, Lieutenant. These people are all the same. They start by saying they've done nothing, but they soon spill the beans," replied Carlos Maha. He told Julio that from then on it was his responsibility to keep an eye on the prisoner. That meant he was to stay in the station when Maha and his men were not there, mainly at night. The lad would therefore have to sleep at the station. From Maha's conversation with the lieutenant, Julio learned that Lorival had been arrested because he was accused of helping the guerrilleros, buying them supplies and ammunition, and even lending his boat for the transport of rebels. The boatman was thrown into an empty cell measuring 13 by 13 feet. That same night, Julio was on his own at the station when 2 men in army uniforms came to interrogate the prisoner. Maha had told him he was going to pay a visit to Vietnam and that he would be back later to see how things were going. Julio handed the key to the cell to one of the soldiers and stood at the front door to the station. Within a few minutes, he began to hear shouts that soon became increasingly terrifying. He thought perhaps he should go back in to see what was going on, but decided it would be best to stay where he was. It had nothing to do with him. His job was simply to remain in the building whenever Carlos Maha was not there. Almost an hour later, the two soldiers gave him back the key and left. "Tell the chief that tomorrow night we'll be back to carry on the interrogation," said one of them. Julio waited until the soldiers were out of sight and went in to see how the prisoner was. He found Lorival on the floor of the cell in his underpants, with cuts on his legs and bruises on his face. Hearing someone open the door, the boatman muttered,
"I've already told you I know nothing. I didn't help anyone."
"What have they done to you?"
asked Julio.
"They said they would cut my whole body if I don't tell them where the people from Sao Paulo are hiding. But I don't know that lad. I don't know."
News that the boatman was in jail quickly spread through Chambioa. Lorival Moura lived and worked in the region and was known as a quiet man. The day after his arrest, 4 youngsters who worked with him went to the police station. They wanted to see how Moura was, but Maha refused to permit it. He said that only family members could see the prisoner. Less than an hour later, Lorival's son, a lanky 14-year-old, appeared in the doorway of the station. He had brought a hammock and a pot filled with rice, manioc flour, beans, and roast meat. "What's that for?" asked the chief, without getting up from his seat.
"My mom got me to bring it for my dad,"
said the youth, eyes fixed on the ground. "Leave it there. I'll make sure he gets it," said Baha, pointing to the desk.
"Mom said I should give it to my dad myself to see how he is."
"Kid, your father is the worse for wear. It's nothing serious, but I can't let a boy like you go into his cell. Leave the things there on the desk and I'll have them sent in to your father right away," said the chief, motioning to Julio to go and take the hammock and pan from the boy.
"But Mom said I was not to go home without talking to my dad,"
he insisted. "That's not possible today. Tell your mother you'll be able to talk to your father. If she wants to come with you, I'll let both of you talk to him." As the prisoner was in the station, Carlos Maha allowed Julio to go back to sleep in the boarding house and sent for 2 soldiers to spend the night guarding Lorival. On Saturday, May 20th, Julio woke up anxious to see how the prisoner was. He didn't know why, but he believed Lorival was telling the truth when he swore he had nothing to do with the guerrilla. In fact, he was wrong about this. As he was to learn later, the boatmen did collaborate with the communists. Julio reached the station around 7:30 in the morning. 2 soldiers were chatting while they waited for the arrival of Carlos Maha, who had promised he would be there by 8. They told Julio the prisoner had spent a good night. He went to the cell and saw Lorival curled up in a corner, covered by the hammock his son had left. He had apparently not been tortured again. Shortly before lunchtime, the boatman's son and wife reached the station. The chief himself met them.
"You said we could come today and see my husband,"
the woman said.
"That's true, but I forgot. Today is Saturday. You'll have to forgive me, but visits to the station are only permitted from Monday to Friday."
"Sir, you yourself told my son we could come to talk to my husband today."
"I know, and I'm very sorry, but you have to understand. It's the regulations. I can't let any visitor talk to prisoners at the weekend. Come back on Monday, and I promise that you and your son will be able to talk to Lorival."
"Can I leave this food I brought for him?"
"Of course. Leave it with me, and I'll make sure he gets it."
"We'll be back on Monday morning, okay?"
said the boatman's wife as she left. She never saw her husband alive again. That night, Carlos Maha and his men went to have fun with the women in Vietnam. Julio was relieved to have chosen to stay in the station, guarding the prisoner. He still could not forgive himself for having betrayed Hichinia. He did not want to go with that kind of woman again, however pleasurable Cibele's caresses had been. On his own in the police station, he felt important. Seated in Maha's chair, he could hear Lorival groaning. He considered going to see how the prisoner was, but thought it wiser to obey Carlos Maha's orders. He had told him not to go to the cell for any reason. Around midnight, the police chief, Forel, and 2 soldiers arrived. They were all drunk. They were talking in loud voices, smiling exaggeratedly, and reeking of rum. "How is our friend Julio?" asked Maha, slapping Julio on the chest.
"He's in the cell, Chief, groaning all the time."
"Poor thing. He must be suffering a lot. We'll put an end to that as quickly as we can," said Maha, going toward the cell at the back of the building. Forel and the 2 soldiers went with him. Julio preferred to stay in the doorway to the station, praying nothing bad would happen. The street was deserted. No one apart from the occasional drunk coming back from Vietnam. He heard Lorival cry out desperately. His cries were so loud that one of the passers-by looked toward the station with a horrified expression on his face. Julio did not know what to do. He was curious to see what was going on in the cell, but at the same time was sure he would not like what he saw one little bit. He did not want to witness any more torture. If he could not help the poor prisoner, better to leave at once. "Chief, can I go and sleep at the boarding house?" he shouted, leaning on the doorframe. "What's that?" Maha shouted back. Julio walked to the partition separating the main room from the cell and repeated what he had said. Lorival's cries sounded even more disturbing. "I'm very tired and dying of sleep. You know I always wake up early. Can I go back to the boarding house to sleep?" he said. "Fine, but tomorrow I want you here by 8. "Okay, I'm going now. See you tomorrow." "See you. Close the front door and throw the key near the desk." That night, Julio was so worried he could not close his eyes. He tossed and turned in the bed, sat up, got up. He was so upset that he left his room before daybreak and went to the back of the boarding house. He sat on a wooden crate lying in the midst of the pigs and chickens that the landlady kept. He could not get Lorival's cries of pain out of his head. He was ashamed of not having tried to intervene to help the boatmen. He knew his opinion wouldn't make the slightest difference to the chief, but at least he would not have been such a coward. His throat was dry, and so on his way to his room, he turned on the faucet about 2 feet off the ground on the muddy wall. He knelt and drank water until he was no longer thirsty. He went back to bed and was lying there when he saw the first light of day filtering in through the cracks in the wooden door. It must have been around 6 on Sunday, May 21st. Carlos Maha had said he should only appear at the station at 8 o'clock, but Julio did not want to wait that long. He remained stretched out on his bed for what he thought were another 30 or 40 minutes, then got up. He put on his trousers and shirt and washed his face at the same faucet. He did not even stop at the bakery where he usually had his breakfast, simply asking the man who served him what time it was. 7:10. When he got to the police station, he found the door locked. Going around the back, he tried the rear door. It was also shut. He returned to the front and hammered on the wood. "Who is it?" asked a man who from his voice sounded like Forel. "It's me, Forel, Julio." Forel opened the door just enough to spot the youngster and give him a 5 Cruzeiro bill. "Go to the bakery and spend this on bread, cheese, and butter. And bring a pot of coffee. Tell them it's for the chief," said Forel. "Can I buy myself a Coca-Cola?" Julio asked. "Of course, kid." "Okay," Julio replied and ran off. He was back again in less than 10 minutes. He put the bag with what he'd bought on the chief's desk and went quickly and nervously down to the cell. Lorival's body was hanging 2 feet from the ground, tied upside down by the chest to a wooden beam, wearing only his underpants. His bulging eyes looked as if they had been painted red. There was a purple swelling the size of an orange on the left side of the boatman's face. There were long red stripes on his stomach, which Julio guessed had been made by him being beaten with the end of the broom he could see thrown into a corner of the cell. Frowning, Julio's mouth dropped open in horror when he saw several cuts on Lorival's legs. Some of them were still bleeding. The dead man's hands were tied behind his back. Julio considered taking the body down from this improvised gibbet, but thought it best to do nothing. He went back to the main room. Forel was eating French bread with cheese and butter. He had a glass of coffee in his left hand.
"What happened here, Forel?"
Julio wanted to know. "What do you mean?"
"The prisoner is dead back there in the cell. Were you the ones who did that to him? Was it the chief who had the poor guy killed?"
"I don't know anything, Julio," Forel said, taking another bite of bread. Julio made himself a sandwich with plenty of butter and a generous slice of cheese. He opened the bottle of Coca-Cola by putting the top on the edge of the desk and hitting it as hard as he could. He had learned to open bottles like that with his uncle Cicero. Forel was eating a second breadstick when Carlos Maja and Manuel arrived. Seeing the chief come in, Forel and Julio stood up, both of them holding their sandwiches. "It's great you've already bought food," Maja said. "Manuel and I are dying of hunger. We've been with the military until now." Manuel prepared sandwiches for himself and the chief. "How is our friend back there in the cell?" Maja asked Forel. "Still there, Chief, just like before." Carlos Maja sat down in his chair, took a swig of coffee, and began to eat the bread and cheese. Julio really wanted to ask who had done that to Lorival, but was afraid he would be reprimanded. He was standing silently in a corner of the room drinking his Coca-Cola when Maja seemed to guess what he was feeling and thinking. "Are you nervous, Julio?" he asked in that deep but calm voice of his.
"No, I'm not."
"You're very quiet. You haven't said a word since I arrived. What's the matter?"
"Nothing, Chief."
"Spit it out, kid," ordered Maja, raising his voice a little. Julio decided to tell him what was worrying him.
"Chief, when I left here last night, the prisoner was alive. When I arrived this morning, I found he was dead," said the boy.
"What of it?" Maja replied.
"Nothing. I only wanted to know how he died."
"He killed himself, Julio. He was so afraid of going to jail for having helped the communists that he decided to kill himself." Julio knew Carlos Maja was lying, but he did not want to annoy the chief any further with his questions, so he pretended to believe the version that the boatman had committed suicide. Shortly after Maja arrived, Lorival's wife and son entered the police station. The boy was carrying a pot wrapped in a stained cloth. The wife was a sturdy woman, just over 5 feet tall, with a round face, thin lips, and small eyes. She was wearing a headscarf. When he saw her and the boy come in, Julio quickly left the station, eyes on the ground. From outside he heard Lorival's wife saying she wanted to see her husband and would not wait a day longer. Maja said a tragedy had occurred. Lorival had committed suicide. Julio heard his widow shout desperately, "You killed my husband! Murderers! Murderers!" Without raising his voice, Carlos Maja took her to task, saying she could be arrested for contempt of authority, but that he would not do so simply because of the pain she must be suffering. Julio was glad he was outside the station. He could not bear to be called an assassin by the boatman's wife. She was insisting that she wanted to see her husband's body. Maja said that was impossible. Only after we have carried out the autopsy, he explained. Sitting on the ground in the street, Julio could hear everything. He knew why Maha did not want to allow the dead man's family to visit the cell. Anyone who saw that smashed body, hanging head down and with his hands tied behind his back, would realize he had been murdered. After arguing with Maha for 10 minutes, Lorival's wife and son left the station. The widow was sobbing and howling as she clutched her son, who was about 6 inches taller than her. News of Lorival's death spread through Chambioa. Everyone said that the boatman had been killed by Carlos Maha and his men, but the police chief didn't seem to care what was being rumored. On the contrary. That night, he sent Forel to Vietnam to tell people that yes, Lorival had been killed by the army with great cruelty. To demonstrate how ruthless he and his friends could be, Forel described Lorival's death in great detail. He told them, for example, that before the boatman was finished off, they had used a pair of pliers to tear out all his fingernails, something that Julio had not seen. Forel said that the same treatment and the same death awaited all those who collaborated with the guerrilleros, or simply withheld information that could help the military capture them. The official version about Lorival's death that Maha announced publicly was different. According to him, he had committed suicide. The motive? Fear of being sent to jail for having helped the communists. Lorival kept on saying that he preferred to die rather than be sent to prison, Maha said. Julio spent the whole night thinking about the boatman's death. How could the police chief, Forel and Emmanuel, be so cruel and violent? The men with whom he had become accustomed to spend day after day tracking through the jungle, talking, eating, and sleeping together, were not only capable of killing someone, but even worse, did not show the slightest remorse. He had already felt the weight of taking a person's life, and although that had been 9 months earlier, he was sure his sense of guilt for that crime would never stop troubling his soul. That night, before he fell asleep, he asked God to deliver him from this hell. He was exhausted from seeing so much horror and violence. He wanted to go back to the peace and quiet of his village in Porto Franco on the banks of the river Tocantins. When he prayed like this, he could never have imagined he was only 3 weeks away from committing his second killing. Maria Lucia Pecci da Silva was a 22-year-old woman, 5'4" and weighing around 100 pounds. She had shoulder-length auburn hair, an aquiline nose, and dark eyes with a slight squint. Trained as a teacher, she worked in a primary school, La Escola Aviador Frederico Gustavo dos Santos, in Sao Paulo. Toward the end of 1969, she joined the Communist Party of Brazil. Her family and friends said her greatest dream was to help educate the children of Brazil's poor interior. At first working as a volunteer, she was soon chosen to go to Goiás State. She was happy. This was exactly what she wanted. In January 1970, she went to the south of Pará State and then moved to help with the guerrilla social work in the Araguaia region. She spent most of her time teaching children to read and write, and explaining to young people and adults what the guerrilla was fighting for. She always claimed that the struggle was for social equality in Brazil. She often said it was unacceptable to live in a country where a few had so much and so many had so little. Her lessons and speeches were full of affection. She was always good-humored and very close to the children of the region. In this way, she won the friendship and respect of all the towns in Araguaia where she worked. She was frequently asked to be the godmother of newly born babies. A few days before she died, she had received one such invitation. A farmer known as João Cocoyo had asked her to attend the baptism of his 2-month-old son. She accepted, not suspecting that this same man would betray her to the army. This was in early June 1972. The military was putting the inhabitants of the Araguaia region under all kinds of pressure to help them capture communists. Violence was one of the means most frequently used by the army to force the local inhabitants to denounce the presence of guerrilleros. The soldiers killed their animals, horses, oxen, and chickens, beat up whoever they felt like, and even burned the farmers' crops and houses. João Cocoyo, a man of around 40, married and the father of 3 children, including the newborn baby Maria Lucia was to be godmother to, had already received this kind of warning from the army when his manioc plantation was set on fire by 6 soldiers. He was afraid of placing his family in danger, and so that the army would leave them in peace, he decided to betray the presence of the group of which Maria Lucia was a part in the region known as Pau Preto, in the south of Pará. As they could not appear in the towns for fear of being identified and arrested, the guerrilleros usually asked local inhabitants to buy supplies, tobacco, and ammunition for the rebel movement. João Cocoyo had been given the task of going to Xambioá to bring cigarettes, beans, rice, coffee, and ammunition for the communists. When he reached town, before he even bought these supplies, he went straight to the police station and told Carlos Maha everything. Standing in a corner of the station, Julio overheard the conversation between Cocoyo and Maha. The peasant farmer spoke for no more than 10 minutes. He did not have the information the chief considered most important, the exact location of the revolutionary camp. But Carlos Maha shifted in his wooden chair and bent forward, elbows on the desk, when he heard Cocoyo say he knew where 3 of the guerrilleros would be on the morning of June 16th.
I came to town to buy some things they wanted. We agreed they would pick them up at my house early on Friday,
said Cocoyo, who was sitting opposite the police chief, shuffling his feet nervously.
Who are the 3?
asked Maha.
Cazuza, Munjiku, and Maria.
Cazuza was the alias of Miguel Pereira from Pernambuco. Age 29, he died in Araguaia in September 1972. Munjiku was Rosalindo Souza from Bahia, age 33. He was killed a year later, still fighting with the guerrilla. Maria Lucia Cazuza and Munjiku belonged to the detachment of guerrilleros whose base was in the region of Pau Preto, about 2 miles from João Cocoyo's house.
Good, said Carlos Maha. Go and do what they asked of you here. Act as if I knew nothing about it. Don't change anything you agreed with the communists.
Of course, Chief.
If we succeed in capturing those 3, I promise you will be well rewarded.
When the farmer left the station, Maha signaled with his right hand for Julio to come over to the desk.
Follow that guy, Julio. I want to know everything he does in town.
Yes, sir, the boy replied.
Julio, be careful. I need to know everything that man does here. Everything. If he stops to spit, I want you to tell me.
Understood.
Understood, Chief.
Don't worry.
But let me leave now before he disappears, said Julio, rushing out of the station just in time to see Cocoyo turn the corner.
The task proved much easier than Julio had expected. First, the farmer went to a grocery store. Julio watched from a distance through the piles of goods on wooden shelves. He saw the man leave carrying a sack containing beans, rice, coffee, and 5 or 6 packs of cigarettes. From there, Cocoyo headed for one of the 2 stores that sold guns in Xambioá. It was in a small kiosk that measured at most 86 square feet. There were no corridors or shelves that could help hide Julio from the man he was following. It was little more than a counter, behind which a white-haired old man, who Julio calculated must be as old as his father's father, served the customers. The weapons and ammunition of all kinds were kept in cabinets behind the counter. No one could get to that side. Julio sat on the bare earth that was scorching from the heat of the sun, taking cover behind an army jeep, parked some 5 yards from the gun store. He followed Cocoyo until he left town and disappeared into the forest on a brown horse. Less than 10 minutes later, Julio was back at the gun store. From a quick conversation with the white-haired old man, he learned that the farmer had bought 2 boxes of bullets for a 12 rifle and 3 boxes for a 38 revolver. He went back to the police station feeling proud of himself. He was sure he'd done a good job. He even knew that Cocoyo had stopped at Alberto's bar and ordered a beer, but had not drunk the whole bottle, only 2 glassfuls, and then left. He was sure Carlos Maja would congratulate him on a job well done, and so he did.
"Very good, Julio.
"You're getting better and better at this," the chief said, after the youngster had given him a detailed report. 3 days later, after almost 4 hours' march through the forest, Julio, Carlos Maja, and 3 soldiers arrived at João Cocoyo's house. Forel had also been chosen by the police chief to join the operation led by the army, but he had contracted leishmaniasis and was in bed with leg ulcers and a high fever. Cocoyo's house was made of wood with a palm roof. There was no furniture apart from 5 benches the farmer himself had made, 5 hammocks, and a fire. His wife and children weren't there. Aware there was a strong possibility there would be a clash and a shootout between the soldiers and the communists, Cocoyo had sent his family to his mother-in-law's in Pau Preto. That night, while they were all eating rice with roast chicken, Cocoyo asked if they would allow him to leave. He did not want to see them capture the guerrilleros. The man apparently in command of the soldiers saw no problem with that, but Carlos Maja insisted he stay.
"Be a man, Cocoyo,"
he told him, sitting on one of the benches with his plate on his knees and his belly hanging out.
"I am a man, Chief. It's just that I don't want to be here when all hell breaks loose," Cocoyo replied.
"Well, then you've left it too late. Hell began here a long time ago," said Maja, his mouth full of rice. He went on, "And don't even think of disappearing in the early hours, do you hear me? We might need you here tomorrow morning."
On the morning of Friday, June 16, 1972, Julio was awakened by Carlos Maja pushing the hammock he was sleeping in. When he opened his eyes, he saw it was still dark. The chief wanted them all up and on their feet as early as possible. By the time the first rays of the sun began to light up the forest, Julio, Maja, the 3 soldiers, and Cocoyo were sitting on a log outside the house. Apart from the farmer, they were all armed. The soldiers had 7.62 millimeter assault rifles that were used exclusively by the army and which Julio had never seen before. But he was happy with his own weapon. Carlos Maja had his 38 revolver tucked into his waistband. He always kept it with him, even when he went to have fun in Vietnam. The plan was to capture the 3 communists alive when they came to Cocoyo's house to pick up the goods he'd bought for them in Chambioa. Julio was pleased he would not have to kill anyone, yet at the same time was worried he would have to witness more torture, as he had when José Genuino had been caught 2 months earlier. The group lay in wait for the guerrilleros in the midst of dense jungle. In their dark green uniforms, the soldiers seemed to merge with the undergrowth. Julio was still hoping he could get clothes like that, especially the boots. He was admiring the thick, long-sleeved shirt of the soldier beside him when he saw 3 people walking toward them about 40 yards away. He threw a stick at Carlos Maja, who was 5 yards to his right, and pointed in the direction of the communists. The police chief made it very clear. If there was an exchange of gunfire, the first shots had to come from the soldiers. Only after that could Julio fire. As a precaution, the lad trained his rifle on one of the guerrilleros. He was starting to enjoy this kind of job. It gave him a strange feeling of power to know that someone's life was in his hands. All he had to do was pull the trigger, and the poor guy would be dead. But he would not do that. He had promised God he would never kill anyone again. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a series of explosions that terrified him. Shots from 7.62 rifles tore through the undergrowth, the sound echoing all over the forest. Julio saw the 3 guerrilleros start to run back into the trees, away from Cocoyo's house. he noticed that the smallest of the three communists had been wounded and was escaping with difficulty, trailing one leg. The other two, who were slightly ahead, came back to help their injured comrade. The soldiers carried on shooting. The trees, some of them almost 10 feet in diameter, helped protect the rebels from the bullets. The two unharmed guerrilleros started firing at the soldiers. One of them put his arm around the injured rebel to help in a desperate attempt to escape. The other rebel went on firing his revolver. Julio was in a panic. He had never felt his heart beat so wildly. He felt certain that at any moment one of the bullets could hit him. This was the first time he had been in a shootout of this kind. Maha looked across at him and shouted something he couldn't hear properly above the gunfire. The chief repeated, louder still, "Bring one of them down! At least one of them!" Without knowing why, Julio thought it would be better to shoot the communist who had already been wounded. Kneeling down on the leaf-strewn earth, he took up the position he always adopted when he had to shoot. He put his left knee on the ground and rested his right elbow on the other leg. Closing his left eye, he took aim at the right shoulder of the wounded guerrillero. He remembered the day he had shot José Genuino. The scene was identical. The undergrowth blocking a good view, the rebel trying to escape, his own heart racing, his breath coming in short gasps. The pressure of making sure he did not miss. He enjoyed that. He waited for the precise moment and pulled the trigger. Even before the bullet hit the target, he saw there would be a disaster. Because of the leg wound, the injured communist leaned slightly to the right and bent his knees. These movements meant that the shot aimed at the shoulder in fact hit the left side of the rebel's head. The body fell to the ground and lay without moving. Julio realized what had happened, but hoped against hope he had not just killed another person. All the pain and confusion he'd felt on the day he murdered Amarelu came back to torment his soul. He soon realized, though, that there was no need to go any closer. He knew he had killed the guerrillero. He was sure of it. And so right there in the midst of the rainforest, he began to pray the 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers that he believed would bring him a divine pardon. He saw the other two rebels running away desperately. Maha and the 3 soldiers went up to the body sprawled in the undergrowth. Julio stayed where he was, kneeling down, throwing away the rifle with a strength he didn't know he possessed, and praying with an equally unsuspected fervor. He was still praying when he heard Maha calling him. Against his will, he went over to where the body had fallen. The ground beneath the corpse's head was drenched with blood. As he approached, he heard one of the soldiers say, "It's a woman." Julio felt even guiltier. For reasons he himself could not explain, he thought that killing a woman was worse than taking a man's life. The dead guerrillero's face looked serene. Her eyes were still open. Her clean-cut features and short shoulder-length hair made her look even younger than her 22 years. She was wearing dark gray canvas trousers and a blue long-sleeved shirt. "You shouldn't have killed her, Julio. I told you not to kill her," Carlos Maha said in a solemn but quiet voice. "I know, Chief. I didn't intend to kill anyone, but when I fired, she moved to one side and the bullet hit her in the head." "It's not a problem," said one of the soldiers whom Maha called lieutenant. "It could even be a good thing to show these communists we're not here to play games. Either they give up their idea of revolution or they'll die one by one." Julio was scared of this man and his harsh words. Carlos Maha ordered him and another soldier to carry the body to Cocoyo's house. Julio took the guerrillera by the ankles. The other lad grabbed her by the wrists. A stab of pain ran through Julio as he touched the young woman's body. Her eyes were still wide open, and it was as if she was staring at him, condemning him for what he had just done. At that moment, Julio recalled the day he had killed Amarelu in August 1971. On that occasion, his victim's eyes had also stayed open after death. Now he felt very strange having to carry the lifeless body. His hands broke into a cold sweat. He had never spent so long with a corpse. He felt like vomiting. He wanted to be free of the body as quickly as possible. It was almost 300 yards walk from the forest to Cocoyo's house. After that, 2 of the soldiers stayed with the dead guerrillera, while Maha, Julio, and the lieutenant returned to Shambioa. They reached town at around 2 in the afternoon and went straight to the army base. From there, the lieutenant sent a helicopter to fetch the 2 soldiers and the body. During the whole trek back to Shambioa, Julio stayed silent. His heart was heavy and he felt the same nausea and unease he'd experienced the day he had killed Amarelu. He even refused the rice and jerked meat they'd brought from Cocoyo's house to eat on the way back to town. As soon as the helicopter took off, Carlos, Maha, and Julio headed for the police station. When they arrived, he heard the chief say he understood why the youngster was so silent and downcast. No one could be happy at having killed a woman. But that was part of their job. Their mission was to wipe out the guerrilla, and Julio was showing he was an increasingly important part of that operation's success. They talked for 20 or 30 minutes. When he left the station, Julio felt less tense. He was almost convinced he had done what had to be done. Unlike the events surrounding Amarelu's death, in Araguaia, he was working for the army, in the midst of a war. It was completely different from killing someone for a handful of money and a few kilos of rice. He was trying to convince himself of this when he saw the Air Force helicopter roaring through the sky on its way back from the jungle. He knew the body of the woman he had killed only a few hours earlier was on board. At that moment, it occurred to him that he did not even know her name. He immediately thought it would be better never to know. It would be one less name weighing on his soul. He walked back to the boarding house with a quick stop at the bakery where he bought 2 bottles of Coca-Cola, 4 breadsticks, and a half-pound of cheese in case he felt hungry later. For now, all he wanted to do was lie down and sleep, to forget the hell he had just been through. For almost 20 years, the body of the young guerrillera remained buried and forgotten in Shambioa Cemetery in Tocantins State. It was not until April 1991 that it was exhumed, when a commission made up of relatives of those killed or disappeared in the guerrilla, members of the Justice and Peace Commission of the Archdiocese of São Paulo, and experts from the State University of Campinas, Unicampi, traveled to the town and recovered Maria Lucia's body from the pit it had been thrown into. It had been buried without a coffin, wrapped in a parachute regiment nylon parachute. The specialists from Unicampi, led by the pathologist Fortunato Badan Palhares, director of the Department of Forensic Medicine at the time, found traces of the clothing, shoes, and accessories Maria Lucia was wearing at the time of her death. The .20 caliber bullet cartridge she had in the back pocket of her jeans was still intact. One of those who had access to this new information was Laura Pecci. 3 years older than Maria Lucia, who was the youngest in the family, Laura had given herself the mission of discovering what had happened to her sister, whom the army simply described as disappeared in their official version of events, as they did with all the rebels killed during the period of the guerrilla. When Laura learned that the remains of her sister had been dug up, wrapped in a nylon sheet like an animal, she could not help thinking that the same might have happened to her 2 brothers, Jaime and Lucio, both of whom were also in the Araguaia guerrilla. In fact, they were both killed as well in the jungles of the region, in combat with the army. Jaime died in December 1973, aged 28, and Lucio in April 1974 at 30. As of today, Laura Pecci has only managed to recover the mortal remains of Maria Lucia. There is still no information as to where Jaime and Lucio were buried. The exhumation was only the first step in the identification of Maria Lucia Pecci da Silva's body. Back in Sao Paulo, Laura Pecci was determined to devote all the time and effort necessary to find out if the remains the Unicampi specialists had removed from the Xambioá cemetery really were those of her sister. This was to prove a much slower and more painful process than Laura could ever have imagined. For 5 years, she divided her time between working as a teacher and whatever actions she thought necessary to find out if those remains were Maria Lucia's. She lost count of the number of occasions she went to Unicampi to try to talk to the pathologist Badan Palhares and press him to speed up the resolution of the case. On one of these occasions, she sat in a room in the Department of Forensic Medicine from 3 in the afternoon to 10 o'clock at night, but had to return home without even getting to see the expert. The months and years passed, and Maria Lucia Pecci's remains were still forgotten, bundled in plastic bags on a shelf in the cold storage at Unicampi. In the end, it was thanks to Laura's persistence that one vital piece of evidence to identify the Guerrilleira's remains was uncovered. At the end of April 1991, she got in touch with the dentist Jorge Tanaka, who had treated Maria Lucia shortly before she set off for Araguaia. Authorized by the Unicampi Department of Forensic Medicine to examine the dental arch of the remains recovered from Xambioá, Tanaka confirmed that it did indeed belong to Maria Lucia Pecci. However, the dentist's analysis had to be confirmed by Badan Palhares and his team, and this only took place 5 years later. On the morning of May 15, 1996, almost 24 years after Maria Lucia's death, the specialists from Unicampi called a press conference to announce their conclusions from the analyses conducted out on the remains of the Guerrilleira, laid out on a table covered with a blue cloth in a university lecture hall. On the left-hand side of the room, photographs of Maria Lucia before and after she died were displayed on a wooden panel. Among the 30 or so people present were journalists, photographers, filmmakers, as well as friends and relatives of Maria Lucia. Laura Pecci was in the front row, holding hands with her mother, Dona Julieta, who was never able to accept the fact that she had lost 3 children in the guerrilla. Scarcely more than 6 feet in front of them, the pathologist Badan Palhares discussed the remains and their findings. He had a graying beard and was wearing a knee-length white coat. In a clear, steady voice, he picked up several bones from the table and explained that they were indeed part of the remains of Maria Lucia Pecci da Silva. Holding the young woman's skull in his hand, Badan Palhares used a white spatula to point out the exact spot where the fatal bullet had hit the Guerrilleira. Laura felt her mother squeeze her hand. Glancing at Dona Julieta, she saw she was sobbing silently. The 30 pages of the expert's findings, 14 of them consisting entirely of photographs, concluded as follows. We can state that there are indications that the bones are of a person of the female sex. The top of the femur was quite slender, as were the nasal cavity and the eye socket. These indications lead us to the conclusion that this is the skeleton of a woman. The protuberances of the breasts are clearly visible. As to the causes of death of Maria Lucia Pecci, the document stated that the young communist had been killed by 2 gunshot wounds, one to the right thigh, fired by a 7.62 rifle, and the other to the head, in the left parietal bone, typical of the passage of a projectile from a firearm with a trajectory from low to high and from back to front, the shot fired by Julio Santana. This scientific evidence led to the very first identification of a communist killed in the Araguaia guerrilla. Even today, Maria Lucia Pecci is the only person from the rebel movement who died in combat with the armed forces to have had her body exhumed and identified, although it is estimated that close to 60 communists were killed in this guerrilla. Aged 86, Dona Julieta Pecci is still mourning the loss of her youngest daughter and 2 sons. Following the conclusion of the case, Maria Lucia's mortal remains were handed over to the family, who buried them in Bauru Cemetery in Sao Paulo. The army never revealed the names of the men who killed the young communist on that morning of June 16, 1972. Julio Santana never knew the name of the young woman he'd killed in his second homicide. Even today, he considers it better that way. It is one less name to trouble his soul. Genesis of the Hitman. Exactly a week after he killed Maria Lucia Pecci, Julio Santana celebrated his 18th birthday. On that Friday, June 23, 1972, he woke before daybreak. Ever since the day he had shot the young guerrillera, he had found it hard to sleep. Every night, without exception, he saw Maria's body in his nightmares. In them, she had her eyes open, staring at him. He could still feel the smooth, cold skin of her ankles in the palms of his hands when he helped carry the corpse from where she had been killed to the farmer Cocoyo's house. He could no longer bear to sleep and wake up in Xambioá. He wanted to return as quickly as possible to Porto Franco. It would not be long. His uncle Cícero Santana had said he would go fetch him that morning at the boarding house and that soon afterward he would take him back to his parents. To get out of that hell on his birthday seemed to Julio the best present he could ever receive. But the hours went by, and there was no sign of Cícero. This would not be the first time his uncle had not kept his word. On several previous occasions, Carlos Maja had told him that Cícero had called, saying he would go visit his nephew in Xambioá. Each time the wait to see his uncle had been in vain. Now, stretched out on the bed in his room, Julio was hungry. He did not want to wait any longer for his uncle, as he knew he might not turn up. So he decided to have breakfast on his own. He was in the bakery eating bread and cheese and drinking Coca-Cola when an army jeep pulled up outside. His uncle and Carlos Maja got out. Cícero congratulated him warmly, hugging him and slapping his back, saying he was proud of the excellent job he had done under Maja's orders in Araguaia. The police chief gave Julio a yellow envelope. Julio did not need to open it to know what was inside: the 100 cruzeiros he was owed for that week's work. Every Friday, Maja paid him the wage for 5 days' work. Julio was convinced he would never receive so much money all at once. During the period he worked for the army, he earned 1,200 cruzeiros, a little more than 5 times the minimum salary at the time, which was 225 cruzeiros. "I've got something else for you," said the chief, handing him a black plastic bag. "What's inside?" the boy wanted to know. "Open it and find out." Julio could not contain his delight when he saw it was an army uniform, with the thick long-sleeved shirt, an olive-green hat, and the boots he had been so envious of. He was keen to see how he would look dressed in the uniform and wearing the black boots. "It's all new, see? I got it from the quartermaster and brought it straight here for you. Your uncle told me it's your birthday, and I wanted to give you this present," Maja said. "Thanks so much, Chief. Really, thanks so much." "It's nothing, Julio. You deserve it. You did a good job. If you want to stay here and carry on working with me—" "No, Chief, thanks a lot, but I want to go home. I want to see my parents, my brothers and sisters, my home," said Julio, glancing at his uncle. "I'm tired of all this trouble." "You're right. But if you change your mind, or if one day you're in Xambioá, you should look me up. Your uncle is a great friend of mine, and now you are too." They put Julio's things into the jeep and drove to the police station. It seemed to him that the movement of military vehicles and men in uniform was much greater than when he'd arrived in Xambioá exactly 2 months and 25 days earlier, on March 28, 1972. It is a fact that the confusion, death, and torture intensified in the region at that time. But for him, that made no difference. He would soon be far from this living hell. Outside the police station, Carlos Maha got out of the jeep and said goodbye to Cicero and Julio. They continued in the same jeep to the town of Tocanchinopolis, on the banks of the river Tocantins, the border between the states of Tocantins and Maranhão. On the other side of the river, opposite Tocanchinopolis, stands Porto Franco, the region where Julio was born. It took the army jeep almost 5 hours to travel the 100 miles separating Xambioá from Tocanchinopolis, due to the dreadful state of the roads, all of them beaten earth, linking the two towns. From Tocanchinopolis, after almost 3 months, Julio could see the muddy waters of the river Tocantins and beyond it, the region where he grew up. He felt happy, relieved. He wanted to wipe forever from his memory everything he had seen and done in Araguaia. He had even asked his uncle Cicero not to tell anyone, especially his parents, that he had taken part in the capture of the guerrillero Geraldo, as he had thought José Geonino was called, and the killing of the young woman whose name he never wanted to know. To his family and friends in Porto Franco, the version he would give was that his work in the Araguaia guerrilla war had merely been to guide soldiers through the rainforest. Nothing more. They crossed the river in a canoe that transported passengers and goods from one side to the other. They walked an hour through the forest before they came to the house of Seu Jorge and Dona Marina, Julio's parents. From the position of the sun and the shadows of the trees on the river, he calculated it must be around 5 in the afternoon. Then he remembered his uncle had a watch on his left wrist and asked him the time. It was 20 minutes to 5. He had been only 20 minutes off. He was proud of himself. It was good to be back in his own universe. Without the pressure and turmoil of always having to be on the lookout for communists, he could admire the trees that grew to 130 feet in height and the wildlife of the forest. On the way he saw a sloth, a troop of monkeys, and an enormous toucan. When they were 100 yards from the house, he spotted his mother sitting on a log beside the river. Dona Marina was cleaning a toucanet fish to serve for supper. For the past 85 days, she had never had any news of Julio. She wept night in, night out from worry over her son, who was far from her for the first time, and she prayed all the time. The first person to see Cicero and Julio approaching was his youngest brother Paulo, aged 12. "Mom! Julio's here! Julio's here!" the boy shouted. Dona Marina looked back and saw her son emerging from the dense forest. She put the fish into her aluminum bowl, rinsed her hands in the river, dried them on the Bermudas she was wearing, and ran toward Julio, who was still strolling toward them. After she had kissed him lovingly and hugged him, Julio felt protected once more. Finally, he was free of the hell that was life in Xambioá. He tried to contain himself, but it was impossible. He wept and wept, his face pressed into his mother's left shoulder. He clenched his teeth in a vain attempt to stifle his sobbing. He cried so much he was left feeling weak. Seeing her son in this state, Dona Marina grew desperate. She had never seen Julio like this before. "What happened, Cicero? What did you and your army friends do to my boy?" she shouted at her brother-in-law. "We didn't do anything, Marina. I think it's just that Julio is happy to be back home," he replied. "I know my son, Cicero. Something very serious must have taken place for him to be like this. But let's go in. Afterward, I want to hear all about it," said Dona Marina, leading them into the house. Seu Jorge, Julio's father, had gone out fishing with his other brother, the 15-year-old Pedro. When Dona Marina went to bring in the fish from the riverbank, Cicero took the opportunity to give his nephew some advice. He reminded Julio that he himself had asked him not to mention anything of what had happened in the jungles of Araguaia. If that was really what he wanted, he had to control himself and stop crying. He would have to tell his parents he had wept because of his emotion at returning home after so long away, and that he had not had any problems during the time he had been serving in the army. The uniform and the boots were proof that he had been well treated by the military. Julio liked what his uncle told him, and that was exactly what he told his parents over supper that night. Before they ate, Donna Marina said how happy she was to have her son back on the very day of his 18th birthday. They all sang happy birthday and kissed and hugged him. After the meal, Seu Jorge, Donna Marina, Pedro, and Paulo wanted to hear tales of Julio's experiences in Araguaia. He said he was too tired and wanted to go to sleep. "Tomorrow I'll tell you whatever you like," he said, before falling into his hammock. He slept well and peacefully, in a way he had not done for almost 3 months. Even the air seemed different, purer. Stretched out in the gently swaying hammock, he could hear the cries of the wildlife in the jungle. He looked around, he could see his brothers in their hammocks, lit by the lamp hanging from the roof of the straw hut. He felt an immense peace. It was really good to know that the next day he would not have to hunt communists or spend hours with an axe beneath a sweltering sun working for the military. He would not be forced to see dead bodies displayed in public spaces or prisoners tortured to death. And most important of all, he would not have to kill anyone. Julio was happy. That night, the last thought that went through his mind was that the very first thing he would do when he woke up the next morning was to jump into his canoe to go and see Hichiña. After breakfast the following morning, he got into his canoe and paddled to Hichiña's village. It was a scorching hot Saturday, with clear skies and few clouds. As he paddled along, he remembered the day he made the same journey to lose his virginity with his sweetheart. He was pleased to see that nothing had changed in Porto Franco. The forest, the river, and the local villages all looked the same. He thought Hichiña would not have changed either. She must still be beautiful and would be dying to see him again. As he paddled, he thought of her dark skin, her big black eyes, fleshy mouth, and sturdy thighs. When he reached the village, he beached the canoe and sat on the bank studying the houses. There was no sign of Hichiña. He was so anxious he decided to go and knock on her door. As he was walking toward his sweetheart's house, he saw her come running out, holding hands with Ojila, her best friend. They were both wearing only shorts and a t-shirt. They ran down to the river and jumped into the water to ease the heat of that stifling morning. While the two girls were playing in the water, Julio got back into his canoe and slowly approached them. He paddled head down, hiding his face beneath the brim of the army hat Carlos Maja had given him the day before. When he was about 10 yards from them, he took off the hat and raised his head. "Hey, pretty girl," he said. Julio saw a strange expression in his sweetheart's eyes. He was sure she had recognized him at once, but even so, Hichiña seemed frightened, almost uncomfortable at seeing him at such a short distance from her. Her reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. In his dreams, their re-encounter began with lots of kisses and hugs, but she was staring at him as though he were a stranger. Julio went closer still and saw Hichiña clutch Ojila's hand, as if she needed her friend's help to confront him. He could not understand what was going on. "What's wrong, Hichiña? It looks as if you're not pleased to see me," said Julio. "It's nothing," she said, with a wan smile and without letting go of her friend's hand. "I thought you'd be happy to see me after all this time." The thing is what? You disappeared without saying a word, Julio. I thought you had got what you wanted from me and had abandoned me." "You were wrong, Hichiña. I was traveling. I went to do a job, but I couldn't tell you about it. But now I'm here." Ojila interrupted their conversation with words that left the boy stunned. "It's too late now, Julio. She already has another love." Hichiña's head was bowed. She was staring at the muddy river flowing by. Julio was silent too. He had no idea what to say or to think. If Hichiña really did have another love,
all the time he had spent thinking of her during the months in Araguaya had been useless. If he had known, he would have taken more advantage of the girls in Vietnam. He wouldn't have felt so guilty about having spent those few minutes in bed with Cibele. Hichinya was still looking down without saying a word. This irritated him still more. "Is it true? You found another love?" he asked. Hichinya's reply was a slight nod of the head. Julio felt a wave of bitter rage sweep over him, constricting his heart. He felt like jumping out of the canoe, taking hold of her by the arms and shaking her as hard as he could. But he controlled himself. "I want to hear you say it, Hichinya. Have you already found another love?" "I have," came the scarcely audible reply. "And who is this guy?" "You don't know him. He's not from here." "You're worthless, like my uncle said. You only want people to do dirty things with you." Hichinya was still looking down, holding hands with her friend. Breathing heavily, Julio picked up the paddle and drove it into the water, ready to start back home. When he was 30 yards from his sweetheart, he turned to look back and shouted as loudly as he could, "Hichinya, you whore!" This was the last time he ever saw the girl. From that day on, he avoided going past the village where she lived. Whenever he was forced to do so, he stared at the jungle on the far side of the river as he paddled by. He went home, his heart aching with rage. He was sorry he had not shaken Hichinya by the shoulders, as he'd been tempted to do. And above all, sorry for all the time he had wasted thinking of her and imagining she was doing the same. For a moment he thought that if he had been carrying a weapon, he would have been capable of shooting Hichinya. That was what she deserved, but he would never do that. He had already decided he would never kill anyone ever again. Julio spent the rest of the day in silence. His parents and brothers were interested in the work he had done in Araguaya, but he said he was still tired from the journey and that Uncle Cicero could tell them everything. After lunch, he left to go for a walk in the forest. Cicero said he would go with him so that they could hunt an animal for supper, but Julio preferred to go on his own, and without his rifle. He could not stop thinking about Hichinya. A dark hatred oppressed him. He found some Brazil nuts in the undergrowth and sat on the ground to eat them. He tried to distract his attention, peering up into the trees, to spot the creatures of the forest, but could not get the idea of doing Hichinya some harm out of his head. She could not get away with what she had done. At the same time, he realized that his anger toward his former sweetheart meant he had stopped thinking about the dark times he'd known in Chambioa and the Araguaya jungle. He even felt encouraged that maybe it would not be impossible to forget that hell entirely. His soul felt lighter. Compared to everything he had lived through in Araguaya, Hichinya's betrayal ought not to affect him so much. He returned home as the sun was setting. The sky was streaked with purple, red, and orange. Pedro and Paulo were bathing in the river. Dona Marina, Seu Jorge, and Cicero were sitting on a log outside the house, deep in conversation. Julio pulled off his shirt and threw it into his mother's lap, then ran off toward his brothers. Before plunging into the river, he gave a childish whoop of delight and laughed in a way he had not done for a long while. He remained in the water playing with Pedro and Paulo until Dona Marina called them in for supper. The boys dried themselves off and put on their clothes on the wooden platform at the front of the house. When he went inside, Julio saw a chocolate cake, his favorite, with a white candle in the center of the room. The whole family began to sing "Happy Birthday to You." "But my birthday was yesterday," he said, feeling immensely happy. "But you arrived by surprise yesterday, and I didn't have time to make anything, my son," said Dona Marina.
She then cut the cake and offered the first slice to the birthday boy.
"Do you have any Coca-Cola, Mom?" asked Julio, munching on the cake. "My boy, you know we don't have the money for such luxuries." "I've got some of that grape kisuku you like so much," she said, serving him a glassful. In Shambioa, at least I could drink Coca-Cola at any time of day, thought Julio, but he said nothing so as not to upset his parents. In the lamplight they all ate cake, a piece of fried fish, and talked. For the first time, Julio told his family some of the stories from his time in Araguaia. He mentioned Tonyo's strange lisp, the army trucks and jeeps, and told them all the details he could recall of the emotional ride he had in a helicopter. He told them how difficult he found it to sleep in the boarding house bed, and of the big aluminum box Uncle Cicero had in his house, which froze water. "And he even had a glass ball hanging from the ceiling that lights the whole house. It's much better than this lamp," he said. His parents and brothers listened to him keenly. Julio felt he was the most important person in the world. He picked up the bag he'd brought from Shambioa, ran out of the house, and put on the military uniform Carlos Maja had given him. He added the army hat and boots and came back in. When she saw her son, Dona Marina gave a huge smile and said she had never seen such a fine-looking boy. So Georgie praised him as well, saying Julio looked just like an army general. Pedro and Paulo came over to touch their brother's uniform. "Cicero, why didn't you take Julio to be a military policeman in Emperatriz like you?" Dona Marina suggested to her brother-in-law. "I think that's a great idea, but it's up to him," replied Cicero. "Do it, son. We're going to miss you, but there's no future for you here. You'll die without ever leaving this backwater," so Georgie said. "But don't go right away, will you? First, you need to spend some time here with us. You've been away a long while," Dona Marina insisted. Julio heard all this without saying a word. It made him think. He believed it might be a good thing to go to Emperatriz and join the military police. But he was very afraid of going through something similar to his experiences in Araguaia. He did not trust his Uncle Cicero the way he once had. After talking a long while, they all settled down to sleep. Before getting into his hammock, Julio put the shirt, the boots, and the hat back in the plastic bag, but kept the trousers on. As he lay down, he could feel something in the right-hand back pocket. It was the envelope with all the money he'd brought from Shambioa. He remembered that he had no idea how much he had accumulated during almost 3 months' work there. By the lamp's dim light, he counted all the notes and coins. It came to 920 cruzeiros and 80 cents after all his expenses in the town. So much money! He had never imagined he would have such riches. He was sure that not even his father had held such a quantity in his hands all at once. He thought that in the end, all the suffering he had gone through in Araguaia had been worth it. The sleepless nights, the fear, and even the deaths he had witnessed, even that of Maria Lucia Pecci, had not been in vain. A week later, he set out for Emperatriz with Cicero. They traveled in the truck of one of his uncle's friends. Julio said almost nothing throughout the journey, while Cicero and the driver chatted about soccer, women, and the situation with the Araguaia guerrilla. The military was still catching and killing communists, and any local inhabitants who collaborated with them. One of the most terrifying events of recent days, said the driver, had been the beheading of a young guerrillero. The soldiers had strolled around the streets of Shambioa, carrying the man's head. This story disturbed Julio less than it would have before his stay in Araguaia. He thought the whole thing was terrible, but had seen even worse things with his own eyes. When they reached Cicero's house, Julio heard his uncle say that it wouldn't be as easy to join the military police as so Georgie and Dona Marina imagined.
Julio would have to pass an examination set by the force, and the date for the next round of exams had not even been decided yet.
"So what am I going to do here, Uncle?" the boy asked.
"You're going to work? Isn't that what you came here to do?"
"Work is what? I don't know how to do anything."
"Yes, you do.
You know how to shoot very well.
Your aim is—" "No, Uncle, you can forget that. I don't want to know any more about that business of killing people. I've already told you that," said Julio, getting up from the sofa to fetch a glass of water from the fridge. It took Cicero 3 days to convince his nephew to accompany him on a contract. He was going to kill a man because of an argument on a soccer field. The person who was contracting him had been punched in the face during a game in front of everyone. On the field, Leandro, who had received the blow, had threatened his attacker. "I'll kill you." Since he didn't have the courage to do it himself, the youngster, the son of a big landowner in the region, had paid Cicero to do it.
"You're going to kill the guy? Just because he hit someone in the face?"
Julio asked nervously. "No, Julio. I'm going to kill the guy because someone paid me to do it. You have to learn something. In this business, it doesn't matter if the target is a great guy or a pest. I don't want to know if he punched somebody in the face or raped someone's daughter. What matters is that I'm being paid to do the job." Julio was scared at how coldly his uncle could say this, but remembered that he admired his strength and courage. Not everyone can kill a man without being afraid or feeling remorse or sadness. You had to be strong to do that. On the day of the murder, Julio and his uncle left the house before sunrise. They were both wearing hats to hide your face, Cicero explained. He took Julio on his bike to the neighborhood where the victim lived about 3 miles away. They came to a halt about 100 yards from the house where Anibal lived. He was about 6'3", short and stout, dark-complexioned, and with graying hair. He was about 5'3", short and stout, dark-complexioned, and with graying hair. They waited almost 2 hours sitting on the forecourt of a gas station until Anibal came out. Leaving the bike chained to a lamp post, they began to follow him, keeping him at least 50 yards in front of them. After about a mile, they came to the grocery store where the man worked. After another 3 hours waiting, Julio felt hungry and suggested they buy some crackers and a cold drink in the store. Cicero wouldn't hear of it, arguing that they should never be seen by Anibal before the 0 hour.
"That could ruin the entire plan,"
he said. At lunchtime, Anibal crossed the road for something to eat at a bar opposite. Less than an hour later, he was back behind the counter in the grocer's. Julio was suffering. He couldn't bear all this waiting. How long would they have to stay there, sitting in the middle of the road without doing anything?
"Julio, in this kind of profession, patience is as important as good marksmanship. If you get nervous, you can ruin the whole thing. You need to learn."
Julio felt confused. While he was upset by the way his uncle was constantly talking down to him, he was somehow proud to be living this experience. And what most disturbed him, he was beginning to feel a certain admiration and respect for the work his hitman uncle carried out. He didn't know how this could be possible, but that was what he felt. The noise of the cars on the beaten earth streets and the busy comings and goings of pedestrians no longer bothered him. In Chambiois, he'd gotten used to this dreadful chaos. He was anxious to see how his uncle would put an end to this guy's life. At exactly 6 o'clock, he heard the ringing of the bells in the church 2 blocks behind the grocery store. 10 or 15 minutes later, Anibal and another man closed the store, pulling down big red shutters. The 2 men crossed the street to the bar. Julio and Cicero went over to the entrance but stayed outside. Cicero glanced quickly inside.
"They're sitting at the counter drinking a beer. They won't be long," he said. How do you know?
asked Julio.
Because there are 2 empty tables. If they were going to stay long, they would have sat at a table and not at the counter.
Cicero was right. 15 minutes later, the 2 men emerged from the bar. They said goodbye and went their separate ways. Cicero had already sent his nephew on ahead, toward Anibal's house.
Why's that, Uncle? When he gets near you, strike up a conversation with him,
Cicero told him.
What do you mean? What am I going to say?
I don't know, Julio. Say anything. Ask him something that makes him stop to talk to you.
But, Uncle,
invent some story or other. You're intelligent. You'll think of something. It was already growing dark in Emperatriz. Without looking up from the road, Julio racked his brains to think of what he could say to make Anibal stop without scaring him. The minutes went by and nothing occurred to him. He saw Anibal turn the corner and could sense his heart pounding. His body was covered in a cold sweat. Anibal was walking toward him, and he still had no idea what to say. Shortly after, Cicero also turned the corner, about 50 yards behind the victim. With every step the man took, Julio's nervousness increased. By now he was only 15 or 20 yards away. Julio went up to him and asked,
"Do you know where I can buy a Coca-Cola?"
he said, not looking at him.
"What's that, boy? Speak more slowly,"
said Anibal.
"I want to buy Coca-Cola. Do you know where I can get one?"
"Oh, yes, there's a bar close to here. You just have to turn right." Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp explosion. Julio, who was still staring down at the ground, saw Anibal's body fall at his feet. Terrified, he took a step back. The back of the head of the man his uncle had just shot was covered in blood. Julio felt his sight grow dim. Cicero took him by the left arm, and the 2 of them ran off down the road. After 2 blocks, they turned to the left and came to a halt. Julio still could not speak. His uncle took off the checked shirt he was wearing, leaving only his white undershirt. He told Julio to take off his shirt and hat. They got on the bike and returned home, with Cicero pedaling steadily as though nothing had happened. Julio couldn't forget the image of their victim sprawled at his feet, his head bathed in red. His uncle, though, displayed an amazing calm. How could he be so serene after taking somebody's life? It was so cold, or was it courage? Straddling the bike, holding onto the saddle with both hands, Julio saw people walking along the dusty roads. He was sure those ordinary people did not know what it meant to kill someone. There was no room for such a risky, exciting act. He felt an involuntary pride at having taken part in this intrepid action. After following Anibal all day, he and his uncle had succeeded in doing their job, and most importantly, they had avoided attracting anyone's attention. These were the thoughts going around in Julio's mind when he heard Cicero ask what he had said to make their victim come to a stop in the street.
"I asked if he knew where I could buy a Coca-Cola."
"Very good, Julio. You're much more expert than I thought."
"Do you really think so?"
"Of course, kid. That story about Coke was great. You were born for this kind of work. You've got a talent for it." Julio did not like to hear his uncle Cicero say he was born to be a killer. And yet, at the same time, he was proud at the thought that he had some kind of special talent. That night he stayed at his uncle's. He ate rice and a fried egg and talked until 1 in the morning. By the time Julio went to bed, his uncle had persuaded him to become a professional hitman. Julio found his uncle's arguments convincing. If he worked as a gunman, he could travel, get to know different places, live exciting experiences, and at the same time earn a good living. His uncle told him that, for example, by killing Anibal, he had earned 500 cruzeiros. In a single day, his uncle had gained more than half of all that he himself had gained from almost 3 months' work in Araguaia. The business of killing people could be difficult, but the money compensated for that. Even the fear the boy expressed at being arrested was dismissed by Cicero. Out here in the interior, he said, the police did not get involved with gunmen. Before he fell asleep in his hammock, Julio was convinced he would be able to join the world of hired killers. However, by the time he woke up the next morning, he had changed his mind. When he got out of his hammock, he saw his uncle in the kitchen. From the sounds and smells, he guessed his uncle was frying eggs. Julio went to the bathroom, and as he urinated, he thought he did not want to lead the life of a killer. The possibility of becoming rich, as his uncle said, was tempting. The adventures he might have in that kind of work also seemed very interesting to him. But he did not want to always have to bear the weight of killing someone simply for money. He washed his face in the aluminum basin, put his hands under the faucet, and wet his hair. He ate 2 fried egg sandwiches and drank a cup of coffee. He was silent the whole time. Cicero wanted to know what was bothering him. "You went to bed so happy, Julio, so enthusiastic about our work."
"I'm not sure, Uncle. I don't think I want to take up that kind of thing."
"Julio, don't keep thinking about it. Last night we talked it over and everything seemed settled."
"I know, but I don't want to spend my life killing people, Uncle. I've already killed 2 persons, and my stomach still churns when I remember it."
"That's normal, kid. Over time you'll get used to the work and won't feel that sort of thing anymore. Trust me."
"I'm not sure, Uncle. I'm not sure."
Cicero got up out of his aluminum chair, went to the living room, and called his nephew, who was still in the kitchen. They sat down on the red and black sofa and began a conversation that Julio would never forget. He listened as his uncle said there was nothing immoral about the work he did. Yes, what he did was a sin, but as the priest had already told him, God forgave everything. In the case of a killing, it was enough to say 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers, and his soul would be cleansed. And besides, if they did not fulfill any particular contract, the victim would die anyway.
"What do you mean, Uncle?"
"If we turn the contract down, they will hire someone else to kill the guy, Julio. There's no shortage of people happy to shoot some poor jerk to earn 500 cruzados or more."
"I'm not sure, Uncle."
"Julio, just think about it. I earned everything I have from what I've made as a hitman. You're always saying you want to have a house like mine with a radio, fridge, electric light, good food. If you start working with me, you'll have all that before too long."
"But you still have your job in the military police, don't you?"
"I do, but what I earn from that is next to nothing. For example, I got the money to buy my motorboat from the jobs I do outside the force. Imagine yourself with your own boat. You'll be able to travel up and down all the rivers whenever you like."
Julio listened to all this without taking his eyes off the poster of Our Lady of Aparecida that Cicero had hanging from a nail on the wall of his living room.
He thought that the saint would not like him to join his uncle as a contract killer. On the other hand, if God pardoned that kind of sin, it couldn't be all that serious. According to Cicero, it was quite simple. All you had to do was accept the contract, take the money, kill the guy, and pray 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers, making sure they were said in that order. He decided to accept his uncle's offer. If at any moment or for any reason he changed his mind, all he had to do was to go back to his parents' house in Porto Franco, return to the peaceful life he'd led on the banks of the River Tocantins. That night he spent hours listening to his uncle explain all he knew about the work of a professional killer. They sat on the wooden floorboards leaning back against the sofa. The transistor radio was on all the time, but the boy was so caught up in what his uncle was saying that he didn't even hear the music. He can only remember having heard for the first time a song that would remain with him all his life, the refrain of which was, "I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to take you to stay with me." He wanted to know who was singing. Cicero said it was Brazil's best singer, Odair José. But he immediately went back to the topic that really interested him. Before anything else, Julio needed to learn a list that his uncle called the Code of Honor of the Hitman. These are the things you should never do, whatever happens, even if you are offered lots of money, said Cicero. The list that Julio managed to learn in less than an hour contained 5 prohibitions. Do not kill a pregnant woman, unless you did not know she was pregnant, Cicero stressed. Do not steal anything from the victim. We're gunmen, not thieves. Do not kill other gunmen. We have to respect our professional colleagues. Do not take any job on credit. Death does not wait. Do not kill a person who is asleep. That would be cowardice. When Julio told his uncle he had memorized this unusual code of honor, Cicero went on to give him tips which, in his view, would be extremely important for his nephew to succeed in this line of work. The first was for the boy to save as much as he could in order to buy a motorbike as soon as possible. Cicero said this was the perfect vehicle for a hitman. It was agile, rapid, and economical. In addition, the helmet would help keep his face hidden from any possible witnesses. He himself was about to buy one. He hadn't done so yet because he'd used his savings to buy the boat and the outboard motor. Another recommendation was that Julio should always use the same weapon. That would give him more security and precision in his shooting. Raising his shirt, Cicero pulled a .38 revolver from his waistband. "It's yours. From now on, this is the weapon you will use," he said, handing it to him. "But, Uncle, I've never fired a revolver. I only know how to use a rifle," said the boy. "That's why I'm giving it to you now. Early every morning I want you to take the revolver and go and practice your marksmanship in the forest. I'll only give you your first job when you're good at it. Okay? But remember one thing." "What's that?" "I only want you to learn to shoot well with the revolver so that you'll feel more sure of yourself. In our work, only rarely will you need to shoot someone from a distance. The ideal is for you to kill the person from close up, as I did with Aníbal." "Why?" "Because it's very important that your shot be accurate, and preferably to the head. From farther away, there's a risk that you might miss the target or for someone or something to get into your line of sight. But you'll learn all this over time. I'm sure you'll become an excellent marksman. We're going to earn a lot of money together." Cicero had some more tips to offer his nephew. Do not talk much with the victim. Do not talk with people living in the vicinity of the victim. Avoid getting into any kind of trouble, either where you do the job or in the place where you live. It's very important to be known where you live as a quiet person. That will avoid suspicion, his uncle taught him. Never use your real name when doing your job. It's preferable to use the name of an acquaintance. It's easier to memorize and to respond when someone calls you by the false name. Julio did his best to learn all the rules and tips his uncle had suggested. He also made a great effort to quickly learn to use the revolver. In 2 weeks, he felt he was ready. In the 3rd, he undertook his first job as a professional hitman. Cicero put his nephew on a bus and sent him to the town of Açailândia, in the state of Maranhão, some 40 miles from Imperatriz. He was to kill a man called Caetano, who owed 2,000 cruzeiros to a local businessman whose name Julio never knew and never wanted to know. He spent the whole journey securing the revolver in his waistband. In order to hide his weapon, he was wearing a loose undershirt with a shirt on top. He also wore a straw hat to hide his face. In Açailândia, a skinny young boy who looked a bit younger than him was waiting at the bus stop. The boy hardly spoke, but took him to a street market where Caetano was selling fruit and vegetables behind a wooden counter.
"He's the one,"
said the boy, pointing to the street vendor, then left him. Julio was all on his own. Taking cover behind a cart filled with watermelons, he studied the man he was to kill. Caetano looked like a good guy. About 5'6", he had big eyes and a sharply defined face and sparse dark hair. He served anyone who came to his stall with a broad smile. Even before he used his revolver, Julio felt sorry for him. He recalled his uncle's words. In this business, it doesn't matter if the fellow hits someone in the face or rapes someone's daughter. What matters is that I've been paid to do the job. Julio wished he could be just as cool about it, just as courageous. Besides, Cicero had told him he'd already received the money for killing Caetano. There was no going back. Julio was so nervous he considered the possibility of shooting him right there, in the middle of the market. He would shoot the vendor in the head, run off, and jump on the first bus back to Imperatriz. But he soon concluded that would be too risky. He decided to do the same as his uncle had done when he shot Aníbal. He waited for Caetano to close up shop and collect what was left of the fruit and vegetables. Then he followed him through the dusty streets of Açailândia, keeping a distance of about 30 yards between them. Caetano was walking along with a friend, and Julio needed to wait until his victim was on his own. He almost despaired when he saw Caetano say goodbye to his companion and go into an unpainted wooden hut that had no brick walls and only a black plastic sheet for a roof. Julio did not know what to do. How could he kill someone in their own home? Better to give up, return to Imperatriz, and leave killing him until another day. But if he did that, he would have to go through all this torment a second time, and he would have to admit failure in his first job as a hitman. He decided he would only leave Açailândia once he had killed Caetano. It was growing dark and his target was still inside his house. Julio sat waiting on the far side of the street beneath a guava tree. There was no electricity in the town. The street was pitch black. The only points of light came from lamps inside some of the shacks, spilling out into the darkness. Time was passing and nothing was happening. Julio had what he thought was a brilliant idea, but would need a lot of courage and a cool head to put into practice. He would go up to Caetano's house and call out to him. When the street vendor came to the door, he would shoot him in the head. Then he would run into the thick undergrowth that lay behind the line of houses. Still seated under the guava, Julio looked up and down the street. No one about. He walked over to Caetano's shack. His heart was racing. His hands were bathed in cold sweat. "So, Caetano!" he shouted, deepening his voice to disguise it. "Who is it?" the street vendor shouted back. "I have a message for you. It's urgent." "I'm coming." Standing outside the door, Julio pulled the revolver from his belt. As his uncle had instructed him, he snapped open the chamber to make sure it was loaded. Hiding his hands behind his back, he waited for Caetano to open the door. He would shoot only once at his head. He heard the window next to the door being raised. "What is it?" asked Caetano. Julio wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible and thought of firing without a word, but that was impossible. His body did not seem to obey his brain. He was paralyzed with nerves. He could not even talk properly. The words came tumbling out. "I want to open a stall in the market. Do you know what I need to do? He managed to say. What are you talking about? You said you had a message for me. I only wanted to know if you could help me, stammered Julio, going over to the window. I'm just a vendor. If you want to open a stall, you'll have to speak to the people who organize the market. Julio pulled his right hand from behind his back and pointed the revolver at Caetano's head. The man's eyes opened wide and he turned pale. He took a deep breath and his lips began to move as if he wanted to say something. He did not have time to do so. Julio pulled the trigger and saw the bullet enter just above Caetano's left eye. He did not wait to see the lifeless body fall to the ground, but ran into the undergrowth. As he ran, he recited the 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers that were meant to relieve his soul of the weight of the death of that poor guy. Yet the more Julio prayed, the guiltier he became. He repeated the prayers a second time. He was bathed in sweat. He was very hungry and thirsty. He had not eaten anything since breakfast that morning. He dropped to the ground, covered in dry leaves, and went on praying until he fell asleep. It was June 27th, 1972, and Julio Santana had just carried out his first job as a professional hitman. The next morning, he caught the bus back to Imperatriz. He felt strangely proud at having done his job so professionally. Not everyone had the courage to put a bullet into someone's head at only a yard's distance. When he returned to his uncle's house, he told him everything he could remember. Cicero praised him for his idea of calling his victim to the front door. He also approved of the patience Julio had shown by waiting for hours under the guava tree until the right moment arrived. And he assured his nephew that he need not worry, because God had definitely forgiven him. Smiling proudly, he took a wad of banknotes from his shirt pocket and gave it to Julio. The youngster counted out 300 cruzeiros. I thought it was going to be more, Uncle, he said. You don't think that's much, Julio? If you do 2 contracts like that a month, you'll earn 600 cruzeiros. That's more than half of what you got for 3 months working at Aguaya. I know, Uncle, but you got 500 for killing that guy Anibal close to here. So what? I thought that, since the job I did was in another town, there would be more money in it. That's how things are, Julio. Every contract has a different price. But I'm glad to see you're concerned about the money. That's good, said Cicero with a smile. That night, Julio counted the money several times before falling asleep. To earn 300 cruzeiros for a day's work was something he'd never imagined to be possible. Besides that, he had enjoyed the emotion he experienced when he killed Caetano. The fear, the tension, the nervousness, his racing heart had somehow made him feel good. He wanted to have more adventures like that. He wanted to earn more money. "487 recorded deaths. This was not the first time the thought had crossed Julio Santana's mind. How many people had he killed in his life? He woke up that Sunday, April 16th, 2006, determined to calculate the figure. It would not be hard. He only needed to find the notebook where he wrote down every job he had done, which he kept in an old knapsack hidden behind a wardrobe. Since he only began to keep a tally in 1974, 3 years after his first killing, 3 of his victims would not be on the list. The fisherman Amarelu, the guerrillera Maria Lucia Pecci, and the street vendor Caetano would be missing from his book. As usual on Sunday, Julio spent the whole day at home in Potu Franco in Maranhão State. He had returned to live there in 1984, the year he was married. He lived with his wife and 2 children, a boy of 18 and a girl aged 12. Their eldest boy, who would have been 21 in March 2006, died in a motorcycle accident in October 2004 in Imperatriz. Even now, Julio believes that the death of his firstborn was a punishment from God for all the wrongs he had committed in his life. He did not want his family to see him carrying out this strange calculation. He waited until his wife and daughter had left the house to attend the morning service in the Assembly of God Church and for his son to go and play soccer. When Julio was alone, he went to his bedroom and dragged the wardrobe across the cement floor. The knapsack was covered in dust. He turned his head to one side, held his breath, and beat the bag with his hands. Before he opened it, he wanted to make sure that nobody would come into the house and catch him unawares. He went to the front door and looked down the street. All he saw were 4 or 5 kids playing soccer on the beaten earth road. Closing the 2 windows and doors at the front and back of the house, he pulled out the notebook. On the cover was a picture of Donald Duck. The yellowing pages inside contained the names of everyone he had killed since March 1974, together with the date and place where he had carried out the contract, how much he had received, and the names of both client and victim. He sat on the 3-seater brown sofa and opened the rolled-up notebook. Before beginning the count, he looked around the whole room. On his left was another sofa for 2 people. Opposite him in the middle of the room stood a glass-topped table, with beyond it a cherry wood cabinet with a 20-inch TV screen, the stereo and DVD system on which he had just paid the last installment and had offered to his children as a Christmas present. In one corner stood the dining table, also made of cherry wood with 4 chairs. He had never understood why his wife insisted on keeping a glass vase with 2 plastic roses in the middle of the table. On one wall was a poster of the Zezé de Camargo and Luciano duo that his son was a fan of, and another of the Flamengo soccer team that had been World Club champions in 1981. Still clutching the notebook, Julio stood up and went into the kitchen. He looked at the blue stove with 4 burners, the white refrigerator, and the microwave next to the wall that had stopped working almost a year earlier. A clay filter shared the aluminum sink with a pile of plates and pans. He took a quick look into the children's bedroom. They were constantly saying that they wanted separate rooms, and the one he shared with his wife. She'd been complaining for 2 years that the children's furniture was too old. Julio returned to the living room and sat down again on the big sofa. The notebook was still rolled up in his right hand. Before starting to read the list of people he had killed, he recalled how he had entered the world of hired killers, seduced above all by his Uncle Cicero's promises that this line of work would make him a rich man. From everything he had just looked over in his house, he had not come anywhere near that. Yet he believed he lived far better than his parents and the majority of his friends, who had never had enough money to buy things like a big TV, a DVD player, or a sound system. In addition, he had his own canoe with an outboard motor and a car, a 1985 blue Fiat 147, which he had received as payment for a service he had carried out. And he had also managed to save almost 100,000 reis he was planning to use to buy a plot of land and build a new house a long way from Maranhão. Somewhere he could live in peace with his wife and children. But at the age of 51, of which close to 35 had been spent exclusively as a hired killer, he thought that this was very little compared to all the trouble and misery he'd seen and done in his life. If he had known he would end up like this, he would never have heeded his uncle's advice. He stretched out his legs until he was resting the heels of his feet on the table and lay back on the sofa. He began leafing through the notebook page after page. He never thought it would be so difficult to discover how many people he had killed. As he read through the names of his victims, his mind took him back to the day and the place of the crime. Even today, he still cannot figure how he also managed to recall the tiniest details, such as the clothes his victim was wearing at the time of his death, whether it was hot or cold, what he had eaten before carrying out his mission. Occasionally, the circumstances of the crime and where it took place made the experience unforgettable. This was what Julio felt when he read the name João Baiano, literally João from Bahia, in the notebook. Written in brackets and shaky capital letters was a description of his victim. Black, well-built, 5'6", with a gold tooth on the top left of his mouth. João Baiano was the first of 4 men Julio killed in the famous gold mines of Serra Pelada in the south of Pará state. From mid-1980, his uncle Cícero had been telling him about the huge numbers of people who were flocking from all over Brazil to the Serra Pelada in the hope of finding gold and getting rich. At the time, the recent discovery of gold deposits had turned the region into a sort of El Dorado, where some 20,000 men excavated the Serra dos Carajás by hand in search of nuggets of gold. The influx was so great that little more than a year later, September 1981, there were almost 80,000 gold prospectors living and working in Serra Pelada, more than lived in most towns in the rest of Pará state. According to Cícero, the rewards and the ambitions of all these miners were creating disputes that could only be resolved by bullets.
"It's a fantastic opportunity for us to make money, Julio,"
his uncle told him as they talked one day in Imperatriz in the month of March 1981.
"Do you think so?"
replied Julio, who by now was 26 years old, but was still living with his uncle, who continued to treat him as if he were a teenager.
"Of course, kid. And we could even be paid in gold. Think of that. Coming home with your pockets full of gold.
Is it really that easy?"
"Do you remember when I left here last week saying I had a job to do?"
"Yes, I do."
"Well, I went to Serra Pelada to kill a guy who had stolen gold from someone else. That happens all the time there." "And how much were you paid?"
Cícero got up from the sofa, went into his bedroom, and came back with his left fist closed.
"This is what I was paid,"
said his uncle, opening his hand and revealing a gold nugget scarcely bigger than a grain of corn.
"Uncle, I can't believe you killed a guy for so little,"
said Julio, unable to keep himself from laughing.
"Don't be silly, Julio. There's 11 grams of gold here. Do you know how much that's worth?"
"No. I know gold is worth a lot, but that tiny piece of rock?" replied Julio, still smiling broadly.
"Of course you don't. This nugget here is worth 9,900 cruzeiros, Julio. 9,900 cruzeiros!
Cícero repeated in a firm voice, almost thrusting the gold into his nephew's face. Julio was impressed that this tiny nugget could be worth so much. At the time, the minimum wage in Brazil was 8,460 cruzeiros, and 1 gram of gold was sold in Serra Pelada for 900 cruzeiros. 2 months earlier, he had received 6,000 cruzeiros for killing a farmer in Esperantina in Tocantins state, contracted by a big landowner who was angry at his land being invaded by a group of peasant farmers. To kill another poor guy and get paid in gold seemed like a good idea to Julio. He came to believe that having one of those nuggets, however small, would be an important step toward realizing his dream of becoming a rich man. He followed Cícero's advice and agreed to travel to Serra Pelada. In the end, however, their trip to the largest non-industrial gold mine in the world only took place a year later, in February 1982, when his uncle told him he'd been contracted to carry out 3 jobs there. Cícero would do 2 of them, and Julio, as he did not have as much experience, could take care of the 3rd. He would receive 5,000 cruzeiros. They left Imperatriz for Marabá in the southeast of Pará state. It was 100 miles of potholed roads, almost half of them only beaten earth. The dry weather meant that the traffic of trucks and omnibuses, crammed with people heading for Pará's El Dorado, raised a constant fine red dust. This irritated Julio's eyes and gave him a constant cough. During the 4 hours the journey lasted, he smoked almost half a pack of Continental cigarettes. He had picked up the smoking habit from his uncle Cícero. He remembered hating the bitter taste of the first cigarette he put in his mouth when he was 19. But Cícero always told him that smoking made a man stronger and more courageous, So he decided to force himself to enjoy it. He still said that he didn't like cigarettes, but that cigarettes seemed to like him a lot. When they reached Marabá, Julio found a town that was far busier than when he had been there for the first time 3 years earlier to kill 2 farmers involved in disputes with big landowners. Even today, Pará is the state with the greatest number of murders related to land conflicts. Marabá was crammed with cars, trucks, and buses. People walked around the streets with bags, knapsacks, and saddlebags in their arms or on their backs. The hubbub was constant. A woman was a rare sight in the midst of this crowd. Almost all of them were men from different parts of Brazil, ready to do anything to strike it lucky, as the gold prospectors described those who succeeded in getting rich from the gold. This huge mass of people had emptied the shelves of the markets and bakeries. Cicero and Julio wanted to buy supplies before they set off for Serra Pelada, but could not find any beans, pasta, sugar, biscuits, or oil. All they managed to purchase were 5 kilos of rice, 2 of dried meat, salt, flour, 2 tins of guava juice, and a pack of cigarettes. Before boarding another truck that would take them to the gold fields, they stopped at a bar. Cicero had a can of beer and Julio Coca-Cola. Despite his uncle's criticism, he would not change the cold drink for a glass of beer. The 100-mile journey to Serra Pelada was much more complicated than the trip from Imperatriz to Marabá. Cicero and Julio were squeezed in among 40 men on the back of the truck. All the would-be miners were seated with their legs drawn up so as to leave room for the knapsacks and saddlebags in the middle of the floor. There were young and old men, light-skinned and dark, speaking in a variety of accents. From their voices, Julio realized that some of these adventurers searching for gold had left the states of Maranhão, Bahia, Mato Grosso, and Paraná. He was pleased that nobody asked him anything. He did not want to let slip that he was on his way to Serra Pelada to kill someone. And he was afraid of lying and saying he was a prospector because he might show that in fact he knew nothing about it. In order not to run that risk, he pretended to be asleep. Julio only opened his eyes when the truck started down a track through the rainforest and the jolting made the man to his left topple onto him. Julio was impressed with what he could see around him. The track was so narrow that the sides of the vehicle were scraping the trees. You only had to stretch out your hand to touch a trunk, and if the truck slid at all, it would end up in the middle of the undergrowth. In spite of this, the driver did not seem in the least bit concerned. He drove along at a speed Julio considered far too fast in these circumstances. This was the first time in his life that Julio had been afraid of dying in a road accident. The torture lasted for 20 minutes until the track broadened and the truck pulled onto another dirt road. Almost an hour later, Julio caught sight of an incredible scene. There were people everywhere. Not even in Imperatriz or Xambioá had he seen such confusion. The 80,000 men living in Serra Pelada at the time seemed to fill every inch of the cindery earth. The truck came to a halt, and everyone got off quickly, jumping down from the back. Not a single house was built of brick. All were made of wood, and all their roofs were black plastic or planks. Julio was still staring with dismay at this pandemonium when he realized that the men who had made the journey with him had been stopped by policemen who were searching them carefully and even opening their knapsacks and saddlebags. No one could get into Serra Pelada without being checked by the police. This operation was intended to prevent weapons and alcohol from entering the gold field. Julio remembered the revolvers he and his uncle had brought, hidden in Cicero's knapsack wrapped in socks. A policeman came up to him and patted his legs, stomach, back, and arms. Then he ordered him to open his knapsack. When Julio was doing so, he looked back and saw his uncle being stopped by another policeman. If their weapons were discovered, there was bound to be trouble. The idea of being arrested in this God-forsaken hole terrified him. He closed his eyes tight and prayed to the heavens for God to deliver them from this dilemma. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an extremely skinny man with a wrinkled face go up and shake hands with the policeman searching his uncle, smiling and congratulating him. Cicero was immediately able to avoid any search and having to open his knapsack. Julio thought his prayers had been answered. "Hi there, Armando," the man said to Cicero. "How was the journey?" Julio caught on at once that Armando was the pseudonym his uncle used in these parts. It was the name of Julio's grandfather, Cicero's father. "The same torture as always. But the main thing is we got here in one piece," Cicero replied. "Is this the young guy you mentioned?" the man went on, jerking his chin in Julio's direction. "Yes, that's him. He's good." "And what's your name, kid?" the man asked, extending his right hand toward Julio. "Georgi. My name is Georgi," he replied hoarsely, copying his uncle's idea of using his father's name. "Good to meet you. You can call me Paraiba. My name is Daniel, but everyone calls me Paraiba. Let's go, the boss is waiting for you." Paraiba's boss was someone known in the gold fields as Inju. Later on, Julio learned that his real name was José Mariano, and that his nickname was no accident. He was born in an indigenous tribe in the Pará rainforest, and had been one of the first to arrive in Serra Pelada back in November 1979. Nobody knew for sure, but the rumor in the muddy streets of the town was that in little more than 2 years of prospecting, Inju had amassed 200 kilograms of gold, which in those days was worth equivalent to around $3.6 million. He was dark-skinned with well-defined features, small eyes, very straight black hair, a thin mustache, and a straggly beard that only partly covered his pointed chin. He was 29, and like all the other prospectors, lived in a wooden shack with a beaten earth floor and a plastic roof. Julio would never have thought that someone looking the way he did and living in such a miserable shack could be so rich. What everyone did know was that Inju had invested part of his golden fortune in cars and real estate. At a Volkswagen dealership in Marabá, he had acquired 5 cars, which he bought on sight for cash. The salesman who attended him told everyone that the prospector had taken the stack of money from a paper bag like the ones used for wrapping bread in. Inju had so much money that he used to travel to Marabá in a private plane at least 3 times a week to have fun with the girls there. No women were allowed in Serra Pelada itself. The flight lasted 20 minutes and cost at least 4,000 cruzeiros. Julio did the calculations and realized that this man who looked so poor spent at least 12,000 cruzeiros a week just on going to Marabá. With all that money, Inju could easily pay more than 5,000 cruzeiros to get rid of an enemy. Julio suggested to Cicero that they talk to the prospector and try to convince him to increase the price for the service, and his uncle took him to task, explaining that once a deal had been struck, money was never mentioned again with the client. After they had lunch at Inju's place, Paraiba left with Julio to point out the man he had to kill. They came to a huge crater, much wider than 2 soccer fields and some 300 feet deep. Thousands of men covered in a gray, sticky mud were climbing out of the seemingly bottomless pit, carrying burlap sacks on their backs. There was a constant movement up and down the giant hole. The prospectors looked like ants as they swarmed up and down. This went on all day long. The men kept returning to the top of the crater along huge earthen ramps that snaked around the outside of the hole. Some had wooden ladders that were 3 feet wide and 300 feet long so that they could reach the bottom. Paraiba told Julio that one of these ladders had been baptized by the miners as Goodbye Mom. "What a funny name," said Julio with a smile. "The name might be funny, but the reason behind it isn't," Paraiba said. "Why's that?" "It's called that because every so often a guy falls off. And that means certain death, my boy." "Seriously?" "Of course, kid.
Imagine someone falling down 300 feet in this hellhole. At least 2 or 3 die like that every month.
Julio knew at once what he had to do to kill this João Baiano without attracting anyone's attention. He would catch him when the miner was on this goodbye mom ladder and shoot him in the head. In the midst of all the noise and confusion, the shot would go unnoticed, and everybody would think that João Baiano had died from the fall. It would not be difficult. By the time it was discovered that the prospector had been killed by a bullet to the head, Julio would be far away. The only problem was to find the guy. He and Paraíba had been at the edge of the crater for almost half an hour, and there was no sign of João Baiano. In fact, Julio thought it must be impossible to distinguish anyone in this human anthill. Everyone looked alike, with sacks on their backs and their bodies covered with mud. Only occasionally was there someone who did not wear a hat. Yet Paraíba assured him that if he caught sign of João Baiano, he would recognize him. They left the rim of the crater and walked around town to try to find him. As they went, Julio wanted to know why Índio wanted to kill João Baiano. Paraíba explained he was one of 9 men who worked for Índio. In return for a monthly wage of 10,000 cruzeiros, a little more than the minimum wage of the time, these men were meant to hand over everything they dug out to the boss. When he discovered a nugget weighing 30 grams, which could be sold for 27,000 cruzeiros, João Baiano had tried to cheat Índio. He didn't tell anybody but kept the gold for himself. However, one of Índio's employees found out and told their boss. But that's such a small amount compared to everything Índio has, Julio said.
It's not the money that's the problem.
So what is?
The problem is that this kind of thing becomes common knowledge. Nobody says anything and everybody knows what João Baiano did. If the boss did nothing, he would lose face. From that moment on, everyone working for him would think they can steal the gold and will start doing so. That's why you have to kill the guy. Understand?
Yes, I understand. By now it was growing dark and the men emerged from the pit to wash. There was no running water in any of the shacks, so they all washed together in groups of 20 or 30 men at standpipes coming from an artesian well. As they washed, a thick mud spread across the ground. The miners' faces and bodies gradually appeared as they were freed from this thick layer of dirt. Julio couldn't understand how these men seemed so happy. While they were washing, they sang, whistled, smiled at one another. It must be because they thought that one day they would strike it lucky, as Índio had done. Paraíba asked a man drying himself on his own shirt if he knew where João Baiano was.
He left the mine earlier, straight after lunch. He said he had a stomachache and didn't come back, said the man drying his hair all the while.
Julio and Paraíba returned to Índio's shack as night fell without having found João Baiano. As a result, it was agreed Julio would do the job that night. Despite never having seen the man he was there to kill, his uncle and Paraíba convinced him he would have no problem identifying him.
João Baiano is a big, strong black man about 5'6". He's almost bald and has a gold tooth at the upper left side of his mouth, Paraíba said.
Julio wrote this down in his notebook and read it several times until he learned the details by heart and had a clear picture of his victim. Paraíba told him he could find João Baiano at a snack bar close to the branch of the Caixa Econômica Federal Bank, where the prospectors sold their gold.
Baiano goes there every night to have something to eat and play dominoes, Paraíba said.
So what do I do? Asked Julio.
Do your job, kid.
Cicero butted in gruffly.
Since when do you need to be told what to do? Go there, find out who this guy is, and finish him off.
Okay, said Julio, glancing at his uncle, puzzled by the fact that Índio hadn't said a word. It was as if the person who had contracted him wasn't even there. They all ate a supper of rice, beans, and dried meat. From a cooler, the prospector took out cans of Coca-Cola for his guests and finally spoke, saying that he preferred to drink beer, but Major Curio, Sebastião Curio de Moura, a sort of mayor for Serra Pelada, appointed by the then-president João Batista Figueiredo, had prohibited the consumption of alcoholic drinks in the town. Julio was happy to have his favorite cool drink in such a hellishly hot place. After the meal, Paraíba took him to the wooden hut that was the branch of the Caixa Econômica Federal and pointed out the snack bar José Baiano was in the habit of visiting. Julio sat down on the ground while Paraíba went over to the bar to see if Baiano was inside. He had not yet turned up, which was a good sign.
"I'm sure he'll be here before long,"
Paraíba said, then went on his way. Julio did not take his eyes off the bar. 4 men were sitting on benches at a wooden table playing dominoes while others stood around watching the game. There was a constant coming and going in the bar. Julio was worried that João Baiano could enter without him spotting him. He himself was wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat to hide his face and 2 shirts, one on top of the other. Following the crime, he would throw away the top one, which was black, and keep on the one underneath, which was white with blue stripes. While he was waiting for his victim to appear, he thought about how he was going to do his job. To kill him surrounded by so many people was a stupid idea. He would have to convince José Baiano to go with him to some solitary spot, and from what he had seen of Serra Pelada, the most convenient place was the crater where the prospectors dug for gold. This was about 200 yards from the nearest shacks. At night, the hole was completely deserted. He could shoot the man, throw the body into the crater, and disappear into the darkness. He grew tired of waiting and decided to go into the snack bar himself. Making sure the revolver was secure in his belt, he walked over to it. He went in and ordered a Coca-Cola. He took a long swig from the can and said he was looking for someone called João Baiano.
"Kid, there must be at least 10 João Baianos here. I myself know 3,
said the man who sold him the drink.
"The one I'm looking for is a strong black guy, a bit younger than me, with a shaven head and a gold tooth,"
said Julio, pulling down the hat to hide his face.
"Yes, I know who you mean. But he hasn't been in here today."
"Has anyone seen that big Baiano guy around here today?" the man shouted. No one replied. Determined to find his victim, Julio left the bar and began to ask everyone he came across in the street for João Baiano. Finally, a white-haired old man not only said he knew the prospector, but could point him out to Julio.
"Here's that fellow over there. Can you see him?"
said the old man, pointing to a strong, almost bald black man who was walking away from them.
"Where?"
asked Julio.
"Over there. He's the one wearing the red cap and green shirt. Can you see him?"
"Yes, I can. Thanks a lot," Julio replied, setting off behind his victim. He ran, holding on to his hat with his left hand and the revolver butt at his waist with the other. When he was 10 yards from João Baiano, he stopped running and walked calmly along. He drew closer to him, controlling his breathing.
"Hey, friend, are you João Baiano by any chance?" he asked, smiling at the man.
"That's me. Why do you ask?"
"I want to get a gold tooth, and I was told that you know who can do that for me."
"That's easy, kid. There's a heap of dentists in Marauá who can fix it in no time."
"You've got a gold tooth, haven't you?"
"Not one. I've got 3,
said Baiano, opening his mouth to show his gold teeth. 2 were on the lower jaw, 1 on each side. The third was the canine on the right-hand side of the top jaw. This tooth was proof that Julio had found the right man. He clearly remembered Paraíba telling him about the gold tooth João Baiano had in his upper jaw on the right of his top set of teeth. Now all he had to do was kill him. To do that, he needed first and foremost to get Baiano off this busy street where there were too many witnesses. Julio told him he had just arrived in Serra Pelada and asked the prospector to show him around. Baiano said he had been on the go all day and wanted to return to his shack to rest. Julio insisted, asking him to at least show him where the gold was found.
"The way I'm feeling, I'll fall asleep before I get there," said Baiano with a chuckle.
"Let's go. I at least wanted to see that spot. Then we can come back right away," Julio insisted.
"No, I'm not going, kid. If you want, I'll take you there tomorrow in daytime, but now I'm going straight home."
"Well, at least show me how to get to the crater, and I'll go on alone."
"Fine, I'll take you near it."
As they walked along, Julio and Baiano talked about the prospector's routine. The best thing, the miner said, was the cinema. Every night at around 8, porno movies were shown on the screen put up in the middle of the street. As women were prohibited from entering Ceja Pelada, there were usually as many as 3,000 men in the audience. Julio was curious to see this. He had not slept with a woman for 2 months now, and movies like that would be a treat. On the corner of a poorly lit street where there were few passers-by, Baiano took him by the left arm and said,
"All you have to do is go down here and turn into the second street on the right. Carry on to the end of that street and you'll see the hole."
Julio drew the revolver from his waistband and, hiding it under his shirt, thrust it at Baiano's stomach.
"If you open your mouth, I'll finish you off right here."
"What's this, kid?"
"Keep your mouth shut and take me to the hole."
"What are you doing?" asked Baiano, his voice quaking.
"If you take me there, I promise everything will be all right. But don't say another word. If you open your mouth again, I'll fill your belly with lead."
They walked some 500 or 600 yards until they came to the rim of the crater. Julio heard Baiano crying softly. For the first time, he looked closely at the face of the man he was about to kill. It seemed to him Baiano was much younger than he had imagined. His cheeks were still smooth, his face unlined. He had a long nose and big eyes. He asked how old he was, and Baiano said he had just turned 19. Just a kid, but Julio was determined not to feel sorry for him. He had already killed people who were much younger. In 1978, he killed a 13-year-old boy, his youngest victim, on the orders of a big landowner in Paragominas, in Pará State, who wanted to force a couple who were slave workers to return to the ranch they had run away from. The boy was their son. If the man and his wife did not return to their slavery, the landowner was threatening to kill their other 3 children. With the same cool determination as when he'd fired a bullet into the head of that 13-year-old boy while he was playing soccer in the street, Julio would end Baiano's life now. He told the prospector to take 2 steps forward toward the hole.
"Please don't kill me.
I've done nothing,"
Baiano said 2 or 3 times, his voice choked with tears.
"Stay quiet, you bastard. I'm not going to kill you,"
said Julio, taking off the black shirt and revealing the blue-striped white one underneath. He ordered Baiano to walk to the edge of the crater and push the gun to within a hand's breadth of the side of his head. Then he pulled the trigger. The shot echoed around the hole as if a bomb had gone off. Julio saw the prospector's body roll down the slope and ran off into the darkness. He stuffed the black shirt down his trousers and threw the straw hat away. He only stopped running when he could feel his leg muscles aching with tiredness. He thought he had run about a mile. He was bathed in sweat in the middle of nowhere. On one side was thick jungle. On the other shone the few lights of the town of Ceja Pelada, which had electricity thanks to some diesel generators. He collapsed onto the muddy ground and waited until he felt rested. He walked back to the town as if nothing had happened, but he was nervous and his heart was beating fast. He was afraid someone might have seen him running away just after he shot José Baiano. Because of all the disputes over gold, Ceja Pelada had more police than many of the big towns in the region. Julio was very scared of being arrested. He was even more worried when he reached the town and realized he did not know where Injo's house was. He was meant to go there once he'd done the job. He did not want to ask anybody where the man who had hired him lived, as that might arouse suspicion. He spent 15 or 20 minutes wandering lost along the dirt roads of the town, head down for fear someone might recognize him. He could not detect any unusual activity. Apparently the crime had not yet been discovered. He passed by the branch of the Caixa Econômica Federal, and suddenly he knew where he was. Finding the route back to Injo's house would be easy. When he arrived, he found his Uncle Cicero, Paraiba, and Injo talking animatedly outside the wooden shack. They were all sitting on benches with cigarettes in their mouths. "Aha! Here he comes at last," said Cicero with a smile.
"Well, kid, have you done the job?"
Paraiba asked.
"Yes, I have. I sent the bastard into hell,"
said Julio, trying hard to seem glad about it.
"That's the way to do it,"
Cicero concluded, standing up to give his nephew a hug. Injo said nothing, but picked up a bench and threw it at Julio's feet, making him take a step backward to avoid it hitting him. He told him to sit down and tell them exactly how he had killed José Baiano. While he quenched his thirst with a can of Coca-Cola, Julio described the episode in great detail, boasting about the clever way he had persuaded his victim to lead him to the edge of the crater.
"And Baiano's body is at the bottom of the hole?"
Injo wanted to know.
"Yes. After I shot him, I saw his body fall into the hole and ran off as fast as I could,"
said Julio. Injo got up and started pacing up and down, running his hands nervously through his straight black hair. None of the others dared say anything. Julio wanted to ask what the problem was, but thought it better to stay silent. The prospector moved about 3 yards from them and stood behind Cicero, Julio, and Paraiba. Folding his arms across his chest and staring out into the forest, he said calmly,
"You're going to have to go down into the pit and get his body out of there." "Now," said Paraiba. "No, in a month."
"Of course I mean now, you idiot!" shouted Injo, without turning around.
"But why?"
Julio asked. Injo turned to stare at them in a way that scared Julio. He said that if João Baiano's body was left at the bottom of the crater, it could cause him problems. It would be found the next day with a bullet in the head, and Major Julio would definitely get the police to investigate who had killed him. Even though he thought any such investigation would go nowhere, Injo did not want to run the risk of having his name associated with the murder.
"That's why you three have to go there now, remove his body from the pit, and take it to a distant, isolated spot," he said.
"How are we going to do that, boss?" asked Paraiba.
"Take the pickup and put the body in it. Then drive to the river and throw it in,"
said Injo, taking the key to the Fiat 1000 from the pocket of his Bermudas and handing it to Paraiba. Cicero remained sitting on his bench without saying a word. Julio did not appreciate his uncle's lack of reaction. He didn't even offer to help recover the body. 5 minutes later, he and Paraiba were parking the Fiat at the rim of the crater. They carefully descended into the pit, lit only by a flashlight Paraiba had brought. It was the first time Julio had been there, at the heart of the biggest gold rush in the world. They descended in zigzag. The hole seemed bottomless. Some 30 feet from the bottom, Paraiba spotted a shape on the muddy ground. It was João Baiano's body. The corpse was face down. The fall had caused injuries to the head and broken the right forearm. The head was covered in dark red blood that had soaked the mud around it. Paraiba took the body by the hands, Julio by the feet. They had only climbed some 60 feet when Baiano's broken arm snapped completely. The noise made Julio drop the corpse in terror. He felt a stab of disgust. Frowning, he clamped his mouth shut and took a firmer grip. They continued their climb with Paraiba lifting the body under the arms and clenching the flashlight between his teeth. The heat was almost unbearable, and so was their tiredness. Julio could feel sweat pouring down his head, but did not want to wipe it away with a hand that was dirty from the mud and Bayano's dead body. When they reached 16 feet from the top, Paraiba came to a halt to see if anyone was nearby. Everything was quiet. They sped up and threw the body into the pickup, then drove for 30 or 40 minutes along a track through the middle of the rainforest until they came to the banks of the river Parauapebas. They took off their clothes and entered the warm water, still carrying Bayano's body. When the river was up to their waists, they let the body go and the current carried it away. They took advantage of being there to bathe and get some rest. When they arrived back at Ingio's shack, they found the prospector on his own, stretched out in his hammock. Cicero had left to go kill one of his 2 victims. "Your uncle will only be back tomorrow," said Ingio. "You can sleep here or at Paraiba's place." "I think I'll go and sleep at Paraiba's," Julio replied. The following morning he was awakened by the sound of Ingio kicking at the door of Paraiba's shack. Ingio was in a rage. He was like a man possessed, his eyes popping out of his head. By the time Julio had clambered out of his hammock, Paraiba was standing in front of his boss, his hands crossed behind his back and staring at the ground. Julio went over to him. "What kind of crap is this?" cried Ingio through gritted teeth. "I have no idea. It's impossible for that to have happened," Paraiba replied without raising his head. "What happened?" Julio wanted to know. "You killed the wrong man, kid. That's what happened," said Ingio, shaking his head in disgust. "That's not possible." "Yes, it is. The fact is, Joao Bayano is at work down in the crater, alive and kicking." "Who says so?" asked Julio. "Nobody says so. I saw him with my own eyes," shouted Ingio, fists clenched and staring Julio in the face. He went on bellowing at him. "A useless killer! That's what you are!" Julio had never felt so humiliated. By now he had been a professional hitman for 8 years and had never had a problem of this kind. To be called a useless killer was the worst insult he had heard in his life. But he had to take it. Ingio would not have said that Joao Bayano was still alive if he wasn't sure. Julio raised his right hand to his mouth, unsure of what to say. Then, for the very first time, he made a gesture that was to stay with him for the rest of his life, like a nervous tic. Joining his thumb and index finger at the top of his nose, he slowly opened them as though he were combing his eyebrows. He repeated the movement time and again while he was thinking what he could do to sort out the problem. One thing was for certain. He had to kill the real Joao Bayano. He promised Ingio that Bayano would not live to see another day. And he told him he would keep his promise without asking anything in return. "You paid for me to kill Joao Bayano, and that's what I'm going to do," Julio said. "That's the least I expect. But be careful you don't kill some other poor guy by mistake," said Ingio. Julio asked Paraiba to take him to the crater to point out exactly who the man was that he was supposed to kill. On the way there, he thought about what he had done the previous night. He had killed some poor man who had nothing to do with the gold stolen from Ingio. Who was he? Did he have a wife and children? Probably not. He was very young for that. He had only just turned 19. Julio had never been in a situation like this before. To kill somebody by mistake was terrible. The people who hired him always had some reason for wanting the death of their victims. But that kid he had murdered had not done anybody any harm, at least as far as Julio knew. He could not get used to the idea. He still could not understand where he had gone wrong. It was only when he talked to Paraiba that he discovered his error. The João Baiano he should have killed had a gold tooth on the left-hand side of his upper jaw. The gold tooth of the João Baiano he had murdered was on the right. Apart from that, the description of the two men was exactly the same. Black, strong, almost 5'6", balding. Julio realized his error at once. He had killed a man by mistake, simply by not paying enough attention. A tremendous sadness gripped his heart. He was angry with himself. How could he have made such a stupid mistake? Inju was quite right to call him a useless killer. By now he would use his sense of anger to eliminate the real João Baiano. Paraiba pointed to a man in the middle of the crater who was climbing a wooden ladder with a sack on his back. "That's him," he said. Baiano's body was covered in dark gray mud. Even his face was smeared with it. Julio did not want to repeat his mistake, so he waited for Baiano to reach the top of the crater and walked up to him. Using the excuse that he was looking for work, he started talking to the prospector. Their conversation did not last long. All Baiano said was that he had no idea who could offer him work and continued on his way, but that was enough for Julio to memorize his victim's features. He would recognize his face anywhere. After that, he bought 4 cheese sandwiches and 2 cans of Coca-Cola and spent the rest of the day near the rim of the crater. He didn't take his eyes off João Baiano, who went on working without realizing he was being watched. When the workday was over, he washed at one of the standpipes in the street and then went home. Julio followed some 40 yards behind him. He saw where Baiano was living, a wooden shack with a plastic roof, and then returned to Paraiba's place. Night was falling. The door was open, but there was no one there. Julio lay down in a hammock and tried to get some rest. It was only then that he remembered he had not asked God for forgiveness for having killed the wrong João Baiano. He stretched out in the hammock and prayed the 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers. Now finally, he would be able to sleep. He woke up 2 hours later when Paraiba began to tug at the hammock. "The boss wants to know if you've dealt with the guy." "Not yet," replied Julio, without getting up from the hammock and closing his eyes once more. "How can you be so calm, kid? How can you sleep if you haven't done the job?" "Paraiba, it's all sorted out. You can tell your boss that I'll keep my promise to him. João Baiano won't live to see another day. I only need you to get me a really sharp knife." "Yes, it's better to kill him with a knife," Paraiba agreed, guessing Julio's intentions. "Why?" "Because bringing a revolver into Serra Pelada is prohibited. If Baiano's body appeared with gunshot wounds, the police would make a great effort to find out how it happened. Stabbings are more common." "So how come my uncle got in carrying 2 revolvers if they are prohibited?" "I'd already arranged everything with the head of the guards carrying out the searches. When you arrived, I gave him a bit of money and your uncle entered without being checked." "I get it," said Julio, and then went back to sleep, complaining he had a headache. Before doing so, however, he asked Paraiba to wake him at 1 in the morning. He woke, ready for action. He washed his face in a bucket of water kept at the back of the hut, put on 2 shirts, a black one over a white one, and borrowed a cap from Paraiba. He picked up a handful of manioc meal with egg he saw in a pan, and then went out to do another night's work. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He was so certain of his plan he didn't even bother to take his revolver. All he carried was the knife, as long as his forearm, which he stuck in the waistband of his U.S. top jeans. The blade was so long he found it hard to walk properly, and limped along as if he had a damaged right leg. The streets of the town were deserted. So much the better. He did not have to worry about being seen by someone. The only thing bothering him at that moment was having to wear 2 shirts in the unbearable heat. When he reached João Baiano's shack, Julio could not believe what he saw. It couldn't be easier. The man was asleep outside in a hammock. Julio pretended he was just passing by. He walked on another 50 yards, then turned around, scanning the street with his eyes. Not a soul in sight. He came to a halt a couple of feet from João Baiano. The miner was snoring like a pig. His mouth was wide open as he lay on his back with his arms folded across his chest. Julio took a good look at his face. He didn't want to run the risk of killing another person by mistake. This time there could be no doubt. This guy was the same one Paraíba had pointed out in the hole. But just to be safe, Julio wanted to see the gold tooth on the left of his upper jaw. He bent down, resting his hands on his knees, and leaned over the hammock. Then all he had to do was to thrust his face toward Baiano's mouth. He saw the gold tooth on the left side. He pulled out his knife and was about to slit his victim's throat when he remembered one of the rules he had learned from his uncle. Never kill a sleeping person. He didn't know what to do. Should he wake the man up to kill him? That seemed ridiculous. Baiano would be bound to try to react. He might even shout out and arouse the attention of the people living in the nearby shacks. Julio took off his black shirt and wrapped it around his left hand. He lifted 1 foot over the hammock so that the miner's body lay between his legs. In a single movement, he sat on Baiano's chest and stuffed the shirt in his mouth so that he could not make a sound. The miner woke up terrified, his eyes wide open. He struggled to get up, but it was impossible. He only calmed down when Julio slid the knife across his throat and told him not to move. "Because of you, I killed a poor innocent guy," he said. Baiano groaned and shook his head as if begging not to be killed. "Because of you, I was called a useless killer," said Julio, and pressed the knife across Baiano's throat. Blood spurted onto his chest and drenched his hands. The bleeding went on and on. If Julio had known it would be like this, he would have thrust the knife into his stomach, as he had done with Amarelo, the first man he ever killed. Taking the hammock down from its hooks, he wrapped the body in it. Then, trying not to make any noise, he dragged it inside the hut. He left it in a corner on the left side of the room. He bolted the door from the inside and climbed out of the window, making sure he shut it before he left. He felt strangely happy, proud of himself. Nobody would call him a useless killer ever again. He was so pleased with what he had just done that he forgot to pray for forgiveness. A day later, he and his uncle returned to Imperatriz. Baiano's body was only discovered 3 days later, according to Cicero, because of the foul smell coming from his shack. Since there was no evidence about the perpetrator, João Baiano was buried as a suicide. It was only as he recalled this episode sitting on the sofa in his house that Julio Santana realized the name João Baiano represented not 1 but 2 deaths in his notebook. This was important for the calculation he was making. Every page he turned brought back the memory of other crimes he had committed. Men, women, and even children, whose lives he had taken for money. The children were a small minority. He had only killed 4 people aged under 16. 59 of his victims were women. Most of these deaths were contracted by their husbands, who accused them of betraying them. When Julio finished adding up the number of murders he had committed, he discovered he had killed 424 men. In total, he was responsible for 487 deaths. Without counting the 3 people he had killed before 1974, the year he began to write down the details in his notebook. He took another good look round his house and wondered if it had been worth killing so many people. He no longer lived in a riverbank village as he had in his childhood. Now he was in the center of Porto Franco. The town was very different now from the one where he grew up and lived until he was 18. At the start of the 1970s, Porto Franco had about 1,500 inhabitants. By April 2006, this had grown to 18,000. Most of the streets were still beaten earth, but the main ones had been asphalted. He lived in much better conditions than when he was a boy, but he had not become rich, as he had thought would happen when he decided to become a professional hitman. He leafed through the pages of the notebook until he came to one that was marked with a big X in the top right-hand corner. He knew exactly what that meant. It was the sign of the break between him and his uncle Cicero. That X symbolized the end of a friendship he had believed was eternal. And all because of accursed money. To the left of the X he read, Kill Nativo de Natividade, President of the Rural Workers Union in Carmo do Rio Verde, Goiás State. Contracted by Mayor Roberto Pascoal. Travel on October 22nd. Contact in the town Genesio. Fee, 2 million cruzeiros. The year was 1985. Julio was already married and had left Cicero's house in Imperatriz a year earlier to reside with his wife in Porto Franco. But there was still a strong bond between him and his uncle. In addition to their family ties, they still worked together. Cicero was the one who passed on the jobs to Julio. His uncle was a kind of intermediary between the people contracting the killings and him. Hardly a month went by without them shooting someone. Sometimes Julio took part in the murder of several persons at the same time, such as when he had led the slaughter of 6 farmers in the town of Pimenta Bueno in Rondônia in June 1987. Julio's wife loathed Cicero. She said he was the one responsible for her husband taking up the appalling life of a professional killer. Julio always protested, saying that it had been his own choice. He had wanted to earn money and to have great adventures. His uncle had done no more than help him do what he wanted to do. This argument always took place when Cicero came to the house to pass on a contract to his nephew. And this was what had happened on that Wednesday, October 16th, 1985. As usual, when they needed to talk about work, Julio and his uncle walked a mile to the banks of the river Tocantins. It took Cicero less than 10 minutes to pass the details on to his nephew. He was to kill Nativo da Natividade, president of the Rural Workers Union in Carmo do Rio Verde, in the interior of Goiás State. The person contracting him was the city mayor, Roberto Pascoal, who said he was incensed at the political influence Nativo had in the region, and especially by the rumors that the trade unionist was going to stand as a candidate in the 1988 municipal elections. When he contacted Cicero, Roberto Pascoal said he wanted to get rid of Nativo before he became even stronger and more prominent. Everything had been arranged. Julio was to take a plane from Imperatriz to Brasilia on the morning of October 22nd, a Tuesday. At the airport in the federal capital, a man called Genesio would be waiting for him and would take him by car to Carmo do Rio Verde, about 100 miles away. Once there, he would have all the time he thought necessary to end Nativo Natividade's life. He would be paid 2 million cruzeiros for the service, a little more than 3 times the minimum salary at the time, which was 600,000 cruzeiros. Julio thought that did not seem very much and wanted more money. But his uncle said he had already tried to bargain with the mayor, and that was the most he could get. Besides, earning 2 million for a couple of days' work isn't bad at all. These are people who don't earn that for a whole month's work, said Cicero, repeating what he always said when his nephew complained about the amount he was going to receive for a contract. The trip from Imperatriz to Brasilia was much easier than Julio had imagined. This was the first time he had been in a plane. When he saw the Amazon rainforest from high in the air, the nerves he had felt during the takeoff soon gave way to enormous fascination. The river Tocantins, winding through the rainforest and the vast world of trees, were the most beautiful things he had ever seen. From the sky, the houses of Imperatriz looked like toys. Pressing his face against the window, Julio remembered the happy, peaceful childhood he had known there. A time when all he did was swim in the muddy waters of the Tocantins, roam through the jungle, and kill animals so that his family could eat. That was a proper life. Not this one, killing people. But by now he was 31 and did not know how to do anything else. When he got off the plane in Brasilia, he saw a light-skinned man about 5'7" and with graying hair, who was holding up a piece of paper on which was written Jorge. As he had done in Serra Pelada, Julio used his father's name as a pseudonym. He presented himself to the man, who confirmed he was the Genesio that Cicero had mentioned. They got into Genesio's car, a red Bellina, and set off for Carmo do Rio Verde. The journey took 6 hours, including a stopover at a roadside restaurant for lunch. Genesio did not say much. On the rare occasion he did, he said he thought it was unnecessary for the mayor to have brought a hitman from Maranhão State to kill Nachivo.
I could have done the job myself,
Genesio said over their meal.
So why didn't you?
Julio asked.
The mayor said it was safer to bring a killer in from outside, so as not to raise suspicions about him.
I think that's true.
That may be so, but I could have done with that money you earned for killing Nachivo.
I haven't been paid anything yet.
What do you mean? The mayor told me he had paid up front.
That's right, but the person he paid is a friend I work with. I only get the money when I return to Imperatriz. They reached Carmo do Rio Verde at around 5 in the afternoon and went straight to Genesio's house because he wanted a rest after the journey. Julio said he had no time to waste and that he would like to see where Nachivo lived and where the Union of Rural Workers' headquarters was. Genesio said he didn't have to worry, everything had been arranged. Half an hour later, a blue VW Beetle pulled up outside the house. The driver was a skinny young black man who introduced himself to Julio as Pelé. They went to the Union building and saw Nachivo's beige Beetle parked in the road outside. Nachivo's house was about a mile away. Julio learned from Pelé that he was 33, married, and the father of 2 small children. He was very quiet and only left his house to go to the Union or to farmers' meetings. Thanks to this information, Julio concluded that the best moment to kill the trade unionist would be when he was returning home from work. He would shoot Nachivo just as he pulled the car up in front of his house, and he wanted to do it that same night. He and Pelé returned to Genesio's house. Genesio told him his return trip had already been planned. After killing Nachivo, Julio would be taken back to Brasilia in a municipal ambulance, and from there he could catch the first bus to Imperatriz. Before Julio could ask why, Genesio said he would have to return by bus because the mayor wanted to save money. Julio turned down his offer to have supper, arguing that he needed to be outside Nachivo's house before he returned from work. Pelé dropped him there and drove off. Julio sat on the ground and waited, about 50 yards from his victim's house. It was almost 7 in the evening by the time the trade unionist's car came around the corner. Julio adjusted the straw hat to hide his face and got to his feet. He walked slowly on the far side of the street toward Nachivo's house. He pulled the revolver from his waistband at the same moment the car came to a halt. Julio was about 20 yards from him, but he wanted to get closer to make sure of the shot to the head. The trade unionist seemed relaxed. He had no idea he was on the brink of death. Nachivo walked slowly toward the front door. From a distance of 10 yards on the other side of the street, Julio leveled his revolver at him. He was about to pull the trigger when he saw a little girl aged 5 or 6 open the door and run laughing to her father. Julio didn't have the heart to kill a man in front of his own daughter, so he immediately lowered the gun to the ground. The trade unionist bent down and picked up the little girl. Julio saw them kissing each other before they went inside the house. Determined to kill Nachivo that night, Julio spent more than an hour outside his house, hoping he would come out again. But nothing happened. He walked all the way back to Genesio's house and told him what had happened. "But tomorrow I'll kill the guy no matter what. You can bet on that," he assured him. He spent the whole of that Wednesday, October 23rd, 1985, in the Blue Beetle beside Pelé, trailing Nachivo da Natividade. At 8:30 in the morning, he left the house and went straight to the headquarters of the Union of Rural Workers of Carmo do Rio Verde. He did not reappear even for lunch. He went home at 6:20 that evening. This time Julio couldn't finish him off because there was a group of kids playing soccer in the street, and he didn't want any witnesses to his crime. Pelé parked the car at the corner. Julio's idea was to wait until the kids had finished and then knock on Nachivo's door. The instant Nachivo appeared, he would shoot him in the head. The soccer game was soon over, but the boys stayed in the street, sitting directly opposite the trade unionist's house. This was becoming far more complicated than Julio had first thought. As he stroked his eyebrows with the thumb and index finger of his right hand, he wondered how long he would have to wait before the gang of kids went their way. Pelé opened a pack of crackers they'd bought to stave off their hunger. Before Julio could put the first one in his mouth, Nachivo came out of his house, carrying a briefcase, and got into his car. They followed his Beetle at a distance of 100 yards without switching on their lights. 5 minutes later, the car pulled up outside the Union building. The street was deserted. Now was the moment. Julio put on the straw hat, took the revolver out of his waistband, and jumped out of Pelé's Beetle. In his haste, the hat fell off. "Damn it! It'll have to be without it," thought Julio. He reached Nachivo's car before the trade unionist got out of it. He pointed his gun at the man's head, but Nachivo reacted at once. He seized Julio's right arm in both hands. In the struggle, Julio pulled the trigger 4 times. The autopsy showed that there were 3 bullet holes to the chest and 1 in the neck. He only finished firing when he was certain Nachivo was dead. In 1996, 11 years after this episode, the mayor Roberto Pascoal was tried as the man behind the crime but acquitted. Julio looked up and down the street but could not see anyone. Pelé had already brought his car alongside him. Before Julio got in, he even had time to run and pick up his straw hat. Pelé was terrified. "God in heaven, what dreadful thing have you done?" "What do you mean, kid? Didn't you know I was going to kill the guy?" replied Julio. "Yes, I did. But I've never seen anything like that right in front of my eyes." "There's a first time for everything in life," Julio said, and told Pelé to drive back to Genesio's house. 15 minutes later, the municipal ambulance arrived to take Julio to Brasilia. It was as they were saying goodbye that Genesio said something that led Julio to split from his uncle Cicero forever. "God be with you, kid. You did a great job." "Thank you, Genesio. I think I agree now with the mayor. You were worth the 6 million cruzeiros he paid for the service." "6 million?" said Julio with a smile, thinking Genesio must be joking. "Isn't that what you got?" "I wish I had. I was only paid 2 million. "What's that, kid? Are you lying to me?" "I was the one who negotiated everything with the mayor. He paid 6 million for Nachivo's death." "Are you sure, Genesio?" "Of course. I think someone is making easy money behind your back." "You could be right. Well, anyway, get into the ambulance as quickly as you can before they find the body of that bastard and things get hot around here." Julio was so disturbed at the idea that his uncle was defrauding him
that he felt angry the whole way back from Calmo do Rio Verde to Brasilia. He did not want to believe it. If Cicero had behaved like that over in Archivo, then he must have acted the same way with all the contracts he had passed on to him. Julio could even understand that his uncle should receive some money for the murders because he was the one who dealt directly with the people giving the orders. But that had to be done in an open, trustworthy fashion, without any lies. And what sense did it make for him to run all the risks, to have the weight of so many deaths on his conscience, if Cicero was going to keep most of the money? If they had split it 50-50, that would still not be fair. Worse still, if what Genesio had just told him was true, he would receive 2 million, whereas his uncle would keep 4 million. He was even more offended when he recalled having told his uncle that he thought this amount was not very fair for killing a president of a farming workers' union. In the hitman's list of prices, killing an influential trade unionist is one of the most expensive contracts. But Cicero had told him that was the price, end of story. Julio wanted to confront his uncle as quickly as possible, to throw all this in his face. He only reached Imperatriz 24 hours after leaving Brasilia. On that Friday morning, he went straight from the bus station to his uncle's house. He found him sprawled on his sofa, watching television. "Didn't you go to the barracks today, Uncle?" he asked. "No, I'm having a day off." "You're always doing that." "What's this? Why are you looking at me like that?" said Cicero, not getting up from the sofa. "I always thought you were my friend." "What are you saying, Julio?" "I thought you liked me and that I could trust you." Cicero sat up and asked what had happened. Julio said he had learned that his uncle had been lying and kept the largest share of the money from the contracts he fulfilled. Cicero vehemently denied this. He said he loved his nephew like his own son and would never cheat him, much less for money. Yet Julio was sure it was all lies. "It would be much better if you at least told me the truth and apologized." "Listen to the way you're talking to me," said Cicero reprovingly. "Bullshit. You're completely worthless, Uncle." "Worthless? Julio, you heard me. You got me into this dreadful life as a killer, and still you cheated on me, keeping the money for the work I did." "You better leave now before I do something I might regret," said Cicero, getting to his feet, his eyes open wide. "Do what? Kill me?" "I don't believe you have the guts," said Julio, thrusting his chest in the face of his uncle, who was several inches shorter than him. "You're lucky my revolver isn't in my belt." "Well, mine is," said Julio, pulling his gun out of his trousers and pushing it into Cicero's face. He had never seen such a look of fear in his uncle. He had gone pale and was shaking like a green sugarcane stalk. For the first time in his life, Julio was tempted to kill someone without being paid for it. In his heart, he felt only bitter hatred. His teeth were clenched and he was breathing heavily. He only realized he was crying when he felt the tears wetting his lips. He didn't want to admit it, but he was very sad. Above all, he wished that none of this had happened. If his uncle had not been such a damned liar, everything would be different. "Put down that weapon, Julio," said Cicero in a calm, almost gentle voice. "Don't worry, Uncle. I'm not going to kill you, even though you deserve a bullet in that shameless face of yours. Put the gun down, my son. I'm not your son. God save me from anything as terrible as that. The only reason I'm not going to kill you is because you're the brother of my father. May God keep him." So Georgie had died in 1983 at the age of 53. With that, Julio lowered his revolver, turned on his heel, and walked out.
His teeth were still clamped and he was breathing heavily through his nose. "Have you stopped to think that you owe me everything? If it weren't for me, you would have nothing, Julio. You would be nobody!" Cicero shouted from inside the house. This enraged Julio. Still in tears, he hurried back inside the room. Tucking the gun in his belt, he pushed his uncle back down into the sofa with both hands. "What a shit life you gave me! I'm an assassin, Uncle! I make a living killing people! And you have the nerve to say that's a good thing?" he shouted. Cicero said nothing, with the same expression of fear on his pallid face that Julio had seen when he first confronted him.
"I understand now why there are people who kill others out of hatred. I'd love to finish you off right now. The only reason I don't do so is my father.
But get one thing into your head," said Julio, waving his finger in his uncle's face.
If I ever see you again, I will kill you. Have you got that? Whatever day, hour, or place it is. I'll kill you like a dog."
Julio ran out blindly into the streets of Imperatriz. He was sobbing from anger and sadness. He was almost sorry he hadn't killed Cicero. He had already murdered so many people he did not know and who perhaps did not deserve to die. For the first time in his life, he wanted to kill someone on his own account. He should have done it, but he did not want to burden his father's soul. He only saw his uncle again 8 years later in 1993 at his burial. Julio went to the cemetery out of regard for the friendship he and his uncle had known when he was a boy. Cicero had died at the age of 53 of lung cancer due to a lifetime of smoking. The funeral was attended only by his 2 wives, his 5 children, and half a dozen friends. Julio knew just one of them, Sergeant Santos from the military police, who lived and worked in Imperatriz. Julio was surprised there weren't more people from the military police present at the funeral. But talking with Sergeant Santos, he learned that Cicero had never been part of the force. The story that he was a military policeman was simply another lie his uncle told to hide the fact that he was a contract killer. He had bought the uniform he wore when he wanted to keep up appearances from Sergeant Santos. Now Julio understood why he had never seen Cicero at work. When he saw his uncle in the coffin, looking far thinner and frailer than when he had last been with him, he felt sorry for him. But he would never forgive him. He went on his way before the coffin was covered with sand. He is still in tears whenever he remembers the argument he had with Cicero and what made him break with him. He would have given anything for none of that to have occurred, to have been able to rest in his own home, undisturbed by those memories. He was still remembering all this when he was interrupted by his wife and daughter, who had come back from the church. He was lying on the sofa, his hands folded across the notebook on his chest, open at the page marked with an X. He pretended to be asleep. His daughter came over, kissed him on the cheek, and tried to prise the book from him. He took hold of her hands and opened his eyes. They smiled at each other, but Julio's wife noticed there was something wrong. She said his eyes were red and asked if he had been crying. As he did not like lying to his wife, he smiled without saying anything, got up, and shut himself in his room. He put the notebook back in the old knapsack and hid it behind the wardrobe. He decided he would never pick it up again. From that Sunday, April 16th, 2006, he would write down the contracts he accepted on any scrap of paper that came to hand. But he would never touch that notebook again. The 487 deaths recorded there were enough. The killer's repose. The alarm on Julio's cell phone went off at exactly 2 a.m. His wife woke up in a fright. What on earth was her husband going to do at that time of night? She was used to him getting up in the early hours when he went out to kill someone. But this time she knew that could not be the case. It was August 2006, and 2 months earlier, Julio had promised he would never murder anyone again. She was sure he wouldn't lie. Not to her. His wife was the only person who knew what Julio did for a living. She told her daughters and the few neighbors with whom she had any contact that he was a military policeman. Like his uncle Cicero, he had learned to use the uniform, which he got from his uncle himself, to camouflage his real activity. But that morning he was not leaving home to kill anyone. The alarm at 2 a.m. had a very different purpose. At the age of 52, Julio said he was exhausted by that appalling life of killing one person here, another there. In addition, he no longer had the agility, the strength, or the sharp sight he had once possessed. As he grew older, working as a killer became increasingly tough. He had decided to rest, to change not only towns but states in Brazil. In order not to attract the attention of their neighbors, he wanted to leave Porto Franco, the town he came from in Maranhão, in the early hours. His wife and children knew the move was to be that Saturday. What they had not realized was that they would have to wake up at 2 a.m. to climb into the truck of one of Julio's friends. Against the wishes of his wife, who wanted to leave nothing in the house, the family was going to take only a few bags filled with clothes, the 20-inch TV set, the sound system, and the DVD player. All the furniture was to stay in the house, which had been sold by Julio to his truck driver friend for 15,000 reis, to be paid off in 10 installments of 1,500 reis. He sold his car, a Fiat 127, to another man he knew, and the canoe for 8,000 reis in cash. Before giving the canoe to its new owner, Julio did something that unburdened his heart. On the morning before the move, he found the knapsack where he kept the notebook with the list of all the contract killings he had done, got into the canoe, and traveled almost half an hour until he reached a completely isolated stretch of the river, Tocantins. He took with him the .38 revolver he had used to kill close to 500 people. When he arrived, he removed the gun from his waistband and threw it into the bag. In it, as well as the revolver and the notebook with the list of his victims, were 2 stones the size of coconuts he had put there just before he got on board. In the middle of the river, he closed his eyes and thanked God for delivering him from the life he had led. Then he tossed the bag into the Tocantins and waited until he saw it sink in the muddy waters. He knew that in this part of the river it was more than 30 feet deep. The revolver and the notebook would never torment him again. He felt lighter, maybe even a little happy. He couldn't wait to return home and tell his wife what he had done. He was sure she would be proud of him for doing so. His wife's influence was essential in Julio's decision to leave Porto Franco and move to another state. Ever since the day her husband told her he was a hired killer, in February 1985, 11 months after they were married, she never stopped pleading with him to leave behind this dog's life. But Julio always argued that it was the only thing he knew how to do, and that it was thanks to that wretched profession that he was able to support his home and children. He had earned everything he possessed by killing people wherever he was contracted to do so. The longest journey he had ever made to carry out a contract had occurred in 1989, when he went to Paraná State to kill a businessman's brother. The crime was paid for by the businessman himself because he wanted to keep the share of an inheritance that belonged by right to his youngest brother. Now, though, that kind of event would be forgotten forever. Julio could finally live in peace with his wife and children, whom he told he had retired from the military police and planned to take them to a much better place than Porto Franco. "Is there a movie house there, Dad?" his 18-year-old son asked. "Not in the town where we're going to live. But close by there's a bigger city, with a movie house, a shopping mall, all those things you like." Julio replied as he lifted the TV into the truck. During the ride from Porto Franco to Palmas, the capital of Tocantins state, he sat next to the window with his wife on his left. The children were sitting on the bunk behind the driver and never stopped talking because they were so excited at leaving the town they were born in for the first time in their lives. At that time of morning, the streets of Porto Franco were completely empty. When they left their house behind, Julio asked the driver to take the road that ran alongside the river Tocantins. He wanted to see one last time the landscape that had always been part of his life, in the good times and the bad. It was in this river that, exactly 35 years earlier, he had killed his first victim, the fisherman Amarelo, in August 1971. It was also on the river Tocantins that he had his first sexual encounter with Chiquinha in 1972. It was here, too, that he had played with his two brothers, Pedro and Paulo. They now lived in São Luís, the capital of Maranhão state. He occasionally spoke with them on the phone. It was also on the banks of this river that he grew up watching his mother, Dona Marina, who by now was 73 years old, and lived with Paulo in São Luís, as she washed her clothes and dealt with the animals and fish the family ate. The full moon of those early hours lit up the rainforest and cast a bluish tinge on the water. Julio wished he could spend all his life in Porto Franco, and yet he knew he would never manage to stop working as a killer if he did not leave the town. On Christmas 2004, he had promised his wife he would give up his life as a killer, but the constant offers of work had prevented him from doing so. In March 2005, he had turned down 2 contracts, but had not been able to resist an offer of 3,000 reis from a landowner in the town of Dom Eliseu in Pará state, who wanted to be free of a son-in-law who beat up his daughter. Known for his discretion and efficiency, not a month went by without Julio receiving at least one phone call from someone interested in his services. He couldn't retire if he went on living in Porto Franco, nor would his marriage last if he carried on as a hired gun. On his 51st birthday, June 23, 2005, his wife had said in tears that she would not spend another year married to an assassin. Either he gave up that life or he could forget her and their children. Even though his wife's insistence upset him, he knew she was right. What he hated most of all was when she started to say that if he did not stop killing people, he would go to hell. Ever since she had begun to attend the Assembly of God Church, his wife repeatedly told him that his ruse of saying 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers, which Julio continued to do after every murder, was not proper repentance. She said that God would only forgive him if he truly repented. One such conversation took place early one hot morning in July 2005 when they were both lying in bed. "But I am repentant," said Julio. "If you were, you would never do it again. Besides, one of the 10 commandments in the Bible is 'Thou shalt not kill,'" she said. "I know that very well. You know it, but you don't respect it." "It's my job, woman. What do you want me to do?" "I want you to give up that terrible profession and start a new life. I'm warning you. If you carry on with it, I'm leaving and taking the children with me," his wife said, her voice choked with sobs, but with a determination that made Julio admire her even more. The only woman he respected more than his wife was his own mother. He thought his wife was always right, even when she contradicted him, or especially then. In 22 years of marriage, he had never raised his voice at her. And when his wife was angry at him, he said nothing but sat there, head down, barely listening. He always used to say that she was his safe haven. He could commit all kinds of atrocity out in the street, but he knew that once he returned home, he would find her waiting for him, always ready to offer him comfort, however upset she was with her husband's way of life. He wouldn't know how to exist without her, the mother of his 2 children and a wonderful companion. As they drove along that early morning in 2006, Julio cast a glance at her. She seemed relieved, at peace. He recalled all the anguish his profession had brought her, all those sleepless nights worried if her husband would come home alive. That first part of the trip from Porto Franco to Palmas was only the start of a journey that would change the life of their family forever. Putting his arm around his wife's shoulders, Julio remembered the first time he had seen her. It was November 1983, and Julio had been hired by a moneylender in Teresina, in Piauí State, to kill a bank clerk who owed him money. He was to receive 550,000 cruzeiros for the hit, the equivalent of almost 10 times the minimum salary at the time, which was 57,120 cruzeiros. When he arrived in the capital of Piauí, one of the moneylender's employees was waiting at the bus station for him. The man, who identified himself as Sergio, drove him in a brown Dodge Caravan to the bank where the victim worked. The name of the person Julio had to kill was Adilson.
The boss lent that son of a bitch $1.5 million and he hasn't paid any of it back yet. The debt is increasing all the time because of the interest, and the guy says he's never going to manage to pay it off,
said Sergio while they were waiting for Adilson to come out of the bank.
That sounds complicated,
said Julio, who wasn't paying much attention.
That's not the half of it. I myself have tried to collect the debt 3 or 4 times, but Adilson always finds an excuse not to pay.
So what does he say?
That he has no dough, that he has to pay the rent, his bills, his children's schooling, and he's been spouting that crap for 5 months now.
But wouldn't it be better for your boss to force him to pay, rather than to kill him? If he dies, your chief is never going to see the color of that money.
You don't understand. The boss is sure that Adilson is never going to be able to pay the debt off. And as he lives from lending money to others, he needs to show people what happens to anyone who asks him for money and doesn't pay. If he allows Adilson to go around unpunished, everyone who has borrowed money from my boss will think that if they stop paying, nothing will happen.
I get it. You just have to show me who he is and I'll give him his one-way ticket before the day is out. Julio guaranteed him. At 4:10 on that hot Friday afternoon, Adilson left the bank. He was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved blue shirt tucked in at the waist. He was thin, probably around 5'4", and looked about 35 or 40 years old. Dark-skinned, he had black curly hair, but no beard or mustache. He walked approximately 100 yards from the door of the bank to the bus stop. 5 stops later, he got off outside a supermarket. Julio got out of the Dodge to follow Adilson home, keeping a distance of 30 yards between them. Sergio protested that there was no need for him to follow his victim.
I know where Adilson lives, Georgie,
he said, using the pseudonym Julio adopted whenever he was carrying out a contract.
I know that, but I want to see where it is.
Why, for the love of God?
To see what the house is like and if the street is busy or not, that kind of thing.
All right. Wait here. 15 minutes later, Julio was back. Adilson Street was quiet, not asphalted, and with only dim lighting from 2 street lamps, one on each corner. Julio's plan was to kill his victim in the same way he'd done many times before. He would knock on Adilson's front door, and when the bank clerk appeared, he would shoot him in the head. In order to get away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible, he told Sergio he would need a motorbike.
I've got one, but I can't lend it to you, said Sergio.
Why, is it any good?
It's not that. The thing is, I always ride it around town. If after you've killed Adilson, someone notices the license plate, I'll be the one to pay.
That's nonsense, Sergio. We only have to take the plate off. I've done it more often than you can imagine.
Seriously?
Of course. Trust me, everything will be fine. After eating yams with chicken at Sergio's house, Julio took his motorbike and went out to do another night's work. He arrived at Adilson's house a little after 8. There was no one in the street. He left the motorbike locked, kept the helmet on, and banged 3 times on the front door. He kept his right hand holding the revolver hidden behind his back. When he heard the door open, he got ready to kill another poor guy. He would only shoot once, straight at the head. But it was a young boy about 10 years old who came to the door. He had curly hair and very dark eyes. The boy said his father had just gone out. "If you hurry, you'll be able to catch up with him," he said. Julio ran his hand through the boy's hair and went back to the motorbike. He felt dreadful at the thought of depriving the child of the chance to grow up with his father. He started to wonder whether Agilson had other children, if he loved his wife, if he had any brothers or sisters. It was for this and other reasons that he always avoided meeting any of his victims' relatives or friends. It was all much easier when the person he had to kill was no more than a name and a face. That was how he would treat Agilson, as a name to be erased. He didn't want to know if the bank clerk was a good father or husband. He was there to kill him, and that was what he was going to do. He went off to find him. When he caught up with Agilson, he was sitting on the curb at the bus stop. Julio couldn't manage to kill him there and then because before he could draw near, Agilson boarded a bus that had just arrived. Julio followed it on the motorbike until the bank clerk got off again. It was impossible to kill him there either. It was a busy street, and his victim was walking on the sidewalk together with other people. Julio did not take his eyes off him until he saw him enter a bar. He waited exactly 10 minutes before he went inside as well, carrying the helmet under his left arm. He could feel the revolver butt rubbing against his navel. Before sitting down, he scanned the bar with the same acute eyesight he had once relied on when hunting in the Amazonian jungle. There were only 10 wooden tables in the bar, with wooden chairs scattered around the bare cement floor. To the right of the entrance was a counter about 13 feet long with a cash register, a glass cabinet containing croquettes and pies, and a few glasses with beer dregs in them. Opposite the till was a jukebox where customers could choose the song they wanted to hear. There were 2 people behind the bar, a fat old man with graying hair, stubble, and eyes that looked as if they were being squeezed by the enormous dark lines underneath, and a girl who looked sad but was very pretty. Julio could never have imagined that this young woman with straight black hair was to become his wife and the mother of his children. He pushed between 2 men sitting on stools near the bar and ordered a can of Coca-Cola and a glass with ice. From close up, he could see the waitress was even more beautiful. She was wearing a cotton dress with her hair hanging loose and wore no makeup. She had strong features, a square face with a wide mouth and thin lips. Her light-colored eyes contrasted with her smooth, dark skin. Her dainty nose looked as if it had been handmade. Julio wanted to ask her name, but did not have the courage. And also because he was not there looking for a woman. He had a job to do. He examined the bar again and saw that Agilson was still sitting on his own at a table next to the counter. He was drinking 1 beer after another. Within 20 minutes, the bank clerk had already drunk 2 cans and asked for a third. Julio divided his attention between the man he had to kill and the woman he wanted to get to know. He didn't like the rude way that the other customers spoke to her behind the counter. Some of them called her "my little black girl," others "cutie." One of them was even ruder, saying she was hot stuff. Julio really wanted to rebuke them for talking this way, but knew that would only complicate things. He had never gotten involved in a fight in a bar, and this was not going to be the first time. Forcing himself to stay calm, he asked for a chicken pie. When the waitress served it on a plastic plate, he made sure he looked her in the eye. She responded with a half-smile. At that very instant, Julio decided he would not leave Teresina without at least finding out her name. Before that, though, he had to put an end to the life of Agilson, who was still sitting alone at the same table. By now he was drinking his 5th can of beer. He seemed to be crying as he did so. He would take a swig, then rest his head in his hands, arms on the table. He was talking to himself. 2 or 3 drunks tried to engage Julio in conversation, but he paid them no attention. He ordered another Coca-Cola and glass of ice. "You're not from here, are you?" the waitress asked as she put his drink on the bar. "No," he replied, not knowing what else to say, surprised that the girl had spoken to him. "I knew you weren't. I've never seen you around here. Where are you from?" "From Marawa," he lied. "I've heard of it. It's in Pará State, isn't it?" she went on, wiping the counter with a filthy cloth and avoiding looking at Julio. "That's right. They say lots of people are killed there over land disputes." "That's right. It seems you're not one for much conversation." "The thing is, I'm a bit preoccupied." "What with?" "With my work." "And what's that?" "I'm a military policeman," replied Julio after a few moments' hesitation. "So what's happened with your job to make you so preoccupied?" "I think it's better if I don't talk about it now." "Fine. Sorry for interfering," said the waitress, returning to her tasks. Time passed by and Agilson showed no sign of leaving the place. On his table were 6 beer cans and an empty glass. The bar was starting to empty when the bank clerk stood up and walked toward the toilet, which was 5 or 6 yards to the left of where Julio was sitting. Agilson even brushed against him and apologized. It was already past 1 o'clock in the morning, and Julio was anxious to get the job done as quickly as possible. It was only then that he could approach the waitress behind the bar. He was watching her wash up 6 glasses in a sink behind the counter when he saw Agilson come out of the toilet. The bank clerk was staring straight at him. Julio looked away but noticed that the man was heading in his direction. He glanced back at him and was sure that Agilson wanted to come up and talk. It occurred to him that perhaps his victim knew who he was and would kill him before he was shot himself. He could have gone into the toilet to check his own gun. While these thoughts were going through Julio's mind, Agilson drew closer and closer. Julio was sure the man was aiming for him. Without getting up, Julio stuck his right hand under his shirt and clasped the butt of the revolver. He was determined, if necessary, to kill the bank clerk right there in the middle of the bar, in front of everyone, even the pretty waitress. In another 2 steps, Agilson would be standing right in front of him. Julio pulled his revolver out of his waistband but still kept it covered by his shirt. When he was only 3 feet away, Agilson halted and spread his arms wide, as if he was expecting a shot in the chest. Julio couldn't understand a thing. All of a sudden, Agilson began to shout, "Flamengo are the world champions! World champions!" he roared, and gave Julio a big hug. It was only then that Julio understood what was going on. He was wearing a shirt from Flamengo, his favorite soccer club, with the number 10 and the name Zico on the back. The title Agilson was shouting to the 4 corners of the earth, world champion, had been won by the Rio de Janeiro team 2 years earlier in 1981. Even so, Agilson was celebrating as if it had just happened. It must be the beer talking, thought Julio. The bank clerk was still hugging him and insisting he'd join him at his table. Julio tried to escape any way he could. He didn't want to be seen talking to the man he was supposed to kill. But Agilson, completely drunk, would not let him go. In the end, Julio went over to his table. They chatted for more than half an hour. The first 10 minutes were entirely about soccer. Agilson said there was no team like that 1981 Flamengo one, with Zico, Junior, Agilio, and Nunes the biggest stars. As well as the World Club Championship, Flamengo won the Brazilian Championship in 1980, 1982, and that year, 1983. "But there's no one like Zico," said the man. "That's true," replied Julio sincerely. From soccer, Agilson abruptly changed topics. Forgetting Flamengo, he began to talk about the problems that had brought him to the bar. His wife hated it when he arrived home stinking of beer. Besides that, she always said that a man who owed money to God and to the whole world should not waste it drinking cachaça. He was only there that night because he had had a row with her. He had quarreled over a rumor going around the town where they lived that a money lender Adilson owed money to had hired someone to kill him. I said she shouldn't worry about that. I told her it was nonsense, but she didn't listen to me and is desperate. He said. Okay, said Julio, glancing down at the empty glass on the table. So we argued and I left home to come and drink. When I get back, we'll argue again. She says I should use the money I spend on drink to pay off that son of a bitch moneylender. So why don't you do that? Do you think the few cents I spend at the bar is enough to pay off my debt? It isn't, kid. It's a lot of money, said Adilson, with a strange smile on his face. How are you going to manage to pay him, then? It's simple. I'm not going to pay anything. I'm not in any position to pay. Not even if I were to shit gold, said the other man, still smiling nervously. But you owe him money. I know, my friend, he said, grasping Julio's forearm with his right hand. But there's nothing I can do. The debt has increased so much there's no way I can settle it. Even though I'd like to pay that bastard and free myself from this hell. But I know I can't. Julio was weary of hearing this talk. He hated having heard all that. He didn't need to know about Adilson's problems. He didn't even know why he had been so interested in that poor jerk's story. He was there to kill him, and that was what he was going to do. Shortly before 2 a.m, he said he had to be going and persuaded the bank clerk to accompany him. He said he had a motorbike and could give him a lift. He walked out of the bar with Adilson practically hanging onto his left shoulder. In the doorway, he turned back to the counter and nodded to the waitress. From 5 or 6 yards away, she could not take her eyes off him. I'll be back, he said in a low voice, trying to make sure she could read his lips. From the smile he received in return, he thought she had understood the message. As soon as they began to walk along the street, Adilson wanted to know where Julio's motorbike was. He asked the same question 3 times. Julio gave the same answer each time. Just near here. He left the bike parked in the street behind the bar. He was so concerned about completing his task as soon as possible in order to go back and talk to the waitress that he'd forgotten the helmet on the counter. Completely drunk, Adilson would not stop singing the Flamengo anthem. Once with Flamengo, always with Flamengo. I'll always be with Flamengo, he chanted in a loud voice. Julio was worried that this chanting would wake people up and make his job more difficult. At that time in the morning, the streets were completely deserted. There was a total silence apart from the bank clerk's slurred voice. 3 blocks farther on, Julio judged he was far enough away from the bar to kill his victim without the shot being heard by the waitress he wanted to get to know. He stretched his right hand out toward his revolver, but then decided to walk on a little farther. With the whole neighborhood asleep, the sound of the gunshot might reach the bar, and he did not want that. They walked on another 3 blocks. The heat of the night and the weight of Adilson, who was still leaning on his shoulder, left Julio bathed in sweat. The clerk was so drunk he did not realize he was being led nowhere. He kept on chanting, "We're going to win! To win! Flamengo till I die!" Julio looked all around him, in front and behind. No one was about. He pulled the revolver from his waistband and, still walking, pressed the barrel against Adilson's head, 3 inches above his right ear. At the moment he pulled the trigger, he turned his head away. He heard a strange noise like a stone hitting a piece of tin stuck on a wall. It was the bullet burying itself in his victim's skull. He saw Agilson fall to the ground like a sack of flour. Blood was pouring from his head. Julio examined his own clothes and saw there was some blood on his left shoulder and arm. He pulled off his red and black shirt and used the underside to clean himself. The street was still deserted. Apparently the shot had not woken anyone up. He dragged Agilson's body over and propped it up against the wall of a house, then went back to the bar along another street. However much he tried, he could not stop whistling the flamenco anthem. Julio would never forget the smile the waitress gave him when she saw him come back into the bar. He noticed a genuine pleasure and unexpected warmth in her. By now it was 2:30 in the morning, and the place was empty, apart from a man who was fast asleep with his arms and head on the table. The old man who had apparently been in charge was no longer there. Julio asked if he could still get a drink, and when she said he could, ordered another Coca-Cola and a glass of ice. "Don't you drink alcohol?" she wanted to know. "Only occasionally, but I've been crazy about Coca-Cola ever since I was a boy." They introduced themselves and stayed talking while she cleaned the cement floor with a wet cloth. She complained that every day was the same drudgery. She spent the night serving rough men and on top of that had to clean the bar before she could go to sleep. She told him the old man Julio had asked her about was her grandfather, her mother's father, and that he was a good man. He was the only one who had offered to help her 6 years earlier when her mother died of tuberculosis in Belém, in the state of Pará. Her father had vanished before she learned to speak. Her mother made ends meet by working as a maid in family houses in the capital Pará. She was 17 when she was orphaned. "And how old are you now?" asked Julio. 23. And you? 29. Julio couldn't understand how he could be so struck by a woman he had only just met, and immediately feel concern about her. Yet he was already sure he would do anything he could to make her happy. He wanted to take her hand, to embrace her, kiss her, but he didn't have the courage. He thought that listening to some music might help him overcome his shyness. He asked if he could buy a token to put into the jukebox. The waitress told him that he could, but that he didn't need to pay. He went over to the box with its flashing colored lights, searching for the ideal song. When he saw "I'm Going to Get You Out of Here" by Odair José, he knew that was the perfect music for the occasion. "This is for you," he said. She smiled her thanks at him, but did not stop wiping the floor. When it came to the refrain, Julio went over to her and sang softly. "I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to take you to stay with me. And I don't care what the others may think." "You're crazy," she said with a wry smile. "No, I'm not. I'm being serious. I'm leaving here tomorrow. Come with me." "You must be sick. We've only just met." "I know. But I want you to go with me now. I want to make you happy." "Forget it. What a crazy idea." This made Julio feel incredibly sad. He knew that this young woman was right. It really made no sense wanting her to go away with him when they had only just met. And yet he was certain that was what he wanted. Although he was disheartened, he went on talking to her. The way in which she spoke of her grandfather, her mother, of her wish to have her own house and family, only made him all the more convinced that he wanted her as his wife. Not simply to have sex or fun with her, but for her to be the mother of his children. Day was already breaking, and they were still talking, seated at one of the tables. Julio said he had to leave because he needed to catch the bus at the station at 6:30. He took her hands in his and asked if he could kiss her. She said nothing but closed her eyes. It was a quick, nervous kiss, but one he would never forget. They kissed each other again 3 or 4 times. With each kiss, Julio was increasingly sure that he wanted this young woman to be his wife. He was about to leave the bar when she called him back. "If you really want to take me with you, come in here again. Then we can talk more and you can meet my grandfather," she said, staring into his eyes. "That's what I'll do. You can be sure of it," he said, and they exchanged another kiss. Julio made another 5 journeys to Teresina to spend more time with her and to gain her grandfather's confidence. The last 2 times he appeared wearing the military police uniform his Uncle Cicero had bought him. He thought the uniform was a great help. With her grandfather's approval, they were married legally at the grandfather's insistence in March 1984. There was no celebration. On their wedding day, Julio was 29 years old, and she was 24. Now, 22 years later, he, his wife, and their 2 children were leaving Porto Franco, where they had lived ever since they were married, to start a new life in another state. Julio thought he could finally offer his wife the happiness he had promised her the day they met. Enough sadness. Like the sadness he had caused her the day when, giving way to the suspicions he kept voicing about his work, he decided to tell her that he was a professional killer. This was 11 months after they had married. Afterward, she spent days sobbing, lost weight, and fell ill. She refused to eat and would not let her husband touch her. She said she would not sleep with a murderer, and the only reason she did not leave the house was that she was pregnant with their first baby, who died age 19 in 2004, and did not want the child to go through the same ordeal as she had faced, having to grow up without a father. She was so frail and said that she was not going to be able to nourish herself and the fetus. She only began to eat again after a doctor told her that she ran the risk of losing the baby. Following his confession, it took years for the relationship with her husband to improve, and it never returned to what it had been at the start, when she was always happy and affectionate. She loved seeing him come back from work wearing his military police uniform and then stretching out beside her on the bed. To discover all this was a lie, and that the man she'd married was a killer, was too heavy a blow for her. She lost count of the number of nights she pretended to be asleep when she heard her husband opening the front door. She curled up in bed whenever Julio tried to touch her. Often he gave up, left the bedroom, and went to sleep on the sofa. But he never forced her to do anything she did not want to do. And she never stopped saying that she loved him. She always told him that she couldn't understand how someone so loving toward his wife and children could kill people, and worse still, for money. "It's my job, woman. It's my job," he replied each time so calmly she was left even more stunned. Despite all that she suffered, his wife never left him. Whenever Julio came home with a troubled face, she did all she could to please her husband, even if she herself was very upset. She knew he was feeling bad because of some dreadful act he had committed. She hated it, but felt she had to give her husband strength. However absurd and terrible his work might be, he was the father of her children. Julio usually said nothing, just sat on a chair in the kitchen while his wife stood and stroked his head, hugging him to her. On one of the rare occasions when he did talk, he said hoarsely, "Today, I killed a 14-year-old kid." This was the only time during their 22 years of marriage that Julio told his wife about a contract he had undertaken. He never told anyone else about them either. Not even those paying for the crimes or the intermediaries. However much he was praised for his experience, discretion, and efficiency, he never felt proud about being a killer. Nor did he ever wish to know for what reasons the persons hiring him wanted someone dead. Curiously, however, without exception, those paying for his services seemed to want to tell him their motives. It seemed to him as if they were trying to justify their deadly wish. One of the most frequent questions he heard from people who hired him was if he had ever been convicted. Not once. That at least he was proud of. And however much his wife warned him about the risk of getting caught, Julio always repeated what he'd heard his uncle say so often. Out here in the interior, the cops don't get involved with gunmen. This was until one day in May 1987 when he found himself handcuffed to the bars of the cell in the police station at Tocanchinopolis in Tocanchin State. He had been caught trying to escape after killing a woman who had murdered her own 8-month-old child to get revenge on her husband, who was cheating on her. Horrified at the death of the baby, the husband was the one who hired Julio. That day, Julio had left his house in Porto Franco toward the end of the afternoon on the red Honda 125 motorbike he'd bought 4 months earlier. It was easy to reach Tocanchinopolis. It was a town on the opposite side of the river Tocanchins from Porto Franco. Julio drove down to the riverside a mile from his house, parked the bike under a tree, and boarded one of the canoes that ferried goods and passengers across the Tocanchins. In less than a minute, he was on the other side. He'd already arranged everything with the trader Luciano, aged 34, who had hired him. Luciano had told his wife that he was bringing a friend to lunch at home. During the meal, he would go out to buy beer in a nearby bar and leave his wife alone with his friend Julio Santana. A quarter of an hour later, Luciano would return and find his wife dead. No one could ever accuse him of the murder. He had witnesses at the bar who could testify that he was not at home at the time. For the plan to succeed, Julio simply had to get back to Porto Franco without being stopped or seen by anyone. "Don't worry. I can guarantee a good job," he told Luciano. To the few people who knew him in Tocanchinopolis, Julio was a military policeman. He intended to use this in his favor. He arrived at the town wearing his uniform. Underneath it, he had on a pair of Bermudas and a black t-shirt. He also stuffed a big straw hat under the shirt so that he could take it out when he was getting away, in order to hide his face. After the crime, he would remove the uniform and put it into a plastic bag. He would leave Luciano's house by the front door as if nothing had happened and pedal off on a bicycle left against the wall for him. He would reach the riverbank in no more than 2 or 3 minutes and board another canoe. Then he would cross the river, pick up his motorbike, and soon be back home safe and sound. He had already been paid 5,000 cruzados for the contract, equivalent to little more than 3 times the minimum wage at the time, which was 1,641 cruzados. Everything was going as he and Luciano had planned. Until, that is, the trader announced he was going out to buy beer. At that precise moment, his wife Alzimara, aged 29, went into the bathroom. Time was passing, but she did not reemerge. Julio counted 5 minutes on his digital watch and then went over to the bathroom door. He could not hear anything. She must have guessed what was about to happen. Julio asked if he could get some water from the fridge. Alzimara shouted that he could. He grew nervous. What had at first seemed like an easy job was becoming a lot more difficult than he could have imagined. He went to the back of the house and saw the plastic barrel where he was supposed to kill Alzimara. Luciano had insisted on this. He wanted his wife to be drowned. "That was how she killed our baby," he told Julio when he hired him. The barrel was full to the brim. But Alzimara showed no sign of coming out of the bathroom. 7 minutes had gone by, and Julio couldn't wait any longer. He barged into the door with his right shoulder, knocking it down. She was crouching between the toilet and the wall of garish tiles. "Please don't kill me," she whispered. "Why do you think I'm going to kill you?" "Because ever since I did that dreadful thing to my child, my husband says he's going to send someone to do the same to me."
And why do you think I'm the one who's going to do it? Because you're from the police and have got a gun. Please don't kill me. Have mercy on me. Without another word, Julio took the woman by the left forearm and dragged her out of the bathroom. Alzimara clung on to anything she could find, the toilet bowl, the pipes of the sink, the bucket of dirty washing on the floor. And she kept shouting, "Help! For the love of God, someone help me! If you're not quiet, it'll be the worse for you. Help! Help!" she kept on shouting. To make her shut up, Julio punched her in the face. Alzimara passed out. This was the first time ever that Julio had hit a woman. He had already killed several of them, but to hit a woman seemed to him like the act of a coward. In the circumstances, though, he could see no alternative. He managed to drag Alzimara to the back of the house. He plunged her head into the barrel until the water reached her breasts. 20 or 30 seconds later, she came around. She struggled with all her might, kicking her legs in all directions and holding onto Julio's arms with a desperate strength. He kept his hands around her throat even though she was scratching his arms with her fingernails. He was determined not to let go until she had stopped moving, but suddenly changed his mind when a scene he'd witnessed 15 years before flashed through his head. He was in the same position as the men who had tortured José Genuino, the man he thought was called Geraldo back in 1972 in the Araguaia rainforest. Of all the tortures suffered by the person who in those days was a guerrilla fighter, that simulated drowning seemed to him the worst. Julio would not do something like that. He had never approved of torture. Apart from anything else, that was not his job. He was a killer by profession, not a torturer. Stretching out his right hand, he took a blue towel hanging on the clothesline a couple of feet from his shoulder. He pulled Alzimara out of the barrel, took out his revolver, and wrapped it in the towel to muffle the sound of the shot. While Alzimara was still trying to get her breath back, he shot her in the head. Then he pushed her body back into the barrel up to the waist and went back inside the house. Luciano had still not reappeared. Julio took off the uniform, stowed it in the plastic bag, then prepared to leave the house wearing the clothes he had on underneath and with the straw hat on his head. But as he opened the front door, he saw 2 men and a woman standing in the doorway. "What was all that shouting in here?" asked the woman, a plump lady who appeared to be about 60 years old. "No, there was nothing like that in here," Julio answered. "What do you mean nothing? We heard Alzimara shouting for help," said one of the men. "I wasn't here. There's been no argument here. I'm a friend of Luciano's." "Where is he?" asked the same man, a short, strong-looking black man about 5'2". "He's inside. If you like, you can come in and see," said Julio, and walked calmly over to his bike. "That's a lie. We saw Luciano leave and he hasn't come back yet," said the woman. "You must all be crazy. Now, if you'll allow me, I need to be on my way," said Julio, mounting the bicycle. "Hold on to him! Hold him, and I'll go and see if Alzimara is all right," the woman said to the 2 men, who immediately gripped Julio by the arms. 2 or 3 minutes later, a terrified cry could be heard. "My God, that son of a bitch has killed the poor woman!" she howled. Julio tried in vain to free himself from the 2 men who were pinioning him. Before he was led away to the police station, he saw Luciano hiding behind a lamppost at the corner of the street. Julio could not believe that after committing crimes in towns and cities all over Brazil, he had been arrested here in Tocantinópolis, only 3 miles from his own house. At the police station, Julio was handcuffed with his arms behind his back and made to sit on a wooden chair. Opposite him on the far side of the table sat the police chief, Esquivel Gomes, a thin man with a shaven head, dark eyes, and a long nose. He sent a policeman to accompany the 2 men who'd brought Julio to the station back to the victim's house and began to interrogate the prisoner. Julio said nothing, apart from that he was innocent and had done nothing.
The plastic bag Julio was carrying when he was caught lay on the table between the two men. "What's this?" asked the police chief in a sharp, aggressive tone.
"My things."
"Are you from the military police?"
"Yes, sir."
"So why on earth did you kill that woman?"
"I didn't kill anyone, Your Honor. I've told you that several times already."
"So who did kill that poor woman?"
"I have no idea. Listen to me. While you were in that house, the neighbors heard the woman shouting for help. Shortly afterward, you came out covered in sweat and the woman was found dead.
And there was no one else in the house. What do you expect me to think?"
You can think whatever you like. But I didn't kill anyone. What a joker. We'll see if you think it's so funny after you've spent a few days in the cell,
the police chief said. Then, with the help of another policeman, he pushed Julio into the cell, leaving him standing there, his hands cuffed to the bars in front of him. From there, Julio could hear the sound of the typewriter keys as the clerk took down the testimony of the woman who was accusing him of the murder. The police chief repeated everything she said so that the clerk could draw up the incident report. A little less than an hour later, the policeman who had gone to Luciano and Alzimara's house returned to the station and said that the man's wife really had been murdered by a bullet to the head.
"What about the poor woman's husband?"
the police chief asked.
"Some neighbors saw him leave the house, but he still hasn't returned,"
the policeman answered.
In the early hours of the following morning, for the first time in his life, Julio Santana was tortured. Still a hand cuffed to the bars of the cell, he was kicked, punched, and beaten by the police chief and the two other policemen. One punch, launched by one of the men he could not identify, split his top lip, leaving him with the sour taste of blood in his mouth. Estival Gomez kept saying that if he confessed to the crime, the beating would stop. But Julio continued to say he was innocent. He was ready to die before he confessed to killing that woman. The punishment only came to an end as day was breaking. "We'll be back later to continue our little conversation," said the chief with a sarcastic smile. Julio wanted to reply, insisting he had nothing to say, but did not have the strength. His ribs and stomach were burning with pain. The cut in his mouth would not stop bleeding. He was so tired his legs had gone numb. He had been standing up for almost 12 hours, and his whole body was aching from the beating he had taken. In this state, he thought he must be dreaming when he heard his wife's voice. He was only half awake, with his eyes closed and his elbows resting on the bars of the cell, his head in his hands. But he could recognize that voice anywhere and in any circumstances. He could hear his wife talking to the police chief, but could not make out what they were saying. He found it very odd that she should be chatting with that guy. He struggled to call out her name as loudly as possible. There was no reply. He shouted another 2 or 3 times, until a policeman came to the cell and told him to be quiet. "After she's talked to the chief, your wife will come and see you," said the cop.
"I want to see my wife now!"
Julio insisted.
"Since when do you reckon you give the orders here? If you keep on causing trouble, the chief will send your wife away without you getting to speak to her. So just stay quiet." Julio felt like the lowest of the low when he saw his wife approach the cell. He could think of no worse humiliation than to have his wife see him in this condition. A prisoner, beaten up with his clothes torn. They talked for less than 10 minutes. She told him that she had learned of his arrest from the same man who had hired him. Following Julio's capture, Luciano had gone to their home and told his wife everything. Among other things, he had said that the police chief was well known for accepting bribes to release criminals from jail. Since the case was a very serious one, a homicide, they would need something worth a great deal to persuade the chief to let him go. It was Luciano's idea that they should offer him Julio's motorbike to pay for his freedom.
In the conversation she had just had with the police chief, his wife had handed him the bike keys and papers in return for a promise that her husband would be back home that evening.
"Are you crazy, woman?"
Julio shouted angrily.
"You make a living killing people and I'm the crazy one?"
She replied,
"That son of a bitch is going to keep the motorbike and never let me out of here. Those bandit cops are going to kill me in jail."
"That's not going to happen."
"How do you know?"
"You think I'm stupid, don't you? The stupid one in our family is you, Julio, for getting into messes like this. Just look at the situation you've put us in."
"I want to know, how come you're so sure the chief is going to order them to release me?"
"Before I gave him the motorbike key, I asked for a guarantee. He gave me the incident report," she said, pulling the sheet of paper out of the Bermuda she was wearing.
"So what?"
"The chief said that this report is the only document with any evidence against you. Without the official report, they have nothing on you. And since you're going to escape, no one will be able to link the death of that poor woman you killed to you. Got it?"
"That's true, but I'm not sure it'll work out."
His wife continued, saying that Julio would also have in his favor the testimony that Luciana was going to give, in which he would swear that Julio was in fact his friend and would never kill Alzimara. This was the best way the traitor could think of to avoid any suspicion of he himself being involved in the death of his wife. If Julio remained in jail, it was highly likely that Luciana would also be arrested.
"All right, so when can I get out of here?"
Julio asked his wife.
"The chief said that at noon on the dot, he and the 2 cops will go out to have lunch. He is going to leave the door to the cell in the station open. The bag with your military police uniform and your gun will be under his desk. All you have to do is put the uniform on and get out of this hell."
"That sounds easy enough. What about my motorbike?"
"Forget it, Julio.
You don't have a motorbike anymore. I'm going home now. When you get there, we'll have a proper talk about all this."
"I'm so sorry you had to go through this shame,"
he said, avoiding looking at her.
"This to me is nothing. The greatest shame in my life is being married to a murderer."
Julio only raised his head when the sound of his wife's slippers on the cement floor of the police station died away. He caught a last glimpse of her shadow on the wall. He didn't know what was worse, to stay in jail with his aching body, or to return home where he was bound to feel even more humiliated. And yet he knew his wife was right. Everything turned out exactly as she'd said. At noon, the police chief himself opened the cell door, unlocked the handcuffs, and then left with the 2 policemen. Shortly afterward, Julio was walking calmly along the dusty streets of Tocancinopolis. Reaching the riverbank, he boarded a canoe which left him on the other side in Porto Franco. His motorbike was where he had left it, parked under a mango tree. But now the red Honda 125 he'd bought only 4 months earlier was no longer his. Better to lose his bike than his freedom. He would never forget that Tuesday, May 12, 1987. When he reached home only 20 minutes after leaving the police station in Tocancinopolis, he was greeted by his wife, who did not say a word. As he took a shower, his sides ached when they came into contact with the water. His mouth was still bleeding. He put on a pair of shorts and sat on the toilet, stroking his eyebrows with the thumb and index finger of his right hand as he tried to pluck up the courage to face his wife. He left the bathroom and went to lie down on their bed. His wife came in soon after, carrying a cloth and an aluminum bowl full of hot water. She cleaned her husband's wounds, making him howl in pain, and put a dressing on his top lip. Still, she said nothing. Apart from that, she loved him very much, and that she did not know how much longer she could put up with living this terrible life as the wife of a professional killer. In return, he told her that he loved her too, and that he would never again let his work interfere with their life as a couple. By now they had been married 3 years and 2 months. "You don't understand, do you? Can't you see that a dreadful profession like yours is bound to get mixed up in our lives?" she said. She was crying and her hands were trembling. "But it's my job." Julio, listen carefully to what I'm going to say. "Either you find other work, or one day I'll leave you." "You're right. I promise I'll do everything I can to stop doing these jobs and start something else. I only need you to give me time." That night they slept in each other's arms. Julio felt protected in his wife's embrace. It was as if nothing dreadful could happen. All the weight of the deaths he had caused seemed to disappear when she held him like that. Not for anything did he want to lose her. But it took him another 19 years to fulfill the promise to give up his profession as a killer so as to live at peace with his family. It only became a reality that morning in August 2006, when Julio, his wife, and 2 children left Porto Franco in a truck. 2 months later, in the town of Carolina in Maranhão State, he shot his last victim. This was a public official whose death was contracted by his own son. The youngster, aged 24, paid Julio 900 reis to kill his father, arguing that he came home drunk every day and beat his wife. When Julio returned home in the early hours after committing the crime, his mind was made up not to kill anyone else for the rest of his life. After taking a shower, he laid down next to his wife, put his right arm around her back and whispered, "It's over." There was no answer. He only realized that his wife had heard him over breakfast that morning, when she asked if she could really believe what he had said in bed. Julio swore that he would never kill again, and the couple had a relaxed, even animated conversation, the likes of which they had not enjoyed in years. They began to draw up plans for the future. They would buy a plot of land in some town or other in another state in Brazil's interior, and would make a living from farming and from the clothes she would sew and sell. Their new house would have to be close to a bigger city of at least 200,000 inhabitants so that their children could have access to good schools and the things they liked: shopping malls, parties, and the movies. All this seemed too good to be true to Julio's wife, who only really believed what he had promised one day in mid-August in the same year, when he came home and said he'd bought the land. On the property was a spacious house of 1,300 square feet, with 3 bedrooms, a large kitchen, 2 bathrooms, one outside, and a terrace where they could put up at least 4 hammocks. It had piped water and electricity. Only a quarter-mile away was a stream whose clean waters would be ideal for the children to have fun in. The former owner had planted manioc, rice, millet, tomatoes, and lettuces. Julio intended to cultivate the same things. The property also contained several mango, guava, breadfruit, and carambola trees, as well as some chickens and pigs. After spending 35 years killing people all over Brazil, Julio thought this would be the ideal place to live out his life at peace with his family. He was so at ease with himself that he slept during the journey from Porto Franco to Palmas in a friend's truck early one morning in August 2006. Julio, his wife, and 2 children spent the next day, a stiflingly hot Sunday, in the capital of Tocantins state. They caught a bus that left at 7:30 that evening for Brasilia. During the 12-hour journey, his wife and children were so happy that Julio was convinced he was doing the right thing. They continued on from the federal capital to the region where they intended to live, and reached it as night was falling on a hot Tuesday. They were all really pleased and satisfied when they saw their new house. Julio had already visited there when he bought it. That night, he and his wife made love in a way they had not done for years. Without the barrier of the fact that he was a hired killer placed between them, everything was going to be different. Better. The next morning, stretched out in a hammock on the terrace, he watched his wife sweeping the tiled floor and the children playing in the shade of the trees. He pushed hard against the wall with his left foot and swayed to and fro, his arms folded across his chest. This was the first time in his life that he felt truly happy since that afternoon of August 7th, 1971, when at the age of 17, he had killed the fisherman Amarelo. Now, aged 52, he could lead a proper life, without the ordeal of having to kill some poor person here, another one there, just to pay the bills and put food on the table. His children would never know they had a father with such a dreadful past. He hoped that over time, his wife would also gradually forget all the horrors he had committed. And God would surely not refuse him forgiveness. He was determined that nothing would lead him to kill again. No one in the new location knew about his past, and so would not offer him that kind of contract. Even if they did, the answer would be no. Not for all the money in the world would he ever rob someone of their life. He did not need any more money. He already had all he needed to be happy: a good house, his farming, and his family. And he had even managed to keep some of what he had earned as savings. Nowadays, Julio Santana is in the habit of saying that the only thing preventing him from living completely at peace is when every so often one or another of his victims appears to him in dreams. The last time this happened, on September 6, 2006, he woke up in a sweat in the early hours. He ran his hands through his wet hair and went to lie down in one of the hammocks out on the terrace. In his nightmare, he had seen the bloody face of the miner João Baiano, the 19-year-old he'd killed by mistake in Serra Pelada back in 1982. Julio says he believes he still has this kind of dream because he has not been completely forgiven for all the crimes he has committed. Whenever this happens, he recites the 10 Hail Marys and 20 Our Fathers that, as his uncle Cicero taught him, should guarantee his forgiveness. Then he goes back to sleep.